He was nothing but the Emperor's attack hound. Zero free will, zero memories, just a lethal pawn chained to a leash. Exploited, brainwashed, and tossed in the dirt the second he snapped his chains. But instead of taking his last breath, his eyes snap wide open, right back at square one. Trapped inside the very hellhole that mutates kids into cold-blooded killers. Except this run-through, he remembers every brutal detail, and he's packing something entirely new. A solid lead on his bloodline. So while the rest of these recruits are getting programmed like mindless NPCs, our guy's already playing an entirely different game. He's a hellhound who finally locked onto his own prey. Grovel before his majesty. Praise the skies for the divine blessing gracing this dirt. Hit the floor and offer up your pathetic gratitude. A heavily armored knight chanted that same cult-like garbage on a loop. Until his blade shattered and he dropped dead, sliced down by a rogue element. His brainwashed squad charged the threat, thrusting their spears forward, only to instantly meet the biting edge of his sword. These guys belong to the Emperor's absolute lapdogs. The elite military sect notoriously dubbed the Special Squad. Their sole purpose? Being human shields for Emperor Leon Kavalan. But right now, that loyalty script is completely out the window. Jan, the absolute unit commanding the squad, had just slaughtered his own crew. He stared down the royal palace, completely engulfed in roaring flames, swearing to rip the Emperor apart with his bare hands. Suddenly, the slaughtered knights twitched back to life, echoing that exact same creepy chant. Their mangled bodies dragged themselves toward Jan, melting together into this grotesque, massive titan. The giant monstrosity roared that even in death, they were forever bound as the Emperor's loyal flesh puppets. The behemoth commanded Yan to grovel, swinging a massive strike his way. But Yan deflected the hit in a heartbeat, steel clashing against steel. Cut to the heart of the palace, an absolute ghost town. The Emperor was just chilling on his throne, casually playing with a tiny glowing fairy. He whispered to the little creature, asking if the racket outside spooked her. "Chill out, it's just background noise," he hummed. Catching the sound of heavy boots, his ice-cold gaze shifted to Jan. "Honestly, I'm shook," the ruler scoffed. "You were my ultimate fanatic, my most ride-or-die asset, and you just flipped the script?" Drenched in his own blood and barely holding it together, Yan dragged himself forward, shooting daggers at the tyrant. Leon casually asked, "How many years have you worn that captain's badge?" Flashing back to Yan's rookie days, they remembered the abyss of despair, the brutal meat grinder where elite black ops are forged. Inside that nightmare, Yan climbed the bloody ladder, evolving from a disposable cannon fodder slave to the top. "You clawed your way up with your bare hands, yet you pull this stunt. What more do you even want?" Yan didn't answer. Instead, he snapped off a jagged piece of metal buried deep in his own thigh, and without hesitating, violently jammed it straight into his own. He spat blood, snarling that he was completely sick of the twisted mind control parasites the Emperor shoved into everyone's skull. Yanking a squirming, grotesque centipede-like thing out of his head, Yan lost it. "You gave me everything. That's top-tier garbage. I lost my entire existence. You wiped my damn memories." While he screamed, the Emperor tightened his grip on the fragile fairy. Yan roared. "Who is my family? Who the hell am I? You stole my entire life." In a blink, the Emperor brutally popped the glowing fairy into his mouth, swallowing it whole. He chanted something dark and ancient in a dead language. And before the syllables even faded, an invisible force drove a massive blade straight through Yan's chest. He didn't even see it coming, his eyes going wide with pure shock as he choked on his own blood. Brushing off his robes, the tyrant stood up from his golden seat. "No clue how you sniffed out the parasite," he smirked. "But what a shame. You were definitely my favorite little toy." Staring down the monster who ruined him one last time, Yan felt his consciousness slipping into the void. He shut his eyes, crushed that this absolute nightmare was all for nothing. But out of nowhere, a sharp, feminine voice pierced the darkness. "Wake up!" His eyes snapped open, adrenaline spiking. Taking in the totally unrecognizable surroundings, his brain short-circuited. His chest had just been caved in, yet his heart was hammering against his ribs. He aggressively shook off the panic. Time to lock in. A creepy sense of déjà vu washed over him. Scanning the dusty arena, he spotted a massive stone pillar looming nearby. Tilting his head up, the realization hit him like a freight train. It was the Great Stone Sword, the iconic, legendary monument marking the dead center of the Black Ops training facility. Countless desperate kids had been slaughtered at the base of this exact monument. And then the crazy truth clicked. He stared down at his own hands, unscarred, smaller. Wait, did I just de-age? He was rocking the grimy uniform. Did he actually just respawn in the past? Before he could process the glitch, a shadow materialized behind him. "You're breathing too loud." A fist swung at his skull, but Yan's muscle memory kicked in, flawlessly blocking the sucker punch. The aggressor didn't miss a beat, launching a vicious follow-up, barking at him to keep his eyes on the fight. Yan slammed brutally against the stone wall, biting back a groan of pure agony. "Acting tough doesn't make you the main character, trash," the punk spat. "You seriously thought surviving was going to be that easy?" It was Roman, cadet number 12. The memories instantly flooded back as Yan wiped his mouth and slowly pushed himself off the dirt. Roman cracked his knuckles, smirking like he'd already won. "I always knew you were dead weight." Closing the distance, he mocked. "Come on, tell me that was just your warm-up." The bully smirked, openly admitting he just wanted to use a sparring session as an excuse to beat down a total nobody. After all, bottom-tier recruits were treated like absolute garbage. Yan stayed dead silent, his mind spinning as he realized this couldn't possibly be real. Blinking his eyes open, a massive stone blade loomed directly above him. Looking down, he realized his own body had miraculously regressed to its teenage years. Piecing together the scenery and this meathead's trash talk, it hit him. He had actually traveled back in time, and honestly, he was hyped. How it happened didn't matter. Hitting the ultimate reset button was all that counted. This time around, he absolutely refused to repeat his past and fully intended to crush the Emperor himself. Staring coldly at the bully, Yan sarcastically announced he had some Bro was destined to be completely maidenless even at age 40, so he might as well give up on romance right now and just marry the military. Instantly triggered, Roman flew into a blinding rage, throwing wild punches while screaming at Yan to repeat what he just said. Yan effortlessly slipped past the attack, loudly mocking how embarrassing it was to get floored by such a sluggish strike. That alone proved the guy seething with anger. The brute roared, calling him a little punk, before unleashing a rapid-fire combo of martial arts. But our main character weaved through every single strike like a ghost, coolly admitting the form wasn't half bad. Still, he decided to drop some free advice. He told the hothead to only launch a strike after entirely closing the gap with his target. Actions speak louder than words, so Yan demonstrated by slamming a brutal punch right into his gut. This was the Dark Spirit's 7th form, a devastating blow delivered from barely 3 centimeters away. Roman gasped, absolutely shell-shocked that a nobody could pull off such a high-tier technique. Closing the distance instantly, our hero whispered that following up with an immediate hit was the golden rule. But suddenly, he froze mid-attack. A shiny silver pendant slipped out of a pocket, instantly snapping his undivided. He stared at it, wondering if this tiny trinket had quietly been with him his entire life. Scooping it out of the dirt, he casually told his battered opponent that talk about insane luck. Sensing something hidden inside the metal casing, he gently popped the lid open. Inside rested a faded, vintage photograph of a young couple cradling a baby. Even though this was technically his first time seeing their faces, he recognized them in a heartbeat. Tears instantly blurred his vision, overwhelming him with a wave of raw emotion and pure love for the family he never knew. The precious memories he had buried 30 years ago came rushing back in an instant. He couldn't grasp this simple warmth, even after literally burning the Empire's capital to ashes. Slaughtering endless waves of elite knights never brought him this peace, yet here it was, resting right in his palms. Taking a deep breath, he shut his eyes and reeled his emotions, realizing he had just been inches away from repeating his biggest failure. Wasting a second chance on some petty revenge was totally out of the question. His only goal now was escaping this hell. Whatever it takes, he swore to claw his way back to his bloodline and reclaim the peaceful life stolen from him. Flashback to his past life, an elite Black Ops squad, operating under the Emperor's direct command, ruthlessly sieged Verna Fortress and wiped out the Northern Archduke. With Yan calling the shots, this lethal task force executed countless bloody operations that literally rewrote the Empire's history. He stood at the absolute peak as the Emperor's right-hand man, the ultimate weapon, and the fiercest knight in the entire. But fast forward to right now, and this once legendary is somehow reduced to lugging around literal biohazard trash. Yep, our guy is currently stuck doing sewage duty for the boot camp. The brutal warrior training center maxes out at exactly 1,000 recruits at a time. In this brutal meat grinder, leveling up means catching bodies. The daily death toll easily averages 3 to 4 unlucky, and those empty slots are instantly filled by naive volunteers, or straight-up kidnapping victims. Hidden deep within a massive dragon's nest in the harsh northwestern mountains, the facility's interior is basically an unforgiving, deadly dungeon maze. Every single trainee is branded with a specific rank, a number directly tied to their raw combat power. Climbing this ruthless pyramid scheme requires dominating grueling exams and surviving blood-soaked tournaments. Because your assigned number completely dictates whether you're treated like royalty, trainees constantly stab each other in the back to get ahead, yet the higher-ups keep everyone chained down under an iron fist. For any scrub ranked in the 900s or lower, surviving is practically a fever dream. If a bottom feeder kicks the bucket, the system just copy-pastes a new one in. Usually, these low tiers are treated like human punching bags for the elites, or forced into grueling manual labor, which perfectly describes our hero's current nightmare. Ranked at an abysmal 974, he should honestly consider himself lucky just hauling trash, especially considering the monsters sitting at the very top of the food chain. The alpha recruits are exclusively the pampered nepo babies of elite noble families. Out of nowhere, a passing trainee violently shoulder-checked him, sending his stacked crates crashing to the floor, and arrogantly barked at him to watch his step. These upper-crust heirs felt completely untouchable. Yet, the girl who had just shoved him gave a quick, half-hearted apology for her clumsiness before strutting away, brainwashing them into imperial loyalty, breeding the next generation, and keeping a chokehold on high society. Are the actual, low-key reasons these rich kids get shipped off to the elite Black Ops boot camp. The facility rolls out the red carpet for them, offering absolute luxury living quarters. Rebellion never even crosses their minds, since they are practically addicted to the sweet perks of their high-class status. Unsurprisingly, these silver spoon trainees constantly monopolize the absolute highest spots on the leaderboard. They get to soak up all the insane perks of their elite status. We're talking about the holy trinity of the academy: Lorena Beowulf, Cruel Dwight, and Kasha Everain. These three absolute beasts dominate the top of the leaderboards for their entire run at the training facility. Cruel hit the brakes, demanding to know why Lorena was wasting her breath, apologizing to bottom-tier trash. Yan instantly tagged the guy as a massive clown in his head. He sneered, asking if she actually believed wearing the same cadet uniform put them on the same level. Like, how could a pathetic nobody even dare to look in her direction? Cruel scoped out our guy's badge, scoffing at his rock-bottom rank. Honestly, MC was well aware he was scraping the bottom of the barrel. Did this scrub not understand the Academy's food chain? MC's trigger finger was itching to literally cave the arrogant jerk's skull in, right on. But to keep his cover intact, he swallowed his pride and muttered an apology. In response, this toxic punk just spit his chewed-up toothpick right at him. Pure rage spiked in MC's veins, yet he kept his face completely deadpan. Cruel smirked, scoffing that a basic sorry wasn't gonna cut it. Since only equals peasants like him, they needed to drop to their knees, grovel for mercy, and physically smash their foreheads against the pavement. Slash. The arrogant prick's body instantly split clean in half. But, plot twist, that insanely satisfying execution only happened in Yan's imagination. He squeezed his eyes shut, desperately reining in. Meanwhile, Kasha rapidly piled the scattered crates together, ready to bounce. Cruel tossed out a final, condescending threat to watch his step, while Kasha threw him a quick wave, mouthing a fast apology. She confirmed all the cargo was gathered up. Yan just wiped the spit off his cheek, chillingly thinking they should enjoy their shiny golden pedestals while they still could. Because the more toxic they acted now, the sweeter his payback would be later. He went back to his grind, hugging the perimeter wall, when an absolute tsunami of killing intent suddenly blasted from just around the corner. Someone was definitely lurking in the shadows. His brain instantly flagged Roman as the prime suspect. But the dark vibe felt totally off for him. Rather than overthinking it, our guy decided to just casually face the threat head-on. He strolled forward, playing completely dumb. Suddenly, a cold female voice echoed from the blind spot. It was Lorena, casually dropping that she had been hunting for him. Running into her was a massive curveball. I mean, this girl's reputation was absolutely legendary. Flashback to the state's most lethal serial killer, a monster so elusive that even the elite Imperial Knights and the Blue Iron Guard completely failed to catch him. This psycho caught his first body at just 11 years old, and by age 20, he was running his own savage syndicate. He literally wiped 23 entire villages and 17 guilds right off the map. His mutated arm, tough enough to tank raw orichalcum blades, became an absolute nightmare for the kingdom. But that reign of terror got shut down fast. Lorena Beowulf casually claimed the bounty, straight up parading his chopped-off arm as a bloody trophy. Ever since that insane flex, she was crowned commander of the Imperial Palace Knights. Back in the Beowulf Duchy, one of the 4 ultra-powerful aristocratic families dominating the freezing northern Snow Mountains, the elite Duchy Knights heavily hyped her up, claiming she packed the raw potential to become the absolute greatest and youngest master swordswoman on the entire continent. Plus, she was hands down the most lethal powerhouse to ever spawn from the Beowulf bloodline. Honestly, Yan totally backed up those rumors. She was the exact type of walking red flag he needed to dodge. Getting onto her bad side would be a massive headache, so he had to defuse this bomb immediately. He played it cool, telling her she definitely had the wrong guy. But she wasn't buying it, deciding to drop the riddles. She cut straight to the chase. What was his actual endgame? Why the hell was he faking being weak? Our guy just blinked, hitting her with a clueless stare, swearing he literally had zero idea what she didn't flinch. Lorena exposed that she had secretly watched his sparring match by the massive stone sword. At first, she assumed he was just playing the pathetic human punching bag, like every other bottom-tier noob. But then, she realized her mistake. She caught him executing a devastating strike from barely 3 centimeters out. An insanely high-level technique that absolutely nobody in this camp could pull off. So, how does a supposedly trash-tier cadet? Internal panic set in. He knew he was fully busted, but he decided to double down on the clueless act. Right to the bitter end, defensively asking what kind of crazy talk she was spewing. Surprisingly, she backed off the interrogation, shrugging it off as her eyes just playing tricks on her. She reached out to shake his hand, offering a smooth apology. But the second he reached back, she violently flipped the script, snapping a blindingly fast strike right at his jaw. To his overpowered reflexes, though, the ambush looked like it was moving in slow motion. His brain raced. Why the sudden sucker punch? Was this just a brutal pop quiz? The strike was way too loaded with killer instinct. He had exactly 0 good options. So, he just braced himself and literally face-tanked, instantly clutching his bruised cheek in fake agony, screaming that she almost freaking killed him. Like, what the hell did he even do to deserve that? Lorena froze, completely glitching out in pure shock, staring down at him while stammering that he was supposed to block that. Jan instantly fired back, yelling that he already told her. He didn't know jack about whatever secret martial arts she was obsessed with. Feeling massively awkward, she fumbled through a frantic apology, swearing she didn't mean to actually assault him. Boom, psychological warfare secured. MC totally weaponized her guilt, playing the victim card of a helpless, brutally bullied peasant. Knowing her fierce, he knew she would swallow the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Desperate to make amends, she noticed his cargo and begged to carry his heavy crates, asking where he needed them. He threw out a polite, no thanks, but she straight up insisted, snatching a heavy box from him. As they walked off together, she told him to drop the formal honorifics and just treat her like a normal friend. He shot down her offer, citing their cadet status. But this high society noble wasn't having it, calling out the blatant double standard. The way senior students treated the rookies like absolute dirt completely disgusted her. She swore that once she inherited the duchy, she'd flip the script and protect the powerless. Man, she yaps a lot, he thought, tuning out her rant as the towering warehouse doors finally loomed in front of them. He slammed the heavy crates onto the concrete, flashing a quick thanks for helping him haul that massive load. She turned to dip, but suddenly paused. Tossing a razor-sharp glance over her shoulder, she dropped a loaded question. "You saw my strike back there, didn't you?" His eyes instinctively locked onto her hand. Deep down, as her footsteps faded, a dark realization hit him. This girl was sharp, way too sharp. Shaking her off wasn't going to be a walk in the park. A lethal urge spiked in his chest. Take her out. Now. Snapping Lorena's neck right here would be child's play, but triggering the wrath of the entire Bayou bloodline? Starting a massive war just because some noble chick was breathing down his neck? Total rookie mistake. He needed to keep his eyes on the ultimate prize, breaking out of this hellhole. Slipping into the dim restroom, his eyes scanned the grimy stalls. The hidden exit had to be right around here. Flashback to his Black Ops captain days. Runners were a dime a dozen, but absolutely nobody ever successfully ghosted this heavily guarded compound. Except for one absolute madman who actually made it to the tree line before getting snatched. Back then, he had casually cornered that rogue cadet, grilling him for his secret route. And the kid spilled everything without missing a beat. Zone 3, stall number 5, the one that's permanently locked. He checked the bathroom structural wall, slamming his fist through the crumbling plaster. A wicked smirk spread across his face. Bingo. Peering into the jagged opening, a pitch-black tunnel stretched into the abyss. It was insanely tight, but if he could just pry these massive bricks out of the way, he'd be completely off the grid. Done with this toxic meat grinder of a squad forever. Cut to midnight. The facility went dead. Every trainee was locked in their cages for the nightly head count. The guard barked out, "Cell 974. Crickets. Not a single peep. Panic flashed in the instructor's eyes as he rushed the bars, dead set on sounding the alarm. But out of the pitch-black shadows, Yan's raspy voice finally hit the air. He was just chilling there, completely frozen like a statue. The furious guard spat out a warning, demanding he snap to attention. With the head count cleared, the heavy steel doors clanged shut, and the facility went pitch black. Staring into the void, our guy reflected on the brutal lessons of this hellscape. Rule number 1. Stay low, stay quiet, stay alive. This was a one-shot operation. He literally had zero room for error. Even if he managed to snake through that claustrophobic tunnel, They'd unleash an absolute army of heavily armed guards right on his heels. The real nightmare was just beginning. Fumbling this means his busted body becomes a gruesome warning sign for the fresh meat. To pull this off, he desperately needed a master blueprint of the compound. With his current trash-tier physical stats, attempting this was basically suicide, but what other choice did he have? Crossing his legs, he dropped into a dead silent trance. Enter the Dark Dragon's Breath, an insanely overpowered mana hack strictly reserved for elite Black Ops commanders. Sure, he had the cheat codes memorized, but his frail vessel would literally shatter trying to run the software. He had to forge a raw mana engine deep inside his chest, a pure energy battery to handle the crushing pressure. But the clock was ticking, and building one from scratch was off the table. Firing up the dark art right now was a massive, lethal gamble. Backed into a corner, he mentally screamed. Flexing every dying muscle, he ignited the dragon's breath. Instantly, a violent surge of raw magical power hijacked his veins. The acceleration was genuinely terrifying. A crackling aura exploded from his pores, making it look like a literal mythical beast had possessed his physical shell. We're talking about the ultimate forbidden art of the First Emperor, the legendary warlord who literally soloed entire nations with just one god-tier blade. The absolute craziest part? The tyrant invented this mind-bending skill just because he was bored out of his mind. But out of nowhere, his eyes snapped wide open. Critical error. The pure mana was violently bleeding out from his core. Panic flooded his mind as thick, pulsing veins violently bulged across his neck and arms. Biting down hard enough to crack his molars, he swallowed a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly, the glowing aura completely short-circuited. Gasping for ragged air, he violently swore. Damn it, the brutal reality hit him. Trying to jumpstart an ultimate-tier skill with this pathetically weak physique was literally impossible. His frail hardware just couldn't handle the monstrous software. Flashback to the palace. The Emperor had once casually tossed him an ancient training scroll. Was the psycho tyrant secretly testing him, or was he just flexing his god-complex generosity? He still had no clue. The twisted catch? The dusty text only taught you how to inhale atmospheric mana, completely leaving out the most crucial part, how to actually lock that explosive power inside your body. He absolutely knew where the missing volumes were stashed, but right now, he had to break out before that catastrophic event triggered. Cut to the very next sunrise. The entire squad was totally hyped up, crowding around. The rumor mill was working overtime. Eavesdropping on their hushed, nervous chatter, it became but Yan mentally smirked. That little field trip? Not a chance in hell. If his past life memories were completely dialed in, he was crashing the party today. Going total ghost mode was the only play here. He desperately needed to blend into the background. But suddenly, Roman's booming voice completely shattered his cover from behind. The loudmouth was frantically scanning the sea of heads, screaming his name at the top of his lungs. Panicking, our guy violently yanked his dark hood up to dodge the unwanted spotlight. Just then, the intimidating drill sergeant stomped onto the yard. Instantly, the anxious trainees totally swarmed him, firing on— "Shut your mouths, you absolute morons," the sergeant roared, unleashing a sonic boom that made the entire crowd flinch. Our guy instantly clamped his hands over his aching eardrums. His mind raced. Was that a literal mind control frequency? Why the hell was this absolute psycho testing illegal suppression arts on a bunch of raw rookies? The sheer power— This insane mind control trick works by channeling raw mana straight into the vocal cords. For absolute beginners, just hearing this voice can be totally lethal. Cadets were literally bleeding from their eyes, mouths, and noses, their hearts threatening to explode right out of their chests. The instructor barked that their stats and ranks meant absolutely nothing. The real question was, did they even have a pulse-pounding reason to survive? Yan broke into a cold sweat. He never expected to cross paths with this absolute psycho ever again. Enter Damien, the ruthless head honcho of the Special Forces boot camp. A bunch of weak-kneed rookies completely lost their grip and were dragged away into the shadows by the commander himself. The remaining kids huddled together in pure panic, but he barked at them to snap back into formation. The instructor's piercing gaze was locked right onto their shaking bodies. Yan shot a terrified glance at Damien, realizing he had to play it incredibly safe. To this twisted maniac, low-tier recruits were nothing but disposable toys. If the headmaster even caught a whiff of his presence, his epic jailbreak plan, and honestly his actual life, would be instantly over. Smirking, Damien welcomed the shaking crowd, loudly declaring that every single soul gathered here was nothing but pathetic, bottom-barrel trash. He would love nothing more than to wipe them all out, but they should chill out. The Emperor generously bent over backward for rejects like them, giving them one final lifeline to join the elite Dragon Warrior initiative. Yan initially assumed there would be some hardcore, survival of the fittest trial. where the absolute best fighters score the legendary quest of guarding the Supreme Lord. But plot twist, they were actually jamming literal bugs into the recruits' brains, totally wiping their memories. The dark truth behind this hyped-up project was to mass-produce mindless meat shields for the Emperor, who could not even drop dead without a direct order. Damien gleefully threw his arms wide open and hyped up their glorious, bleeding heart ruler. He demanded they show some massive gratitude for his infinite mercy. Cue the forced, trembling applause. Damien chuckled, roasting the high-tier snobs by saying these losers actually clapped way harder. Yan silently vowed to become basically invisible. Suddenly, a brave idiot threw his hand and dared to ask the commander a question. Yan whipped his head around to see who it was. It was Roman. The kid stepped up and asked, "Is this whole Dragon Warrior gig seriously that big of a deal? If one of us actually makes the cut for this god-tier destiny, do you still get to smack us around like garbage? Every last one of us?" Bam! Out of nowhere, a high-speed bullet shredded right through his chest. Yan froze in horror as Roman collapsed into the dirt. Damien casually tilted his head. Oops, is he breathing? Bro had way too many chaotic thoughts rattling in that skull. You were all just insects anyway. The horrified recruits instantly swarmed around Roman. Pity washed over the crowd, and Yan quickly calculated that if someone clamped down on that bleeding wound, the guy might actually pull through. But stepping out of the pack right now was pure unalive territory. Shockingly, coughing up blood, Roman dragged himself back up and asked, "What did you just call us? We are just bugs." "Then why even drag street rats like us into this mess? To survive the gutters, I did dirty work and swallowed pure humiliation. But I kept fighting because I actually have a reason to live. The Emperor? Dragon Warriors? Does any of that toxic garbage even matter?" Yan clenched his jaw tight. He was spitting straight facts. Roman spit blood and screamed. "And you seriously expect us to die for some beloved overlord?" Damien just smirked, mocking how this pesky little bug was stubbornly packing total cockroach energy. "Rumor says you freaks can keep crawling even with your heads ripped off," and he was totally down to test that theory. As the psycho raised his glowing hand to charge a lethal spell, Roman trembled, but totally held his ground. Suddenly, a wild crystal mole leaped out of thin air. Right as the magical blast fired, the tiny creature vaulted into the crossfire, tanking the deadly bullet. Now, this crystal mole is not your average woodland critter. It is a rare, mountain-dwelling beast, known for way more than just looking adorable. This furry little landmine earned its sick name because whenever its glowing gems take a hit, it triggers a massive, blinding flashbang. The second that lethal blast struck the mole, boom, the creature detonated. Damien actually blinked in shock. And while the entire squad stood totally baffled by the random animal drop, the flashbang completely blinded Roman, sending him crashing down. But this time, he was out cold. The whole crew frantically scrambled to patch up the unconscious rebel. Meanwhile, Yan low-key felt awful for turning the poor mole into a literal bomb. He had snagged the little guy in the washroom earlier, keeping it as a wild card. Never in a million years did he think he would actually deploy it like a tactical grenade. The real nightmare, though? The commander. That hawk-eyed psycho definitely saw. If Damien clocked him throwing that mole, it was literally game over. But surprisingly, the ruthless boss just brushed it off, laughing that this kid's cockroach energy was off the charts. He actually dug it. Dismissing the terrified squad, Damien vanished, letting Yan finally exhale a massive breath of relief. Watching the unconscious Roman get hauled off, Yan silently roasted him for being a loud-mouthed fool. Cut to a bit later, Damien kicked back in his sleek office, a wicked grin stretching across his face, because he had just scored a hilarious new plaything. Yep, he totally caught Yan's sneaky mole trick. Fast forward a bit. Yan sneaked into a busted, forgotten bathroom in Sector 3 and resumed digging his super-secret escape tunnel. As the army crawled through the suffocating dirt chute, a chilling realization hit him. He had seriously messed up. 3 whole days had already vanished. How on earth did he forget his breathing mask? He pushed forward, desperately shoring up the collapsing dirt walls with heavy wooden planks. Day 3 of his underground grind was actually flowing perfectly. By funneling raw mana straight into his retinas, he completely negated the pitch-black darkness around him. The coast had been completely clear for 72 hours. This totally trashed room did not even exist on the official blueprints anymore. At this insane pace, he would bust out way ahead of schedule. He thrust his blade forward and instantly slammed into something solid. It was not dirt. He drove the knife deeper with intense force and splash! Something wet and unknown exploded right across his face. Right after he and the rest of the crew hit their grinding labor shift, the drill sergeant started barking roll call. The exhausted cadets furiously stacked massive barrels in absolute silence. But the second the guard barked Yan's name, he ordered him to freeze, gagging at the sketchy stench radiating off him. He commanded him to yank back his hood right that second. Yan whipped it off, playing it cool, claiming he'd accidentally smashed a cargo bin and gotten splashed with pure garbage. The drill master instantly recoiled, screaming for him to back the hell up before the foul stink melted his damn nose off. Later, our boy scrubbed himself down and scoured his gear, praying that would be enough to wash away the nasty funk. He breathed a massive sigh of relief. No one suspected a thing. He totally hadn't planned on busting a hole straight through the main sewage line, and the disgusting geyser that erupted out of it literally looked like a sludge dragon. Seriously, what were these dudes even eating for him to scrap with a beast like that? Still, he had zero reasons to stress. Nothing was going to derail his master plan now. He'd successfully secured blades, climbing lines, and all the survival gear he'd need for the breakout. On top of that, his physical conditioning was practically maxed out. Even though pushing his muscles to the absolute limit had him terrified he might actually drop dead from the sheer strength. But the insane gains were already paying off. Suddenly, the harsh murmurs of the trainers drifted from right around the corner. Jan swiftly threw on his clothes and crept closer, pressing himself against the wall to snoop. One of them whispered, "Hey, did you catch the latest rumor?" "Word is that Cadet Gale literally got just for cracking a smirk at the headmaster," his buddy muttered. The guy was so paralyzed by fear that he was literally gasping. The first guard brushed it off, saying they just needed to survive this shift. It was probably total cap anyway. Plus, the big boss was scheduled to head out shortly. Hearing that, our boy smirked. A golden window just cracked open. The head honcho would be completely off-site. Scoring this intel was an absolute game-changer. And there was no way he was fumbling this epic shot. He slipped away, totally clueless that someone was actively tailing his every move. Hours ticked by. He wrapped up his shift in the busted-up lavatory and turned to dip, but the sharp crunch of footsteps echoed out. He went rigid. Who the hell would be creeping around this dump? Who was it? Was it Lorena, the top dog herself? Did they actually catch wind of his breakout? Melting into the pitch-black hallway, he coiled his muscles, ready to throw hands, but the figure stepping into the light was just Roman. The guy smirked. "Oh, so it was you." Yan snapped back, clearly annoyed. "Yeah, what's it to you?" Yan made it crystal clear. If Roman was stalking him, he absolutely didn't have time to play stupid games. He stubbornly insisted he was just there on janitor duty, and told the guy to step aside. Then, eyeing him with pure irritation, he demanded, "Who do you think you're messing with? Those tiny scrapes mean literally nothing to me." Our protagonist scowled, staring right at the massive gash on the, pointing out that he was bleeding like an absolute geyser. Roman totally brushed it off, claiming it was just a popped zit. Just a nasty breakout he'd squeezed earlier. Yan obviously saw right through that garbage lie, so he hit him with a quick see ya, using his chores as an excuse to bail. But just as he tried to push past the bathroom door, Roman gave a wicked grin and asked, "So, did they assign you to dig a secret tunnel out of here?" Ice water flooded his veins. The smirking cadet leaned in, asking if the drill master would be hyped to uncover his little underground side quest. Catching that panicked glare, Roman knew he had him cornered, but in a split second, our MC lunged forward and slashed with his hidden dagger, drawing a sudden spray of crimson right from the dude's neck. Roman hissed through clenched teeth, his voice a raspy whisper. "What the hell are you doing?" But Yan couldn't finish the job. Snuffing him out would spark way too much heat. Sensing his hesitation, Roman broke the deadly tension, taunting him for going completely mute. "What's wrong? You do realize you'll get straight up executed for trying to ditch this place, right?" He totally hadn't planned on getting busted. He figured Yan should be on his knees, begging him to stay tight-lipped. Maybe, just maybe, Our boy simply stared him down and asked why he hadn't snitched already. Roman fired up instantly, yelling that he was going to march straight up to the boss right now and spill the entire tea. But Yan shot back with ice-cold confidence. "You won't breathe a word. You despise these special forces scumbags, way more than I do." Even with a blade kissing his throat, the guy couldn't mask his boiling fury. Yan knew deep down, Roman was absolutely desperate to make it back home. So he really wants to rat out an escape plan to the warden. Major cap. He's itching to break free himself. Roman smirked, admitting our protagonist was sharper than he looked. He analyzed his every move during their clash. If Yan actually wanted him dead, he'd be a corpse right now. Plus, Roman claimed he could easily pick him out of a massive crowd of recruits, because his aura just hits different. Our MC blinked, totally weirded out. "What a total creep. You memorized my scent?" Roman quickly waved his hands, swearing it wasn't some weird stalker vibe. So Yan flipped the script. "How exactly did you figure out the tunnel operation?" Roman chuckled, saying it was ridiculously basic. His messy tracks totally exposed him. Almost every zone in the facility rocked solid granite floors, yet he spotted a trail of pure white limestone powder. The boot size and the spacing of the steps were an absolute dead ringer for Yan. Our boy raised an eyebrow. Seriously? That was enough to confirm a massive jailbreak? Roman grinned, revealing he'd also snooped through the chore logs. Yan was haunting that specific spot way too often. Our guy nodded respectfully. The dude was way more big brain than his goofy appearance suggested. Roman blinked, completely thrown off. Was that a compliment or a low-key roast? He pressed for the actual game plan. Where exactly was he digging this secret tunnel? What were the actual odds of survival? Yan shot back, asking if he was down to join the crew. Roman hesitated, muttering that he couldn't just jump in blind. He needed a minute to process this insane risk. Yan practically shrugged. Fine, stay stuck in this hellhole. Sure, Roman had the raw talent to claw his way up the ranks in 10 years. But what about the people he was busting his back to protect? Even right now, he couldn't guarantee they were still breathing. In 10 years, they'd be ghosts. The clock was ticking. He had to make a call, right now. Roll with me, and we vanish by the day after tomorrow. Roman's expression went dead serious as he laid out the brutal truth. Yan had every single move mapped out, right? Yan just smirked, confirming it. Did he want the inside scoop? Roman pointed out the massive rank gap, 962 spots between them. If they actually pull this off, the guards are hunting Yan down first. Number 12 gets targeted immediately. Yeah, they wouldn't be here the day after tomorrow, because Yan would be 6 feet under. Yan cracked a grin, genuinely impressed that the big guy actually thought about the fallout. He usually gave off major punch-first, think-never vibes. Roman squinted, totally lost again. Was this dude hyping him up, or straight-up trashing him? Yan snapped at him to cut the whining. He had just as much skin in the game. So, what was the verdict? Roman squeezed his eyes shut, wrestling with the impossible choice. Finally, his eyes snapped open, locking onto Yan. There was just one detail. Pitch black swallowed the camp, and the head instructor rounded up every single cadet, humming a creepy little melody. He gloated about the crisp, chilling breeze. He dragged them all out in the dead of night to drop a massive bombshell. Normally, he wouldn't waste his evenings staring at their pathetic faces, but this update was just too juicy to hold back. Yan's mind raced. If his memory served him right, tonight was the brutal exam reveal. Damien's voice boomed. The date for their very first survival test was officially locked in. The rules were dead simple. Every single one of them was getting dumped into a specific death zone. Survive for exactly 1 week, and you pass. The drop zone? The infamous Blade Mountain Range. Yan rolled his eyes internally. Of course it was that absolute meat grinder. Legend had it, centuries ago, a desperate wanderer named Nilf trekked up there. He chased rumors of a miracle herb sprouting on those jagged peaks, the absolute only cure for his dying mother. The naive kid swore he'd bring back the medicine and marched straight into the wild. Spoiler alert, he got brutally shredded and devoured by a mutant beast. Locals say his mom stared out the window, waiting for him every single day until she took her very last breath. Honestly, the only silver lining in this tragedy was that she never found out her sweet boy became monster chow. The Blade Mountains are basically a massive breeding ground for nightmares, earning it the terrifying title of the Forbidden Zone. At the very edge, you get your basic, annoying goblins, but the deeper you hike, the more insanely savage the freaks get. We're talking exclusive apex predators, straight up to colossal, myth-level titans that'll crush you in a heartbeat. Even worse, those peaks hide entirely undiscovered abominations, unseen monstrosities lurking in the darkest, most isolated ravines, claiming the territory as their own. Damien violently clapped his hands, flashing a twisted, sadistic grin. He bet they were all just shaking with excitement. How many pathetic little bugs would actually survive the week? He was practically drooling, imagining the pure torment of these squirming cockroaches. Suddenly, a guard jogged up, totally cutting off his villain monologue, whispering about an urgent message requiring his immediate attention. Damien scowled, visibly ticked off, while Yan let out a quiet, knowing smirk. With an annoyed wave of his hand, Damien barked that the briefing was officially done. Everyone was dismissed. Yan pulled back his hood, analyzing the guy. He looked genuinely rattled, bailing on his big sadistic speech so incredibly fast without a single explanation. Panic erupted as the kids immediately started whispering about the suicide mission. Rookies getting dropped into that literal meat grinder? Almost zero chance of survival. Of course, the top-tier brats would get secret instructor bodyguards, since their parents had that shiny noble blood. Out of nowhere, a commanding voice screamed to clear the path. Lorena was making her grand entrance. Yan instantly yanked his hood down, realizing she commanded the crowd like a literal A-list celebrity, and he was standing way too close to the blast zone. He aggressively snapped his head away to hide his features. praying she'd just keep walking. But right as she brushed past, her icy eyes snapped straight onto him, making his heart skip a beat. She definitely saw him, but kept right on moving. Yan let out a long breath. Crisis averted. No point stressing over the Ice Queen now. He was literally about to bounce from this toxic prison anyway. He turned to Roman. Did he handle the prep? The big guy nodded, confirming the trap was completely set. Yan flashed a massive grin. Absolutely perfect. Then let him drool over his precious giant stone sword a little while longer. Roman was baffled. Why stare at that useless piece of junk? Yan chuckled darkly. Because tomorrow, it's going totally bye-bye. Roman shot him a wildly nervous side-eye. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked in Yan's mind. He realized exactly what the head guard was secretly ordered to pull off. Before the initial trials kick off, the head honcho has to drag himself to the Imperial Palace to brief the Emperor on the upcoming exams. The chief instructor absolutely despises kissing the Emperor's ring, but orders are orders. Just like that, the biggest roadblock in their breakout plan vanished into thin air. Tonight was the night. They were busting out. As darkness swallowed the compound, roll call kicked off. A guard stomped down the cell block, barking out cadet numbers. He hit number 974. Dead silence. Annoyed, the guard snapped, "Is this punk messing around again?" "Answer up, right now," he barked, calling the number. "Right here," our MC whispered. But the voice didn't come from the cell. It echoed right behind the guard's neck. Before the guy could even flinch, MC grabbed his head and dropped him cold. Stepping over the body, he shot a look at the crew. Time to work. Yan, Roman, and 2 other trainees finally made their move, breaking out of this hellish Black Ops training facility. "Clock's ticking," MC warned. "Guard swap is happening any minute." He ordered them to stash the body before anyone caught on to their stunt. Jake and Todd dragged the guard into the shadows, while Yan and Roman pushed forward. Jogging alongside him, Roman muttered, "I brought those 2, just like you asked. You sure they actually got the skills for this?" Roman eyed him sideways. "You're just using them as meat shields, aren't you?" Yan scoffed, shooting back that he wouldn't have recruited them if that was his game plan. Jake and Todd jogged up, dusting off their hands. "Relax, man," Jake whispered to Roman. "We aren't going to drag you down." After all, they were dodging a death sentence just like the rest of them. Yan threw up a hand, hissing at everyone to shut up. Waking the light-sleeping guards would be game over. The crew crept up to a massive, heavy iron gate. "This is why you're here," Yan muttered. "No way I could bypass this beast by myself." Sneaking out of the barracks to reach the busted, off-limits restroom meant cracking a double-gate security system. Here was the catch. 2 guys had to lock down the pressure plates just to trigger the heavy doors. But on the flip side of the second gate, someone had to crank a master lever. The play was simple. Duo number 1 holds the plates down, letting the other 2 slip inside. Then, the second duo yanks the lever to pop the first gate back open, letting the plate holders cross the threshold. A pure co-op puzzle. Flying solo was literally impossible. Catching onto the vibe, Roman nodded. "Got it." He locked eyes with Jake. "On my cue, we step." Jake gave a sharp nod, and the 2 planted their boots right on the floor triggers. Instantly, rusty gears shrieked, and the heavy metal doors slowly parted. Yan slipped into the gap, waving Todd through right behind him. "Do not move an inch," Yan ordered the duo on the plates. Sweating, Roman hissed, "How long do we hold this?" Jan's voice echoed back, telling him to freeze until he got the absolute green light. Then, the shadows swallowed them. Minutes dragged on. Roman's nerves were seriously starting to fray. Panic started creeping in. Why the hell was it taking this long? Suddenly, screech! The heavy iron gate slammed shut right in their faces. Heart pounding, Roman threw himself at the bars, smashing his fists against the metal. He totally lost it, swearing at Jan, screaming that he freaking knew it. He knew that bastard was going to leave him behind to rot. On the flip side of the bars, Yan just stood there, soaking up the meltdown with a total smirk. "Dude, are you blind?" Yan finally deadpanned. Click, the gates slid open again. Blinking in pure confusion, Roman stumbled back as Yan casually strolled out. "I literally said wait for the signal," Yan scoffed. "You couldn't even manage that. Seriously, who's the one choking here?" Yan carelessly wiped a streak of fresh blood off his cheek. Roman's eyes went wide. "Bro, whose blood is that? What the hell went down in there? And where is Todd?" Yan just waved him off, leading the crew past the second checkpoint. "We're perfectly fine. You're stressing over nothing." They got held up by a completely random wild card. Yan figured knocking out the bait with sleeping meds would be a breeze, but the drug tanked. Entering the next chamber, Roman froze. Splayed out on the floor was the massive corpse of a giant dire wolf. "Thing went totally psycho on me," Yan shrugged. "Took a minute to put it down." Roman was floored by the sheer size of the monster. Wait, you soloed this thing? Yan totally ignored the question, snapping back into leader mode. Keep moving. We need to bounce, right now. From there, it was smooth sailing. They ducked into the busted bathroom, squeezing through a dirt tunnel Yan had secretly carved out. And just like that, the 4 rogue trainees breached the perimeter of the hellish camp. Suddenly, a dirt-caked hand punched through the soil, right at the peak of a jagged cliffside. MC hauled himself out of the underground burrow, scanning the horizon. A crazy rush hit him. They actually pulled it off. While Jake and Todd grunted, dragging Roman's heavy self out of the muddy hole. Jan stepped right up to the cliff's edge. He squinted into the dark. No sirens, no search dogs, nothing. Yet. But there was zero chance the guards hadn't noticed the missing bodies by now. Roman dusted off his pants and strolled up. Man, that was a cakewalk. Honestly, kinda disappointing. Jan shot that down instantly. Staring up at the pale moon, he whispered, "You have no idea the absolute hell I went through to set this up. Seriously." He took a deep, greedy lungful of the cool night breeze. It had been, "So we chillin' here or we moving?" Roman asked. Jan's eyes went cold. "Stay frosty, guys. This nightmare? It's just getting started." He fished a tarnished pendant from his pocket, his eyes tracing the faded photograph of his family tucked inside. This was it. The brutal grind to reclaim his stolen life started right here. Snapping back to reality, he corralled the crew together. "Listen up, and listen close," he barked, his tone leaving zero room for argument. "I am only going over this game plan once." They were trapped inside the sprawling Atrion forest, a massive maze of towering, ancient redwoods, buried deep within the Empire's northern peaks. Tapping a digital map tablet and pointing at some carved figures, he broke down their harsh reality. They were dead center in this massive woodland, and Roman immediately pumped the brakes. "Hold up, wouldn't it make more sense to just lay low and bunker down in the darkest part of the woods? These redwoods are absolute giants with massive trunks. We could easily vanish behind them." He shot that idea down instantly. The absolute thickest hiding spots are exactly where the monsters swarm. Plus, the hounds are definitely already unleashed, so sitting still just makes us sitting ducks. A tracking squad of roughly 20 elite hunters was already breathing down their necks. If that kill squad cornered them, it was game over. They literally had only one viable play to boost their survival odds. They had to scatter, forcing the enemy forces to divide and conquer. By splintering off in completely opposite directions, the guards would be forced to break formation and split their manpower. Doing the quick math, that boiled down to just 5 pursuers per person. It basically leveled the playing field, giving every single one of them a fighting chance. Roman scoffed, crossing his arms in sheer frustration. "Oh, perfect. So I am just..." The hunters would naturally target the highest-ranking cadet right out the gate. He raised a challenging eyebrow at Roman. "You got a problem with that? Nobody forced you to sweat so hard during training, bro. But if we stick together as a massive squad, we are absolutely going to get..." At the absolute minimum, one of them needed to make it out alive. Jake and Todd swallowed hard, swapping completely panicked looks. Yan clapped his hands. "And that right there is exactly why we split. Any objections?" Roman scowled, throwing his hand up. "Yeah," he pointed aggressively at the tactical map. "Every single piece on this board has a rank number slapped on it. So why the hell does mine literally just say fool?" The MC completely blanked him, turning away. "Hey, do not dare ignore me," Roman yelled, but his complaints were drowned out as Jake stepped up, a heavy sincerity in his eyes as he thanked Yan. "Man, without you pulling the strings, we would be rotting in this hellhole. I swear on my life, I will pay back this massive debt someday." They wouldn't even need to fake being strangers. The MC mentally sized Jake up. He had pegged the guy as just another basic cadet, but clearly, he had some serious hidden motives to put his life on the line. Roman just rolled his eyes, utterly disgusted. "This is so incredibly cringe. I seriously hope I never have to look at any of your faces again." Yan smirked. "You are a top-tier cadet, Roman, but an absolute stone-cold sociopath." Blushing violently, Roman frantically rubbed his nose and snapped, "Shut up!" Yan brought the mood back down. "Real talk, the only way our paths cross again is if we all get dragged back in chains. If we literally never see each other again." Staring at him, the MC couldn't help but think Yan sounded way too philosophical, like a tired old war veteran. Did this guy secretly regress back in time too? Forming one last tight circle, the MC nodded. Roman actually nailed it. "I pray I never see you losers again." With those final words hanging in the air, they completely vanished into... Yan blitzed through the dense undergrowth like a total... He figured the rest of the crew was probably sprinting like their lives depended on it, which meant it was officially time for him to kick things into high gear. Inhaling sharply to ignite his dragon's breath, he instantly triggered his ultimate mobility skill, the wings of the wind bird. He blasted forward at blinding speed, tearing through the darkness and leaving absolutely nothing behind but a trail of shimmering, residual light. Scaling a massive redwood in seconds, he balanced flawlessly on the highest branch and scanned the endless canopy. Frustration chewed at him. This current body's pathetic physical limits were a massive handicap. He was already struggling just to keep the basic dragon's breath active. His frail mana circuits simply couldn't handle the intense magical output. Catching his breath, he thought back to his ragtag squad, a soft smirk crossing his face. He wondered if those— God, I am so incredibly weak right now. In his past life, he was the terrifying 5th captain of the Special Forces, an absolute god of stealth assassinations. Staring at his trembling hands, he seriously questioned if his broken new vessel had even inherited a fraction of his former legendary skills. Cut to the abyss of loneliness. A furious instructor slammed his fist down, demanding to know if the elite tracking unit had reported back yet. His partner shook his head grimly. Absolute radio silence. Those brain-dead morons, the instructor roared. How the hell did they let them slip away unnoticed for so long? We need to hunt those filthy deserters down right this second. If the head instructor, that complete psychopath, gets back from the royal palace and finds them missing— Sweating bullets, his colleague nodded frantically. Yeah, we absolutely have to bag them before that monster steps foot on base. Out of nowhere, a heavy, suffocating grip clamped down onto the instructor's shoulder. A chilling voice whispered, "Sounds to me like you're going to fail." It was Damien. The complete psychopath was already back. The instructor's face drained of all color as he desperately stammered out pathetic excuses, but Damien's eyes were icy. He definitely heard the blatant disrespect. Suddenly, a twisted, sinister smile stretched across Damien's face as a dark idea clicked in his head. Releasing his crushing grip, he patted the terrified man. "Hey, breathe." The instructor bowed furiously, an absolute nervous wreck. "I am so sorry, sir. My mouth just moved." Damien shrugged it off, spitting that folks talk trash about the Emperor himself behind his back. Meanwhile, his goons blocked another instructor from stepping in. He cornered the sweating guy, staring him down. Was he the one running the cadet barracks? "You must be completely exhausted," Damien mocked, his tone dripping with fake sympathy. The instructor frantically waved his hands, stuttering that the boss shouldn't sweat it. The elite tracking squad had the situation totally on lock. Damien just tilted his head, his eyes turning dead. Oh? But how exactly do they fix this, when the massive screw-up already happened? Without a second of warning, he slammed the dude into the floor with terrifying force. A sickening crunch echoed as his legs twisted backward into a totally horrible— A blood-curdling shriek ripped through the dead silence. The guy thrashed, desperately trying to crawl away, while Damien coldly laid out the facts. This idiot didn't even realize a breakout was brewing. He had zero clue they were digging a literal underground tunnel right beneath his nose. He completely missed them swiping all the survival gear. Tears streaming down his face, the broken man sobbed for mercy, begging for just one more shot. Instead, Damien casually planted, grinding his face into the dirt. He whispered down, staring the Grim Reaper right in the face. The instructor hyperventilated, choking on his own spit as he begged for his life. "You couldn't even sense me standing right behind you," Damien scoffed, crushing down with even more brutal pressure. Snap. A gruesome squelch followed as the floor painted dark red. Wiping his shoes, Damien strolled over to his crew and ordered them to recall the hunters. He was taking the wheel. His subordinate hesitated, nervously asking if the boss was really going to get his own hands dirty this time. A twisted smirk spread across Damien's face. He'd found a shiny new toy to play with, and he just couldn't resist. Fast forward, the sun was already blazing high in the sky. Deep in the woods, Team 3 of the elite Black Ops squad was hunting the runaways. Out of nowhere, squad leader Kelly froze. He flashed a quick hand signal, bringing the unit to a dead halt. His boys whispered, demanding to know what the holdup was. Did the trail go cold? Kelly yanked off his mask, his eyes narrowed. No, things are moving way too smoothly. Doesn't it feel off to you guys? Like, suspiciously easy? Gale and Andre just rolled their eyes, reminding him they were literally just hunting Cadet 974. Of course it was a total cakewalk. They groaned that Kelly was overthinking things, being a paranoid freak again. Gale pointed out the extremely obvious footprints leading straight away from— They had a crystal clear path, showing exactly where the kid ran. This little pup was just wetting himself trying to ditch us, he laughed. Honestly, Kelly, is your massive paranoia the exact reason your ex-teammates always ghosted you? Kelly flared up, aggressively wondering if he was the only guy here with a working brain. Still, his gut screamed that something was horribly wrong. Watching the heavy mist start, he barked at his squad to pick up the pace. They had to bag this runaway before he completely— They trudged forward, taking their sweet time. Gale smugly bragged that pulling number 974 meant they'd wrap this up and be back at base in no time. Man, I pity the squad hunting number 12 right now. They're definitely fighting for their lives. Andre scoffed, arguing that 12 was still just a green cadet, so he'd get clapped in cuffs soon enough. Gale chuckled, calling Andre way too full of himself. Remind me, bro, what was your pathetic rank back in boot camp? In a terrifying flash of shadows, Ian materialized right behind Gale. A swift grab, a blur of motion, and he dragged the guy straight up into the dense canopy. Andre opened his mouth to fire back a sharp insult, but blinked. The space beside him was completely empty. Yo, Gale, where'd you wander off to? He shing. A cold steel blade whipped out from behind the massive oak, and just like that, the hunting party was down to its final man. Catching the rustle, Kelly whipped around, absolutely fuming. Will you idiots shut up? Is this a freaking camping trip? The target's gonna bolt if he hears you. But the forest was dead silent. He frantically scanned the woods, a freezing chill creeping up his spine. His entire squad had vanished, erased, without a— How is this even physically possible? Swept away, and his gut instinct had been spot on this whole time. No, he panicked. This is actually insane. This cannot be real. Even if they had been tracking the monstrous number 12, there was zero chance a rookie could instantly wipe out Special Forces operators. So how the absolute hell did the bottom tier number 974 pull this off? Suddenly, fingers clawed down toward his skull from the branches overhead. Kelly's survival instincts kicked in, and he spun like a top, violently slashing upward. His strike packed crazy power, literally carving straight into the tree trunk. You arrogant little punk, he roared out. You want to— Swish. A practically invisible, heavy-duty fishing line coiled tightly around his throat. Kelly violently choked as his combat boots left the dirt. High up in the branch, a blinding, white-hot agony flared across Kelly's windpipe. The raw wire sliced brutally deep into his flesh, and as he dangled, the clumsy footprints, the torn pieces of fabric, they weren't mistakes from a panicked kid. They were perfectly placed bait. Gasping for breath, he stared up into Ian's dead eyes, wheezing that this was totally impossible. There was no universe where Cadet 974 could wipe out a Black Ops hit squad. He choked out his teammates' names, a cold dread washing over him as he realized they were already rotting in the dirt. A few agonizing seconds later, his violently thrashing legs just stopped dead. Team 3 of the pursuit force had been entirely wiped off the map. Without skipping a beat, Ian shifted his grip and scaled even higher, and flipping the dead man's combat knife in his hand, Ian inspected the sharp edge. Not bad at all, he thought. This will definitely come in handy. Executing that brutal ambush honestly felt way easier than he initially planned. If he kept channeling his body enhancement technique, tearing through these so-called elites wouldn't even make him sweat. But the clock was seriously ticking. He had to completely ditch this forest before the thick mist rolled back in. The area was absolutely painted with fresh blood, and the tracking hounds would catch that metallic stench in a heartbeat, leading a whole army straight. Smothering himself in that gross slime was his best shot at slipping off their radar. Sure, the berries on this plant were straight up toxic, and the leaves reeked like absolute garbage. But if he mashed them into a thick paste and slathered it from head to toe, he actually had a chance to vanish. Tracker dogs absolutely despised that foul odor, making him basically invisible to their noses. This nasty weed was his golden ticket out. He had to move. The clock was ticking loud and clear. He knew damn well that even if he bolted to the absolute edge of the Empire, nowhere was true, not with their massive dragnet closing in from land and sky. But wait, his eyes darted up. A thick pillar of black smoke was billowing into the clouds. The elite squad would never be that sloppy, which meant only Jake or Todd could be camping in that sector. Absolute morons. Did those clowns seriously think this was some kind of relaxing Boy Scout trip? If they didn't kill that fire immediately, the entire search party would swarm them. He fiercely shook his head, trying to squash the panic. This wasn't the time to play the hero for those losers. He only dragged them along to act as living meat shields anyway. Them drawing all the heat was exactly what he needed to slip away. Yet, the memory of their chat from last night echoed in his brain, and his legs were already sprinting toward the blaze before he could stop himself. His stomach tied into anxious knots, desperately rationalizing that keeping those idiots alive might actually pay off later. If he could just snuff out those flames before the hunting hounds caught the scent, it would be fine. He mentally prepared to trigger his speed boost. Boom. Ice water flooded his veins. The hair on the back of his neck stood straight up. He recognized that suffocating pressure immediately. The exact same gaze of the Grim Reaper, that something monstrous was lurking right behind his back, burning a hole through his skull. That predatory aura wrapped around his throat like a massive python, right before Damien's chilling voice sliced through the silence. The psycho actually praised him for taking the bait, purring about how he knew from day one that the kid was a fascinating little toy. Yan's eyes darted frantically to the side. A tiny butterfly fluttered past, but his anxiety was so dialed up that his fragile wings sounded like a roaring hurricane. Damien kept taunting, bragging about how he just knew the kid would put on a spectacular, and boy, did he over-deliver. The instructor's intuition was dead on. Stepping smoothly out of the pitch-black shadows, Damien flashed a wicked grin and welcomed him to the rear. Yan was completely paralyzed, unable to choke out a single word. A jagged bolt of lightning ripped across the dark sky, followed seconds later by an earth-shattering crack of thunder. That a torrential downpour was on the menu, playfully wondering if he should just stick to frying the kid with raw lightning instead. The MC stole a panicked, sweaty glance at the monster, his brain screaming that this had to be a nightmare. Why the hell was the head honcho standing right here? Before pulling off this prison break, he double-checked, absolutely confirming the guy was safely away at the royal capital. Rumor had it that the higher-ups had chewed the instructor out so violently, he was practically one step away from a prison cell himself. So how the heck did he teleport here? Was the entire timeline glitching out? Did his tiny ripples completely rewrite history? But what exactly triggered it? Not a single move he made should have even blipped on this guy's radar. His reckless stunts had clearly fractured the timeline, ripping open plot holes that never existed in his past life. He had completely shattered his own guaranteed future. Damien tilted his head, mocking the boy by asking what lame parlor trick he was going to pull out next. Maybe tossing a crystal mole? Or a Yan's face tightened in dread, realizing this freak had been watching him spam those moves too. The grinning instructor leaned in, asking if the kid was actually— But honestly, the guy admitted he was low-key impressed. He genuinely didn't expect a rookie to orchestrate a massive breakout overnight. The kid was wildly fast on his feet. The whole stunt had definitely caught him off guard at first, leaving him a bit dizzy, but Yan's sheer audacity had instantly put a massive target on his— He assumed this camp was just a breeding ground for pathetic cockroaches. Yet, here was this shiny, rare mutant hiding in the trash. The MC swallowed hard, realizing his flashy escape was the dumbest mistake of his life. He had zero clue how violently he'd altered his destiny. But staring down this monster? Yeah, things literally could not get— Actually, scratch that. They absolutely could. This chief instructor was legendary, famously crowned as one of the continent's elite 3 swords. Though he wouldn't officially earn that hardcore title until years down the road. Right now, he was just the supreme boss of this hellhole. Catching Yan's furious, deathly glare, Damien just flashed a wicked grin and cooed about how utterly adorable the kid was. He busted out laughing, practically shouting that this was peak entertainment. He eagerly pointed out that Yan's brain was frantically calculating a way to murder him right now, wasn't it? The psycho admitted he hadn't felt this alive in years. He playfully dared the boy to spill his grand assassination plan. Most normal humans would be pissing themselves and plotting an escape route by now. But this crazy kid was actively hunting for a kill shot. It left the instructor totally speechless. Wiping a tear of joy, the boss finally dialed back his laughter. He confessed he had zero impulse control when having fun, but decided to toss the boy a once-in-a-lifetime offer. All the humor instantly drained from the man's face, leaving as he commanded the rookie to take his best swing. If he managed to land a fatal blow, he'd hand him the sweet freedom he was dying for. Jan's pupils dilated in raw shock, while Damien just wore a smug, satisfied smirk, feeding off the drama. But the second that challenge left his lips, the monster's aura shifted, evaluating the boy like a true predator. He had seriously never crossed paths with anyone built like this before. A trash-tier cadet somehow slaughtered a demonic hellhound and completely wiped out an elite tracking squad. The kid's street smarts, insane guts, and sheer stamina were leagues above the rest of the garbage in this camp. It honestly felt like the brat was biologically engineered for some legendary destiny. With a growth rate this cracked, what kind of absolute menace was he destined to evolve into? Noticing the boy's muscles tensing up, Damien eagerly braced himself for a spectacular, flashy attack, but the kid threw the wildest curveball imaginable. The MC violently slammed to his knees and desperately shrieked for help. Damien's brain completely short-circuited, leaving the terrifying boss utterly speechless. Yan stared up at him with huge, pathetic eyes, trembling as he cried out, "Wait, you're the head boss, right? Oh man. My vision is so blurry, I couldn't even tell." He has zero clue who he's dealing with. Escaping? Not even on his radar. The crew snatched him up, threatening to end him if he stepped out of line. He figured the nightmare was over when they ditched him, but then this absolute menace rolled up. Damien smirked, asking if he was seriously playing the victim card. The kid nodded frantically, pinning the entire breakout on number 12, swearing he had been trashing the guy's name for days. Damien just scoffed. Did this scrub actually think he would buy that cheap acting? The MC's voice shook violently as he turned on the waterworks, milking the pity angle hard. But Damien clocked the hustle instantly. In a flash, a blade zipped straight for his face. Damien snatched it out of thin air, sneering. "Trying to pull a fast one while I'm distracted?" "Total letdown," he mocked. but the literal millisecond his eyelids fluttered, a twin blade materialized inches from his pupil. He jerked back just in time, the cold steel grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Damien's mind raced. He threw 2 daggers perfectly stacked. He seriously underestimated what this little rat had up his sleeve. Whipping his head around, he found nothing but empty space. Did he bolt? So this was his master plan all along. Out of nowhere, Yan dropped from the sky right above his head, declaring that this was the real endgame. The instructor glared up, deeply annoyed, trying to compute how the kid got the drop on him so flawlessly. Without missing a beat, the MC unleashed the 15th form of elusive shadow. Shadow summoning. A blinding flash erupted as he swung. Yan bounced back. His clean strike had been totally deflected. He definitely didn't see that coming. A fresh slice stung his shoulder. Locking eyes on the writhing tendrils of black mist, he calculated. Did this psycho seriously hide behind shadow armor? Refusing to stall, Yan lunged right back into the fray. The pitch-black fog churned, hurling massive, solidified chunks of dark matter straight at his head. The MC weaved through the chaotic barrage, but if this pressure kept up, he was absolute toast. Swapping tactics, he whipped out his dagger, slicing his palm right across the edge. Blood empowered the steel. He popped the first shadow form, merged it with the 5th sense secret art, and triggered darkness absorption. A few vicious slashes completely vaporized the mist. But the blade shattered into pieces. Damien laughed, admitting he had promised to let him walk if he won. But yeah, he was totally capping. There was zero chance he was giving up a toy this unhinged. Stepping out of the vanishing shadows, Damien cheered like a maniac. This kid was one of a kind. He could mess with him for the rest of his life and never get bored. Yan cringed inwardly. He had literally just drawn the aggro of a rabid dog, but then his eyes locked onto something wild. A tattoo flashed on the instructor's shoulder, a mark he had seen just 22 hours before the breakout. Flashback to the cadet barracks, known as the mass grave. The lights-out siren had just wailed. The MC was chilling on his cot, hyping himself up because the escape plan was locked in. It was his final night rotting in this hellhole. Freedom and his long-lost family were finally within reach. He practically knows zero about his bloodline. His only tie to them is one beat-up medallion. But they would be reunited soon. He just wanted a chill, normal life with his people. Fiddling with the pendant, the glass cover randomly cracked, a shard popping completely off. He cursed under his breath. This artifact was his only solid lead. But wait, catching a glimpse of something hidden behind the glass, he pried it open, revealing a bizarre, engraved design. It instantly clicked. This had to be his family crest. The intricate sigil was carved right into the backing. But why stash it like a secret? If his bloodline flexed a whole crest, he definitely wasn't born to some random peasants or slaves. This was massive. The breadcrumbs just multiplied. If he could track down anyone who recognized the icon, he could finally find his roots. At least, that was the vibe. Until he spotted the exact same emblem inked on this psycho instructor. Why the hell did he have his family's crest tattooed on his shoulder? Damien ripped off his shredded shirt, taunting him. Why the pause, kid? Don't tell me you were throwing in the towel already. Yan completely zoned him out, his brain short-circuiting. The crest was right there, on the literal worst person possible. Could this absolute lunatic actually be family? No way, the math wasn't mathing. Damien glared, annoyed that his favorite punching bag was spacing out while the party was just peaking. Guess I gotta force it, Damien growled. The dark threat snapped Yan right back to reality. In a split second, the instructor teleported point blank, whispering that his free trial on life had just expired. Operating on pure instinct, Yan launched into a brutal roundhouse kick aimed at his skull, but the instructor casually blocked the strike with one, praising the raw power behind it. Where did you steal those moves? He mocked. Now, let me show you a real magic trick. Sickly black tendrils erupted from his shadow, hardening into razor-sharp spikes. Then, an absolute forest of dark blades sprouted from the concrete beneath them. The MC threw himself into a frantic evasion, barely dodging getting skewered alive. Scrambling back to a safe zone, he realized the terrifying truth. The instructor was literally just toying with him. If he had actually been trying, Yan would have been shredded by those black daggers instantly. He could probably ghost him the second his guard dropped. But if he bolted now, he would never uncover the truth behind the crest on his skin. He desperately needed to dig up the truth about his bloodline. There was a solid chance this total psycho actually had ties to his family. A massive, continent-shattering uprising was brewing on the horizon. History would soon brand it the Armenia Rebellion. A bloodbath destined to wipe over countless elite noble houses were about to be completely wiped out. This brutal war would leave a permanent scar, dragging the entire royal family into absolute crosshairs. But the supreme ruler would eventually crush this massive revolt, swinging his colossal greatsword. He ruthlessly executed the masterminds, slaughtered their entire bloodlines, and then burned everyone else to ashes. The inferno raged non-stop for nearly a month, earning that horrific era the title of the 20 Days Sunset. And the main puppet master behind this chaos? The illegitimate son of the former emperor. Wild rumors instantly flooded the streets regarding why. This massive revolution had completely crashed, but the actual truth was buried forever, since every single record of the bloodbath had been torched. Still, anyone who actually lived through the terror ranked him among the continent's 3 swords, though most just knew him as the lethal head instructor of the Special Forces Training Center. Damien casually strolled up, flashing a fake smile as he noted the guy was completely zoning out, totally lost in his own head. John's mind was racing. If his family was secretly tangled up with this head instructor and the impending Armenian rebellion, his own flesh and blood would get completely slaughtered in the upcoming war. He absolutely had to shut this down. Bailing out right now was officially off the table. He needed to stick around this hellish boot camp and secure the instructor's absolute loyalty. He had to manipulate him into thinking he was an irreplaceable, banking on the fact that he'd eventually back him up. So, he played the fanboy, hyping up how mind-blowing the guy's combat skills were. He totally didn't expect to personally hunt him down like prey. Damien smirked, clearly eating up the praise, but the absolute second the MC mentioned how the special ops captain was probably super grateful for all his hard work, Damien's face totally dropped into a massive scowl. Before Yan could even spit out another syllable, Damien viciously grabbed his skull, practically teleported forward, and slammed him into a massive tree trunk with bone-crushing force, barking out that his little joke was absolutely hilarious. A deafening snap echoed through the forest as the MC was launched several yards through the air, physically snapping massive tree trunks in half with his own body. When gravity finally kicked in, he violently hacked up blood, desperately trying to pull himself together. The instructor casually strolled over, violently yanking him right off the dirt by his collar, growling that he actually liked the kid, but he seriously needed a filter. Did he honestly have a death wish popping off like that? Choking for air, he shot back that even his reckless trash talk could drop some insanely valuable intel. And Damien actually paused, giving him exactly 1 second to prove it. The moment Yan casually dropped that he knew the exact fatal weakness to take down the captain, Damien's entire vibe shifted. He practically hissed, calling him a total moron, demanding to know how a scrub like him could possess classified info. With a bloody smirk, he revealed Sector number 52 was his ultimate Achilles heel. Damien's eyes went wide with sheer shock, demanding, "Are you dead serious right now?" Fast forward a few hours back at the train. Damien was swapping out his ripped gear, violently complaining that his fresh uniform was way too tight. He was seriously pissed about trashing his top-tier outfit, but it was whatever. Right on cue, his underling stepped up, asking what they should do with the 3 targets he previously mentioned. He coldly ordered him to toss them straight into an unmarked mass grave. He absolutely refused to waste brainpower on worthless bugs. Damien was just about to bark another order when a massive dude blocked his path, totally calling him out for acting like he was drowning in work. He told him to take a good, hard. Dude clearly had way too much free time on his hands. Just locking eyes with this guy made the head instructor's blood absolutely boil. But he forced himself to swallow his mass. The guy taunted, "Are you just slacking off? Go ahead, make an excuse." Damien plastered on a fake smile, sarcastically asking why Captain Meyer himself decided to randomly crash his zone uninvited. Enter Rodrigo Meyer, the absolutely legendary, top-tier captain of the Special Operations Squad. A full progress report on how his latest boot camp was holding up, and Damien shot back with zero emotion, claiming they were grinding their absolute gears off. The captain totally called his bluff, claiming he'd heard a very different story, to which Damien smugly clapped back that he'd actually heard his fresh recruits were already absolutely styling on the captain's elite squad. Rodrigo totally shut that down as absolute garbage, bragging that his center's graduates were literal monsters on the battlefield. Damien threw the shade right back, asking if his squad's trash performance was the rookie's fault, or if the guy pulling the strings was the one who actually needed a beatdown. The captain gave a chillingly polite thank you for the toxic advice, swearing. Suddenly, Damien's subordinate felt raw, suffocating mana, violently pulsing through the air, completely warping the gravity around them. It was absolutely insane. Normal humans would instantly black out from this kind of pressure. Breaking the tension, Rodrigo casually dropped that he heard Damien completely blew off to show up at the palace. Damien shot back that he was busy grinding on actual important stuff, completely refusing to waste his life sitting through some snooty, useless, aristocratic meet and greet. The captain dangerously stepped closer, asking what in the world could possibly trump a direct command from His Majesty the Emperor himself. He sneered, guessing. The guy truly believed that having some fancy royal blood pumping through his veins made him untouchable. Those words totally struck a nerve, pushing the instructor right to the captain threw out a wild accusation, demanding to know if he bailed on the meeting because the trainees had broken out of the facility. He mocked him for losing control, but the guy totally cut him off. He coldly shut down the rumor, stating flat out that 0 recruits had fled. Pushing right past him, he left Rodrigo totally baffled. Rodrigo swore he heard him loud and clear. Shooting a glare back, he snapped, asking if the old man's ears were finally giving out. Meanwhile, the rookies marched out into the yard, shadowed by their drill sergeants, gearing up for the brutal trial ahead. Out of nowhere, he dropped a massive hint, asking if he'd noticed the sudden cockroach infestation. Spinning around, the captain demanded an explanation, and he casually replied that whenever he spots a pest crawling around the base, he stomps it out without hesitation. But the frustrating part? No matter how many you squash, the swarm just keeps multiplying. Luckily, he'd just tracked down their filthy nest, and he was about to wipe out the entire brood. Throwing up a sarcastic goodbye, he strolled off, flashing a wicked smirk as he muttered to his right-hand man that seeing the captain sweating bullets totally made his day. That geezer better start booking his own casket. Was every single word he just spitted pure facts? Ripping off his mask, he fired back that there was 0 reason to stress. He never double-crosses his own crew. The truth would slap him in the face soon enough. The intel was rock solid. And just like that, our MC dropped right back into the hellish boot camp. Simons County, deserted block 592. This ghost town was Yan's childhood turf, a dead zone, completely wiped clean of locals. Sprinting up to his best friend's crib, he hollered at her to crack the window open. He had something insane to show off. He'd snagged this massive rat, claiming the gross thing was adorable, met with total dead silence. He wondered out loud if she was MIA. He was just about to ditch the spot when the glass suddenly slid up, and the girl snapped, asking if he had absolutely lost his mind. Who in their right mind wants to stare at a literal sewer rat? A squirrel would have been way better. Honestly, this gutter of a neighborhood was no place to raise kids. Yet somehow, the captain's own daughter was stashed right there. Dumping this massive bombshell on the drill sergeant barely earned a blink. He explained that kids were basically a rare spawn in those slums, so the few living there were super tight. Damien broke it down with heavy sarcasm. The same little girl he messed around with back in the day just magically happened to be the captain's kid? Talk about insane. The MC instantly caught the vibe. The head honcho wasn't buying a single word. The fake out was way too wild to swallow. He needed to manipulate this guy into believing there was pure bad blood between the special ops boss and the head drill sergeant. This guy had been aggressively tearing the entire county apart just to pinpoint the captain's Achilles heel, hitting massive dead ends every single time. That flinching reaction totally gave him away. The MC had to weaponize this intel immediately. Damien pressed him hard. Even if he knew her exact coordinates, what made him so sure she was the ultimate leverage? The MC fired back that he heard it straight from the source. During a secret run-in with her, she confessed she was packing her bags permanently. Shady targets had a massive hit out on her dad, so they were hunting her down to use as the ultimate bait. Her old man ordered an immediate evacuation, and literally days later, she vanished without a trace, dragged off by a squad decked out in pure black tactical gear. It wasn't until he hit this camp that it clicked. Those shadows were elite Black Ops operatives, and her dad was the one calling the shots. Soaking up the crazy story, Damien flashed a dangerous grin, mocking how insanely convenient this entire plotline was piecing together. First, he just so happens to be childhood besties with the commander's kid. Next, he stumbles onto the massive, toxic beef between the sergeant and the boss man. Then, he figures out Damien is hunting for leverage, and boom, he holds the golden ticket to that exact weakness. Do these kind of god-tier coincidences actually exist in the real world? Yan played it off, bragging that Lady Luck was totally carrying him, but Damien ruthlessly launched a sharp object straight at his head. Slipping the attack at the last microsecond, the blade shattered against the concrete behind him, slicing a thin red line across his cheek. Icing him out, the instructor, instead of buying into this ridiculous fairy tale of lucky breaks, he was pegging him dead on as a rat working for the captain. Didn't that make way more sense? Wiping the fresh blood off his jaw, the MC kept his cool, admitting it was totally natural for him to jump to that conclusion. The timing really was wildly sus. One clue, then another. He'd been hoarding every single drop of intel just to stay alive. The buried childhood trauma, the commander's heavily guarded family ties, the brutal pecking order inside the Black Ops squad, and especially their explosive rivalry. He ruthlessly filtered out the useless garbage, keeping only the high-tier secret that could actually save his neck. He smashed his scattered memories and stolen data together, inside his brain like a twisted puzzle, purely to survive this hellhole. He laid it out flat. If he really was a mole for the boss, like the guy claimed, he never would have put his life on the line trying to break out. He only kept this trump card hidden as a backup in case the jailbreak completely flopped. Weighing his next move, he decided to heavily lace his pure facts with absolute poison, perfectly calculating how to drag the head instructor's mind through a brutal roller coaster of insane hope and crushing despair. The heavy scales of absolute faith are about to clash with gnawing doubt, but spoiler alert, faith. The second he dropped the bombshell, claiming he knew exactly where her missing daughter was, his entire vibe instantly shifted. He was going to prove that betting on him was the ultimate flex. Pretty soon, the guy wouldn't have any choice but to play right into his hand. Shoving his chair back, Damien paced over to the window, his heart hammered in his chest. Did the odds just flip? So, Lady Luck really is completely obsessed with him? The instructor muttered. Yan had actually pulled it off, proving the rumors completely true. The kid was basically a walking cheat code. Damien snapped, telling him to shut his mouth. I'm pretending today never happened. Get out of here, and keep this totally quiet. Heading straight for the door, a smirk crept onto his face. Test passed. He definitely didn't buy every single word of that story, but hey, it was a start. No need to rush things. He waved him off, sarcastically wishing him sweet dreams. The second the door clicked shut, Damien snatched up the kid's file. Number 974. Seriously? Were the instructors just completely blind? Either the whole ranking system was total garbage, or something much deeper was going on. And right then, a hidden detail in the file, a wicked grin spread across his face. Fast forward 1 week to Blade Ridge, the absolute bloodbath of the Special Squad's first exam. The Emperor himself had straight up banned anyone from stepping foot in this wasteland. It was swarming with nightmare-level monsters, making it an absolute death trap. Case in point, a nasty swamp goblin lunged right at a squad of rookies, but in a flash of steel, one of the cadets absolutely shredded it. Watching the beast crumble so easily, the youngest kid cheered, hyping them up. Ha! Knew we. The main swordsman let out a massive breath, while their tank scoffed, acting totally unimpressed. Man, Blade Ridge ain't even that crazy. Shut it, the swordsman hissed, his eyes darting around the shadows. We're still surrounded by freaks. But his buddy just waved off the warning. Chill out, man. We literally just wiped the whole zone clean. Plus, the only rule to pass this insane exam was just to survive in these mountains for 7 days. At this pace, they were going to cruise right through it. I said keep your voice down, the swordsman barked, the sudden anger making the younger kid instantly flinch and mumble a quick apology. Are you seriously getting hyped up and forgetting the actual win conditions for this hellhole? Surviving wasn't enough. They had to slaughter monsters and hoard their mana cores. Even if they didn't die, their final rank completely depended on their loot stash. If they wanted to actually beat the elite snobs from the 4 great families, they needed way more cores. Glaring at his squad, he ordered them to lock in and pace themselves. Stay frosty. If we keep our guard up, our skills are enough to... But before the words even left his mouth, a massive claw clamped directly over... Crack! His neck snapped in a sickening twist. Just like that, cadet number 320 was totally wiped out. The rest of the squad froze. They hadn't even sensed the gigantic beast spawn right on top of them. Lifting their leader's lifeless body into the air, the monster violently shook it like a rag doll, straight up mocking them. It was a great golden ogre, a totally busted mutant variant rocking active camouflage magic, letting it stalk its prey completely invisible. Without warning, it swung its massive arm, using their dead buddy's corpse like a baseball bat to absolutely launch the remaining cadets across the dirt. The impact was so brutal, they were crushed instantly. Watching the whole slaughter go down on his crystal ball, Damien burst out laughing. 30 rookies had already been totally flatlined. They seriously needed to step it up, because the cleanup crew was getting sick and tired of scraping up their corpses. All right, keep them moving, Damien barked. Shove 50 fresh meats through the warp gate every 5 minutes. The remaining rookies lined up at the portal, sweating bullets, staring into... The head instructor was looking ridiculously smug today. He must have already unleashed his hunting dogs to tear apart the exact location the MC tipped him off about. Oh sure, they'd dig up some breadcrumbs, but there was no way they were finding the actual jackpot. If he really wanted to get into the head instructor's inner circle, he had to absolutely dominate this survival exam. That meant pushing his physical limits to the absolute brink. Right now, he was only tapping into barely half the power of the divine dragon's breath. Hitting a total bottleneck in his training was not an option. Dropping into Blade Ridge actually wasn't a curse. It was a golden ticket he desperately needed to cash in. Hidden deep inside those peaks were two insanely overpowered artifacts that literally no one knew about. If he could snatch them up, suddenly, a massive commotion broke out on the observation deck. One of the lower instructors rushed over, frantically whispering something to the boss. The head instructor's jaw practically hit the floor. "Are you serious?" Frowning, Yan tried to figure out what was causing such chaos. Right before his eyes, the arrogant instructors scrambled backward, parting like the Red Sea to make way for someone. Hitting the dirt, they forced all the rookies to drop to their knees. "Bow your heads. Greet the supreme sole ruler of the great Kavalan Empire, the one and only bloodline heir to his imperial majesty." As Leon strutted into the spotlight, the MC's eyes practically bugged out. Wait, if his memories of his past life were right, over 500 rookies got slaughtered during this test, but nothing like this ever happened. The timeline was completely glitching out. What the hell was the Crown Prince doing crashing a basic cadet exam? Yan's blood ran completely cold. He could never, ever forget that face. Leon was the exact person who stood over him right before he was murdered, and staring right back at him was the monster who once treated Yan's life like a disposable plaything. Leon flashed a charismatic smile, greeting the raw recruits and casually introduced. The entire courtyard dropped into a deep, respectful bow. Yan gritted his teeth and lowered his head, forced to play along. He swore he would leave all his, but catching even a glimpse of that arrogant face ignited a blinding, white-hot fury in his chest. Stepping forward, Leon projected his voice, confidently declaring his absolute. He urged the trembling cadets to speak up without an ounce of fear. If any of them wanted to ditch this absolute nightmare of a training camp right this second, all they had to do was raise a hand. He swore on his royal bloodline to guarantee their safe passage home. He practically begged anyone dragged there against their will to step forward, promising to grant them total freedom. Yan froze, completely blindsided. What kind of delusional garbage was spilling out of his mouth? Was this seriously the exact same ruthless tyrant he knew? In his previous life, this guy was a total psychopath. Yan vividly recalled a specific day when he marched into the throne room to deliver an urgent field report regarding the 4th Elite Strike. They had just breached deep into hostile territory. Leon coldly demanded the results, and Yan proudly confirmed the mission was a flawless success. The critical intel was spot on, and the enemy's massive mana stone mine was successfully reduced to ashes. Hearing this, Leon merely smirked, praising their brutal efficiency. Yan immediately requested emergency backup to guarantee his squad's safe extraction. Leon just tilted his head, asking why on earth he would bother doing it. Yan desperately explained that the infiltration unit was way too understaffed. They simply lacked the raw firepower to fight their way back home alive. Without heavy support, their chances of survival were practically zero. Leon's response? He flat out ordered Yan to completely abandon them. Let them bleed out and drag as many enemy soldiers down to hell with them. Yan fiercely pushed back, insisting they couldn't just throw away the brave souls fighting for the Empire's future. But Leon just laughed, calling the entire world a simple game of chess. To him, the slaves, everyday citizens, decorated knights, and high-ranking nobles were nothing more than disposable pawns meant to serve the throne. Having thousands of innocent people get slaughtered for one man's glory wasn't a tragedy to him. It was the absolute pinnacle of an ideal society. And in his twisted mind, throwing away your life for the Emperor was the ultimate badge of honor. Snapping back to reality, Yan bit his lip hard, mentally cursing the absolute hypocrite standing before him. He knew exactly what kind of monster lurked beneath that fake, shiny armor. Leon continued his speech, calling out the privileged noble kids who snuck into the camp just to hoard more power. He strongly urged them to pack their bags immediately, unless they wanted to face his absolute wrath the second he seized the throne. A stunned cadet whispered to his buddy, questioning if the prince was actually serious. The guy next to him scoffed, whispering back that it sounded way too good to be true. But hey, these words were coming straight from the top. The Crown Prince himself was literally offering them a get-out-of-jail. Yan's mind was racing. Was this truly the identical tyrant from his past? How could a person completely flip their entire personality? Damien suddenly spun toward the Roy, noticing the absolute chaos erupting among the trainees. He scowled, demanding to know why His Highness was treating the recruits so brutally. Damien insisted that this elite squad was forged specifically to act as the Emperor's absolute shield. But Leon instantly fired back, calling that logic total garbage. A true emperor is supposed to be the one stepping up to protect his own. A crown wouldn't sit long on a king who happily sends his own citizens to the slaughterhouse. What's the point of flexing absolute power if you rule over ghosts? He declared they couldn't let this toxic corruption spread, vowing to completely tear down this vile facility. The head instructor immediately interjected, reminding everyone of one crucial fact. This entire bloodbath was personally sanctioned by the current emperor. Every brutal trial strictly followed the Empire's laws. The prince just waved off the warning, pivoting back to the crowd. He challenged the instructors, asking if a single recruit actually consented to this meat grinder. If even one cadet genuinely wanted to stay, he promised to back down. The courtyard fell dead silent. Crickets, not a single hand went up in the air, and panicked whispers broke out like wildfire, while the head instructor mentally trashed the prince for being a cheap crowd pleaser. But suddenly, someone broke the silence. Yan locked his knees and stood tall. He absolutely could not let this crucial exam get completely shut down. Locking eyes with royalty, he boldly introduced himself as Cadet number 974, declaring he was totally locked in for the trials. Leon raised an eyebrow, finding the digits oddly familiar. The prince pointed out that rock-bottom recruits usually got treated like absolute trash here. Didn't he want a golden ticket out of this hellhole? Yan didn't flinch. He admitted the abuse was completely real, but there was one saving grace. Out in the dirt, rank didn't matter. Only raw talent and brutal evaluations mattered. That ruthless system was the only ladder up the food chain. He fiercely demanded to take the test because he had a massive goal to crush. Soaking in Yan's intense ambition, the prince glared back at the head instructor, flatly stating he didn't even deserve a recruit of this caliber. Refusing to break his royal promise, Leon greenlit the exams to continue, but there was a catch. He was going to personally micromanage the entire bloodbath. Stepping back into the shadows, he let Damien take the mic. The knight loudly hyped up the prince's insane generosity to the terrified recruits, ordering them to bust their guts and completely honor His Highness's massive mercy. Taking the cue, the drill instructors immediately snapped back into action. Barking orders, they commanded absolute silence to break down the mechanics of the warp gates. The cadets were supposed to step through the glowing portals and get instantly beamed straight into a rugged mountain range. From there, their survival coordinates would lock in. Sure, sometimes the magic glitched, and a recruit's body might literally rip in half during transit, but hey, no need to stress over the minor details. Before he knew it, Yan was up to bat. He stepped onto the glowing runes as the timer started ticking down. His brain was spinning. Back in his past life, Leon hadn't ever bothered showing up to this hellish camp. But now, the timeline was completely shattered. Did Yan's own butterfly effect seriously change the literal tyrant's brain chemistry? Or was there some deeper, twisted secret? But what about our boy Leon? The absolute second that timer hit 0, he got warped straight into the unknown. The moment he touched down, his immediate reflex was to inspect his own body. He patted himself down, double-checking that none of his limbs had been ripped off. Scanning the desolate dirt, he wondered if he'd just been dumped into some random wasteland. First things first, he desperately needed a weapon. But then, a totally familiar scent hit his nose. It clicked instantly. He was trapped in the Valley of the Winds. He hadn't breathed in that nasty stench of sulfur, mixed with heavy demonic energy, in ages. Suddenly, something rustled behind him, and a shadow lunged straight at his throat. Cut to a squad of newbie cadets fighting for their lives against a massive, cockatrice griffin. Panic set in, and they absolutely bolted, knowing they were way out of their league. The beast let out an ear-piercing screech, but out of nowhere, its head just exploded in a geyser. Lorena sliced right through the monster, pulling off an epic save. The rookies practically worshipped her. If she hadn't stepped up, they'd be literal monster chow right now. Scanning the bleeding squad, she frowned. You guys are totally wrecked. Is this squad literally just bottom-tier rookies? Their squad leader nodded shamefully. Yeah, we're mostly in the 700s. Half his crew was already barely breathing. They were trying to dip, but the beast ambushed them. Begging, the leader asked if they could just tag along with her. Just until they cleared the deadly valley. She gave a cold, do whatever you want, and the guy almost cried tears of gratitude. Honestly though, her mind was completely stuck on Yan. Where the hell was... There was zero chance he had tapped out this early. The guy was insanely arrogant, even flexing right in front of the crown prince. Like, why did he even pull a stunt like that? Suddenly, Cruel snapped her out of her trance. Strutting over, he totally mocked her. Look at the little princess, making dumb choices again. Are you seriously going to babysit these trash-tier losers? Are you trying to get yourself killed? These clowns wouldn't even make decent meat shields. Or what, you're their new mommy now? You think your little pity party is going to save them? Glaring daggers, she snapped at him to shut his mouth. A number doesn't define a person's worth. Cruel just laughed, tossing back that it looked like someone else was going to snatch that #1 spot. After finals, Lorena totally shut him down. If you're only obsessed with ranks, you're completely blinding yourself to the real game. Just then, Kasha strolled up. Wow, you guys must have way too much free time. Bickering out here in a death zone. She shot Cruel a pitying look. You're so short-sighted. Yeah, we get solo grades. But nobody said we actually have to sabotage each other. Cruel scoffed, asking if she was planning on dragging around these dead weights too. Kasha just smirked. Bigger squad means better survival odds when she'd carry them through the exam. Plus, as highborn nobles, stepping up to lead the commoners is literally our job. Cruel let out a nasty sneer. Wait, since when does a pathetic merchant family count as royalty? You want to lead the peasants? Tell me, what has the greedy Everrain clan actually done for anyone? You better watch your back. It'd be a real tragedy to watch the last Everrain get her head chopped off. Okay, that one hit way too deep. Masking the sting, Kasha flashed a fake, sweet smile. Aw, thanks for caring. Deep down, she knew she was too obsessed with reviving her fallen house. Honestly, she kind of hated him in moments like this. He had 2 older brothers carrying the family legacy, so he had zero. The guy literally didn't have a single deep thought in his empty brain. Furious, Cruel raised his fist to strike her, but bam, Lorena locked down his wrist. Kasha didn't even flinch, just smiling like an absolute boss. He cursed, thrashing to break free, but Lorena's grip was ironclad. Her voice turned ice cold. Back off, now. Cruel just ground his teeth, completely raging, as he violently yanked his arm away. You're all pathetic. Hanging around these bleeding heart losers was only going to drag him down to their level. Suddenly, a dark childhood memory hit him like a truck. Voices telling him to shut up, never ask for anything, and stop thinking. They literally told him to live like a ghost. He cursed under his breath, hating that his brain dug up that toxic trauma. But then, his eyes locked onto something. Fresh, crimson drops splattered across the dirt, trailing right up into the jagged rock. He took a sniff, still warm. Was he walking straight into a freaking monster's den? Things were going to get super ugly. If a whole swarm was lurking in there. Crouching low, he totally slipped into stealth mode. Peeking over the ledge, he spotted a lone cadet down below, standing in a literal graveyard of slaughtered goblins. Wait, did this guy just solo an entire mob? Cruel's jaw dropped when he realized. The psycho was straight up eating the raw goblin hearts. Flashback to a bit earlier. Our MC knew there were 2 cracked artifacts hidden in the blade. Mountains. Snagging them was absolutely crucial for his master plan. He was just about to head out when a brutal red goblin jumped him. One blast of dragon fire, and the beast was toast. Ripping the heart from the charred corpse, he suddenly paused. He definitely wasn't alone. An entire horde of goblins had encircled him, and he just smirked at his insane luck. Lunging right into the bloodbath, he laughed, calling it absolute that his first prey had literally walked into his trap. Now, normally, mana stones are the epic loot dropped by dead monsters, mostly used for basic crafting. Back in the day, mana stones were just used to craft magic gear, but then, one massive breakthrough completely flipped the script. Professor Isaac dropped a bombshell research paper at the academy. This absolute madman claimed that by consuming these stones, humans could actually hijack a monster's unique abilities, along with their raw magic. We are talking the insane stamina of an orc, and the pure, bone-crushing strength of an ogre. Naturally, the entire academic world lost their minds over this. The so-called experts called absolute cap, screaming that human and monster mana circuits were totally incompatible. Dean Neuron practically held Isaac at gunpoint, threatening to axe his career if he couldn't back up his claims. Spoiler alert, he proved them dead wrong. Once the truth leaked out, panic and pure greed swept through every mage on the continent. Suddenly, monster parts were selling out at pharmacies faster than raid drops in dungeons. But here is the real question. Is gobbling up these mana crystals actually hard? Filtering out the lethal toxins? Yeah, that is a total nightmare. But straight up absorbing the raw power? Dead simple. You just eat the rocks. And that is exactly the wild grind Jan was pulling off right now. Ripping a chunk of raw monster flesh, embedded with crystals straight off the bone, he gagged. He swore he would never sink to this level again, and honestly, the taste was absolutely foul. To do this right, you gotta swallow a stone that holds a 2-to-1 ratio with the beast's actual heart. The massive catch? Digesting that pure mana, you basically have to gamble with your own life. Sickening bile clawed up Jan's throat, forcing him to violently slap a hand over his mouth. He could physically feel the acid melting his insides. But he wasn't cooked yet. His dragon breathing technique could purge the toxins. Activating the breath, a wave of cool relief washed over his burning veins. Still, this brutal detox was going to take way longer than he planned. He couldn't afford to rush. Out of nowhere, Cruel ambushed him. The guy unleashed a massive strike, trying to violently crater Jan right into the dirt. Smirking like an absolute clown, Cruel mocked him, totally shocked to find such a low-level loser crawling around this high-tier zone. But his sneak attack totally flopped. Now, Cruel glanced down, completely baffled to find nothing but empty air under his boot. Shifting right behind him, our MC chillingly whispered that in the Blade Mountains, There are predators way worse than mindless beasts. And he was staring, scoffing. Krul chalked up Jan's slick dodge to pure, dumb luck. He admitted he had heard rumors about filthy savages chowing down on raw monster meat. But seeing this freak show in person was beyond. But hey, if our boy groveled hard enough, maybe he would let him live. So, when was the pathetic crying gonna start? Or, better yet, hand over the entire stash of mind mana crystals, and he might just witness the legendary mercy of a high-class noble. Without blinking, Jan deadpanned that his pockets were completely empty. Krul snapped, barking at him to drop the cap. He claimed he was ready to show some pity, but this rat was just too brain-dead to take the deal. Looking around, he bragged that they were completely isolated, and nobody would ever find the body of a nobody like him. It was simple: cough up the shiny rocks, or catch a one-way ticket to the afterlife. A dark grin suddenly crept across Jan's face, as he realized the absolute goldmine of a situation he was in. He agreed with the bully. They truly were out in the middle. Krul started yapping about respecting his final choice. Jan's fist had already buried itself brutally deep into the rich kid's gut. You see, Krul was literally born with a silver spoon, bred to inherit a massive estate. By age 12, this kid fully believed he was a god among peasants. But plot twist, two jealous rivals in his family were terrified he would actually take over the dynasty. Playing it off as elite educational training, they exiled him to basically throwing him into a rotting, brutal hellhole. And he swore he would hold on to that venomous grudge until the day he died. In his delusional mind, Krul Dwight, the one true heir to the Dwight legacy, was practically royalty compared to these street rats. He made a blood oath that the second he escaped this dump, he would torch those backstabbing relatives to ash. But right now, that majestic heir was currently eating dirt, completely folded by the very cut to the duo trekking towards Snake Gorge. This twisted, serpentine canyon is literally the only path through the treacherous cliffs. Rumor has it, no sane living creature ever steps foot in there. Not a single soul has ever made it out the other side alive. Meanwhile, Krul was crying and throwing a massive tantrum the entire hike, forcibly dragging a heavy, blood-soaked sack of goblin corpses behind him. He kept screeching about how a peasant dared to treat a noble like a pack mule. He practically foamed at the mouth, threatening absolute ruin. He kept screaming that Jan was messing with the wrong guy, flexing his precious Dwight family bloodline. Annoyed, our MC sharply yanked his leash, ordering the brat. Seriously, why was this guy still yapping about his pedigree? Was he gonna cry about being an earl's successor for the rest of his life? They still had a massive trek ahead, so he better start stepping. Furious and humiliated, Krul shrieked at Jan to carry his own garbage. Why the hell was he forcing a high? Jan made it crystal clear, this was entirely his own doing. Honestly, being dragged around on a leash was just a slap on the wrist for a scrub who tried to take him out. What is the point of this? What are you even doing with all these goblin corpses? Krul snapped. Jan just shot him a cold glare and told him to zip it. For a supposed high society elite, the guy whined way too much. Torturing a noble carries a massive penalty. Or is a savage like you completely clueless? I am a count's heir, you psycho. Smack. A jagged rock violently bashed right into his face. Krul crumpled to the dirt, shrieking furiously that his nose was completely busted. Hurry up and get on your feet, Jan scoffed. What, do high and mighty nobles not bleed like the rest of us? Krul choked back tears of sheer agony. Who the heck is this absolute monster? He panicked inwardly. He genuinely believed a surprise ambush would easily wipe this nobody off the map. But ever since that very first strike, every single time he tried to close the distance, he just caught another brutal fist to the jaw. This level of absolute disrespect was shaking with rage. He scrambled back up and kept walking. Jan casually tossed out a life lesson. Look, even if you mess up big time, a proper apology can totally save you from eating dirt. Got it? Krul clamped his mouth shut, simmering in silent fury. There was absolutely no way he was bowing down to this punk. Sure, his mana flow got completely scrambled during their clash, but the second his core recharged, he was going to ruthlessly rip this guy apart. Reading him like an open book, Jan shot him a dead-eyed stare that sent shivers down his spine. Did you not hear me? Or do I need to pound it into your skull again? Boiling with pure hatred, Krul desperately wanted to scream that he would end his life right there. But survival instinct kicked in hard. Swallowing his massive pride, he forced a fake smile and claimed he totally respected him and actually wanted to be bros in the future. Jan let out a dry laugh. Do you honestly think I can't see the gears turning in your empty head? Keep your mouth shut unless you want to crawl on your bed. Krul instantly zipped it. Sizing him up, Jan had to admit the guy was fascinating. His absolute desperation to survive was impressive. But the aura leaking from his body was violently unstable. There was only one thing in the world that produced that kind of twisted vibe: demonic arts. while rogue mages channel black magic and pure shadow to cast devastating spells. Corrupt swordsmen infuse that exact same toxic darkness straight into their blades. It acts like a massive cheat code for rapid power leveling. But the drawback is utterly brutal. The demonic energy slowly rots the user's mind and body, ultimately devouring their sanity until they become mindless beasts. Back in Yan's previous life, Cruel had carved out a terrifying reputation, ruling his noble house with absolute, ruthless savagery. Was that insane cruelty a side effect of the dark arts? Judging by his sloppy aura, he clearly had not mastered the technique yet. "Hey, hold up a second," Cruel pleaded. "Can you at least take this humiliating collar off?" Yan raised an eyebrow. "What, planning a great escape? Are you kidding? Where would I even go?" he shot back. "I am not a stray dog, man. Plus, this looks ridiculous. Who literally drags another dude around on a leash? Do you have any idea how insanely sus we look right now?" Yan pondered that for a second and actually had to agree. He snapped the metal lock open, slipping the collar off. Cruel gasped, rubbing his bruised neck, and "I honestly thought I was going to be chained to you for the rest of my life," he muttered. Yan just smirked. "Don't worry, your misery is about to end." Reaching their destination, Cruel glanced around in total confusion. "Where exactly are we?" he asked, stepping cautiously. He peered down into the dizzying drop, spotting a ruined palace swallowed by the crushing shadows of the abyss. Yan casually noted that the ultimate well, to be perfectly accurate, it was not shiny loot waiting at the bottom, but an absolute nightmare of a monster. Grunting with effort, Cruel started chucking the heavy. "I seriously cannot believe you made me haul all these disgusting carcasses across the entire map just to dump them into a bottomless pit," he complained bitterly. Shoving the very last goblin off the ledge, he dusted off his hands. "So, am I finally off the clock?" Yan flashed an ominous grin. "I will give you a pro tip." His smile suddenly turned eerily unhinged. "Sprint out of here right now, and whatever you do, do not look back." The exact second the lifeless bodies smashed against the canyon floor, a pair of massive, glowing red eyes snapped open in the pitch-black void. The blood from the mangled goblin corpses started pooling across the cracked stone. The sinister runes flared to life with blinding energy, and a bone-chilling demonic voice echoed from the depths. Who dares to disturb my slumber?" An earth-shattering roar violently shook the entire gorge. Panicking, Cruel shrieked, "Yan, what the hell did you just unleash?" Yan just chuckled dryly. "Me? I am not doing anything, but he is coming." The colossal beast began scaling the cliff, its demonic voice booming. Miles away, Kasha whipped her head toward the horizon. "Lorena, please tell me you just felt that tremor too," she asked. "Loud and clear," Lorena whispered, her face going totally pale. "That is an insane amount of dark magic." Kasha locked eyes with her. "It is blowing up from Snake Gorge. What on earth did they trick?" Turning back toward the looming danger, Lorena admitted, "I have never sensed an aura this suffocating in my entire life. The raw power level is totally off the charts." "Gulp. Massive change of plans." Stepping to the front of their group, Lorena commanded. "We are aborting the mission. Everyone, fall back to the main gate, right now." "Why are we bailing out so fast?" Ignoring her, Lorena furiously waved her arms at the bewildered squad. "Listen up, team. This is not a drill. We are— Dump all your heavy gear. Ditch the backpacks. Drop the mana stones. Just make yourselves light." One of the confused recruits yelled, "But Captain, what about our Lorena's voice cracked like a whip. "Forget the stupid test. If we do not evacuate this exact second, Kasha slammed on the brakes, panting. "Lorena, why are we sprinting like maniacs?" Lorena shot her a dark look. "Remember when you asked me how insane this dark aura felt?" Kasha nodded hesitantly. "Yeah." Lorena's voice dropped to a terrified whisper. "It's on par with my dad's." Kasha's jaw hit the floor. "Wait, that was literally impossible. The dude was the divine guardian of the North, a total legend with god-tier strength. Could some random dark magic really match that flex?" Kasha swallowed hard. If that was true, absolutely zero instructors at this academy could take down a beast like that. This was pure nightmare fuel. Meanwhile, back at the proctor's booth, an instructor pointed at the sky, totally spooked. "Yo, what is that?" A shadowy blur darted overhead. His buddy just rolled, "Just let it pass." But an eerie, hollow voice echoed around them. "Not enough. I need more. More." In a flash of gore, the guard— "What the hell kind of nightmare is this?" Roman shrieked in absolute panic. "How am I supposed to know? Brace for impact." Suddenly, a raging inferno swallowed their bodies whole. Agonizing screams ripped through the air as the monstrosity demanded they surrender their souls. Down on the dirt road, panicked cadets were full-on sprinting for their lives. "Move! Move! Move!" The exit gates were right in front of them. But suddenly, a weird noise echoed out. "Whoa, freeze! Who the heck is that?" someone yelled. A lone cadet stumbled toward the crowd. violently muttering to himself. A sinister voice possessed his mind, urging the crowd to keep walking. His jaw slacked, words dragging out in a creepy, lifeless drawl. He commands you to hand over your souls. Then, his voice. Kasha stared at him, totally grossed out, right before the guy violently dropped dead on the spot. Lorena pulled her blade, shrieking, "Are we being ambushed?" Kasha frantically jabbed her finger toward the dirt. "No, look down." The dead guy's blood was literally slithering across the ground, connecting. "That's a summoning circle," an ancient, chilling voice echoed from the shadows. "Found you." Instantly, the cadets clamped their hands over their ears, screaming, and it felt like their skulls were splitting open. Lorena barked at everyone to stay frosty. Her eyes narrowed as the creepy voice purred. "You brats." A skeletal, decaying hand pierced through the bloody seal. "Thanks to your sweet little ruckus, I am finally awake, and I'll be sure to repay the favor." An ancient, terrifying lich materialized from the shadows, hissing, "With your deaths." You see, mages were always depressed about one thing. Magic is infinite, but but some incredibly greedy warlocks actually cracked the cheat code to master every spell in existence. They traded their humanity to the abyss, securing immortal life, but rebooted into grotesque monsters that absolutely despised anything with a pulse. A freaking lich! The trainees dropped to their knees, weeping in terror. Lorena gritted her teeth. That's not just any normal lich. This abomination had spent thousands of years feasting on human lives. But why the hell was an apex predator like this crashing their basic exam? Cut to Jake, Todd, and Roman, who were hauling absolute butt through the forest. Todd gasped for air, whining, "Bro, why are we Zip it and keep your eyes peeled," Roman snapped. They skidded to a halt, taking in a gruesome massacre. Jake choked back a gag. "What the? Are all the examinees wiped out? Who could pull off a slaughter like this?" Roman's blood ran cold. Yan. A flashback hit him. Right before beaming to the Blade Mountains, Roman had actually cornered the MC. "Guess you got dragged into this mess too," Roman had teased. "But hey, it shouldn't be too brutal, right?" Jan just shot him a deadpan glare. "You yap." Brushing off the shade, Roman offered to team up for the mountain stage, warning him that flying solo was basically a. Jan straight up rejected him, preferring to lone wolf it. But since they apparently shared a vibe, he decided to drop a major hint. "Spit it out then," Roman challenged. Jan's face turned dead serious. "If you feel your gut telling you something horrific is about to go down, abandon the test immediately and sprint straight for the exit gate." Snapping back to reality, Roman broke into a cold sweat. "Jan, did you predict this bloodbath too? What exactly did you trigger?" Back at the massacre, the lich mocked his prey. "You dared interrupt my nap." Suddenly, a panicked shout ripped through the cadet ranks. "Bail on this exit. We have to detour to the backups. Make a break for gate number 3. It's our only shot." Lorena barked orders at the squad to scatter. Kasha grabbed her arm, tears streaming down her face. "Lorena, you have to run." "No," Lorena fired back, her eyes locked on the monster. She unsheathed her glowing blade. "I'm holding the line." "Kasha, get these rookies out of here now." Kasha violently shook her head, sobbing that Lorena would get slaughtered alone. "But look, you have to stay alive, for your family's sake." Kasha bit her lip until it bled, finally spinning around. "Fine, I'll do." Swallowing her guilt, she silently begged her friend for forgiveness. She absolutely couldn't afford to die today. Watching this, the lich let out a raspy, "Did you honestly think a fragile mortal could hold me back?" But Lorena wasn't tweaking. She actually had 2 massive trump cards up her sleeve. First off, her weapon was forged from pure mithril, basically kryptonite for the undead. Suddenly, a sinister chant vibrated through the air. A barrage of neon green, magical skulls materialized behind the undead king. "Perish!" he roared. The phantom skulls locked onto Lorena like heat-seeking missiles, but she instantly popped her buff skills. Leap of Confrontation, Dark Ceremony, and Wings of the Windbird. Moving like a blur, she choked up on her hilt and viciously deflected the incoming bone barrage. Using the momentum, Lorena vaulted off a steep ridge, letting out a fear. Here was her second advantage. She launched a lightning-fast counterattack straight at his chest, thinking, mages physically cannot cast an offensive and defensive spell simultaneously. If she could just exploit his cooldown, she'd totally clutch this boss fight. But then, she heard another chant drop instantly. Her pupils shrank. "Wait, a protection seal?" she gasped. In the blink of an eye, the lich had effortlessly slapped down an impenetrable defensive wall. "Wait, how is this freak dual casting?" Lorena gasped. "Floating skulls slinging spells? This makes absolutely zero sense. Just how many incantations can these boneheads spam?" A brutal blast lunged right for her, forcing a piercing shriek from her lungs. Her blade flew from her grip. The skeletal jaws clamped down, locking her in place as she shrieked. Absolute nightmare fuel. "What the— You disgusting creep. Back off right now." But the lich just smirked. his hollow voice echoing that she was exactly what he needed. Out of everyone, she alone had the sheer guts to defy him, and oh, he was going to save her, crushing that brave little soul of hers. He'd twist her into a mind-controlled puppet, cursed to serve him for eternity. Despite the terror, Lorena's eyes locked dead onto the glowing. Meanwhile, deep inside that very same ancient lich's hideout, an intruder strolled in, mocking how totally unguarded the place felt. Wait, that glowing sigil? Total bait. A raging inferno and crackling lightning violently erupted, blasting straight into the vaulted ceiling. The mysterious trespasser scoffed, complaining that looting an abandoned dungeon was supposed to be a cakewalk. Plot twist? This intruder was actually our boy. Ripping off his disguise, he smirked, getting bombarded the second he stepped through the front door. Good thing he came prepped for this. He casually tossed aside a volcanic armadillo shell. That thick, scaly hide is basically nature's ultimate cheat code against extreme heat and inferno-tier spells. Yan calculated the odds. We're talking 500 mystical snares rigged throughout this joint, plus another 30 shifting physical death traps waiting to snap. Using those goblin runts as bait to drag the lich outside was a masterstroke. Now, it's time to bag the ultimate loot. That had been his big brain strat from day one. Pulling it off without getting unalived, though, way easier said than done. But hey, it's absolutely doable, if you already memorized the entire dungeon layout. Back in his past life as a special ops captain, Yan had this lich's file practically burned into his brain. Post-mission, he recalled the exact dossier. Case file of 5821567. Target, Ancient Lich. Victims, the Elite Squad's 1st Training Division. Location, Bladespine. Threat level, Apex Undead. Out of 1,000 fresh recruits, 0 wounded and only 100 made it out breathing. 900 kids got absolutely massacred. The body count was so catastrophic, the brass almost shut down the entire academy. A follow-up file revealed the nightmare fuel. This ancient boss had been fast asleep for centuries, only waking up after tasting the blood of an unlucky rookie, who had foolishly stumbled into its crypt. The aftermath investigation mapped out the vault's coordinates, proving this hellhole was carved out during a forgotten era. The vault was stacked with legendary artifacts. We're talking ancient grimoires, where reading just a single page could instantly level you up to sage status. Mountains of gems, where swiping just one coin meant you were set for life. But Yan knew the real prize was still hiding, the legendary Vessel of Life. It's basically a mystical incubator, hoarding all of the lich's pure essence and dark mana. Lost to him in his previous timeline, that jackpot had to still be sitting right here. According to a shredded piece of an imperial scroll, a human body can actually absorb the energy locked inside that egg. Sure, it warned that sucking up 100% of that raw power was physically impossible, but what the ancient texts didn't mention was that mixing it with pure mana stones unlocked an insane power multiplier. With that combo, mastering the ultimate divine dragon's breath wouldn't just be a pipe dream anymore. A wicked grin spread across Yan's face. If he played his cards right today, he was about to shatter his past life's power ceiling completely. His boots skidded to a halt. Jackpot. The dungeon's deepest basement. That creepy skeletal altar had to be right around the corner. Trusting his mental blueprints, he cautiously approached. "All right, let's test the waters," he muttered, stepping into the grand corridor, only to get violently blasted backward. He grunted in pain as a glowing barrier materialized over the archway. Yan scowled, realizing this VIP section was heavily locked. The craziest part? The security system sniffed him out before he even touched the door. An invisible phantom guard. Oh, this just got complicated. A holographic ward flashed red, rejecting him with a magical Face ID error. It needed the owner's exact biometric scan. As the ward faded back to invisible, Yan smirked, knowing there was a He trailed his fingers along the jagged cavern walls, searching for the anomaly from the old files. Bingo, right? He shoved a loose stone, and the massive rock wall ground open. "A hidden tunnel, perfectly carved out for smuggling thralls," Yan whispered. Addendum number 2 from the old mission debriefing. The undead tyrant used to hoard living prisoners down here, meaning a service shaft had to exist. Peering into the dark maze, Yan noted it was rigged to the brim with old-school booby traps. Dismantling this obstacle course was going to burn through the clock. But for a former Black Ops commander, total child's play. Plus, the Lich was busy dealing with the decoy, so time was on his side. And high risk? Back outside, a decaying skeleton lunged for her throat, making Lorena screech in pure horror. What could this foul, moldering bag of bones even? The air completely reeked of rotting flesh. The Lich cackled maniacally, taunting her that he was apt to watch her mind break into a million pieces. He threatened to pop her head clean off her shoulders and keep it as a sick little trophy. Or better yet, stitch her pretty little face onto the hulking, sweaty torso of a brainless orc. Or why not downgrade her to a brain-dead, flesh-eating zombie? Let's see her run that sassy mouth when she's craving human brains. The lich lashed out with squirming dark tendrils, snapping at her to shut up and accept her doom. Game over. He lunged with a psychotic laugh. But Lorena shrieked right back. You think this cheap parlor trick scares me? Because frankly, I'm not impressed, she spat. The lich completely lost it. You arrogant little rat, he roared, vowing to obliterate every single shred of her existence. I'll grind your bones to ash. Channeling absolute void energy, the lich unleashed his ultimate spell, Dark Fracture. But suddenly, his hollow eye sockets blew wide. Lorena shot him a totally bewildered look, her mind racing. Why the heck did he just pause the beat? The lich murmured. Such a bizarre sensation, right? The altar's absolute defense just shattered. Who the hell breached my sanctum? You were merely a decoy. He viciously tightened the fleshy tendrils around her throat, snarling, a setup then. While I was occupied, some little sewer rat scurried into my domain. Wait, what decoy? Lorena gasped. The monster ruthlessly smashed her face first into the dirt, barking at her to zip it. Pathetic trash, he spat, whipping around. Take us back to the vault. Rip open the portals. Gate number 1, 27-5. A pitch-black glyph materialized in thin air. The undead stepped right through the void, growling. Straight to the core. Lorena scrambled up, panting. Where did he bounce to? Did he just vanish? Meanwhile, teleporting directly to his sacred altar, the lich roared. What kind of suicidal moron dares to defile my sanctuary? His skeletal mind reeled. How did they bypass my lethal death traps? They completely shattered the absolute ward I spent 1,000 years forging. Literally nobody else knows this coordinate. Who the heck is pulling the strings? Some elite from the Sorcerer's Guild? The Imperial Vanguard? He glanced down at the empty vials on the cold stone. Wait, my divine potion? Did they actually chug them? He had burned an entire millennium flawlessly brewing those drops to permanently max out mana and raw physical stats. 1,000 years of grinding to resurrect as a mortal flesh and blood human, and now his masterpiece was totally trashed. Chilling on the steps right behind him, Yan lazily commented, Gotta hand it to you, these premium juices hit totally different, delicious. The skeleton boss whipped his head around, his eyes glowing furiously. You're the pest who smashed my ultimate ward? Yan just waved him off, super relaxed. Yo, chill out for a sec, take a breather, pull up a seat, and let's take a shot together. I really appreciate you hoarding this god-tier beverage just for me. Mana overdose. When a sorcerer absorbs massive amounts of pure magical essence, their brain essentially gets totally wasted, mirroring a heavy... Yan smirked. Didn't anyone ever tell you? Saving the best loot for later is a massive rookie mistake. The lich was mentally malfunctioning. Not the mages. Not the Royal Vanguard. But some completely wasted teenager? My legendary shield folded to this kid? Yan burped slightly. Man, I get it. You rushed all the way home, and I completely ruined your little playdate. But honestly, casually strolling right through your front door was an absolute flex. The lich shrieked. Shut your mouth. I will butcher you slowly, and then slaughter every single soul breathing outside. Did you honestly believe I wouldn't sense vermin in my own house? Yan rubbed his chin, looking genuinely deep in thought. Yan mused aloud, pointing out that the monster hadn't even noticed him swiping a hyper-rare artifact, while casually strolling through. Are you mocking me? The lich roared. Then why the hell did you obliterate the main gate's defense? Yan shrugged with a smug grin. Yeah, spot on. I just smashed it because I felt like it, for the aesthetic. Plus, aside from these epic juice boxes, your library is totally stacked. You even got that legendary dungeon manuscript about the mana engine. Were you, like, obsessively hoarding this nerdy stuff? The lich erupted into a bone-chilling cackle. Do you have any idea where I acquired that? My true name is Momon. I willingly cursed my own soul, transforming into this undead nightmare for 1,000 years. I have been plotting in the shadows for 10 centuries. And now, a filthy little pest like you dares to derail my ultimate endgame? To completely obliterate the traitor who backstabbed me and robbed me of my life, I condemned myself to rot as a walking corpse. Because of your stunt, my glorious master plan is ruined. Yan just took another loud slurp from the glowing vial. Yeah, sure, my bad, bro. Keep going, I'm super invested. Momon paused, absolutely baffled by the kid's audacity. Yan just burped, admitting he was way too faded on magic right now. Momon thrust his bony hand forward, hissing that this punk had way too much main character energy. Igniting a massive, apocalyptic fire spell, he screeched, I will boil your arrogant blood straight. Yan just closed his eyes and lazily commanded him to hit the brakes. Momon's magical aura suddenly glitched and halted. The lich gasped, completely confused. What the? My mana circuit. Yan, wow, you catch on quick. Momon shrieked in pure panic, You absolute lunatic, my soul. Yan casually popped his shirt open, revealing a glowing magical tattoo burning on his chest. Momin squealed in terror. You consumed? You weaponized my life vessel into a new core? How the hell do you even possess that kind of forbidden knowledge? Cut to a few minutes later, and our boy was sprinting like crazy across a massive when suddenly the sky literally exploded, nuking him with massive area of effect hellfire and a brutal meteor shower. Momon was right on his heels, shrieking like a maniac. Useless trash, you really think you can outrun the Grim Reaper? Yan yelled back over his shoulder. Bro, if I were you, I'd just stand down. I literally digested your soul box. If you nuke me, you instantly delete your Momon hollered back. Hell no, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm going to completely hijack your flesh and respawn in your body. Yan hit the brakes, whipping around in shock. Hold up, say what now? Momon scoffed. Since you ruthlessly trashed my 1,000-year master plan, I'm stealing your whole identity and youth. Honestly, it's a totally fair trade. Plus, your veins are now literally pumping with my max-tier elixirs, so I'm just reclaiming my property. Yan's jaw dropped. Wait, you're dead-ass trying to steal my action? He quickly threw his hands up, nervously apologizing. My bad, bro. That definitely wasn't on my bingo card today. Momon raged. Cut the crap! And commanded the kid to surrender his meat suit immediately. I'll take real good care of that meat suit once I claim it, the Lich sneered. He unleashed a devastating parallel chain and a howling curse storm. Not backing down, Yan furiously chanted multiple magic seals at the exact same time. His back was against the wall. He instantly triggered the mana heart and exhaled the legendary divine dragon's breath. The restricting seals shattered into glowing dust. Momon gasped. Nobody's flexed that kind of energy in ages. Is he actually still breathing? While the Lich was completely shook, our boy casually ghosted up behind him and whispered, "Aw, you worried about me? I'm low-key touched." Momon whipped around, practically foaming at the mouth. You absolute clown, he shrieked, firing off a massive dark dragon rise. Is that seriously your top speed, you pathetic scrub? Yan bolted out of there, completely bulldozing through doors. He definitely didn't script the plan going off the rails like this. But inside his chest, mana was circulating flawlessly, just like oxygen filling a runner's lungs. So this was the real deal. The raw, unfiltered hype of the divine dragon's breath. Monster cores, magic stones, rare elixirs. He was fully locked in to devour absolutely anything to level up. Hell, he'd even snack on the Lich's actual life vessel if he had to. Surfing this wave, his stats would bounce right back to his past life's peak in no time. Scratch that. He was bound to get insanely more overpowered. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes. A solid brick wall stared back at him. A dead end? Bro, the door is straight up gone. He could have sworn there was an exit right there. How did he get soft-locked? Momon slowly drifted down the corridor, laughing like a total psychopath. Look at you, scrambling like a poisoned rat, the undead mage cackled. He had triggered every single trap, wiping the doors off the map. Yan was boxed in. What was the play now? Sweating bullets, Yan ran the numbers. Only one option left. He had to flat-out ice the Lich. Wait, no, that was literal suicide. 0 weapons. 0 items in his inventory. He was basically a sitting duck against this boss. Momon roared, threatening to chop him into bite-sized pieces. The madman slammed down a summoning circle, demanding his true vessel, a gargantuan, bone-chilling dragon skull locked onto our main character, who braced for the absolute worst. But out of nowhere, the terrifying skull just vaporized into thin air. A smooth, commanding voice echoed, "You good, kid?" Yan grinned. He knew his backup strat would clutch up against this lunatic. Crown Prince Leon casually stepped into the spotlight. You held it down. Let the pros handle this. The prince had caught wind of a major code red during the exams and sprinted over. He had 0 clue a monster of this tier was camping in their backyard. Because of this undead freak, hundreds of rookie cadets had been wiped out. And it wasn't just cadets. These were his citizens. Way too many bright futures snuffed out before they even had a chance to glow up. Leon's aura flared. I'll make you pay for every drop of blood. Momon just stared, completely unbothered. Yan hit a quick, respectful bow. Your Highness. Leon glanced back, raising an eyebrow. Wait, you're that volunteer cadet from earlier. Why are you all the way down here? Yan played it cool, claiming he tried to solo the Lich and got hardcore trapped. Leon nodded, looking impressed. So you're the one who dropped the ping on this boss's location. Massive respect. The royal ordered him to evacuate, immediately. Yan secretly smirked. His Royal Highness spawned in at the absolute perfect second. Big shout out to Roman for the assist. Right before the exams kicked off, our guy had fed Roman a very specific master plan. The second he was supposed to leak these exact coordinates to the head instructor, But the real 200 IQ play was making sure the Crown Prince was perfectly in earshot to catch the intel. Back in the present, Momin squinted at the prince. That disgusting flesh. That familiar energy. Is it really you? What's your tie to Bahamut? Leon's eyes narrowed. Bahamut? Keep the founding father's name out of your filthy mouth. Founding father? Momin howled in manic disbelief. So you're carrying that traitor's genes. What an absolute joke. You mortals are so blind. The Lich burst into unhinged laughter. Man, today is hitting different. It brings back some seriously cursed memories. His mind flashed back to a conversation from lifetimes ago. Bro, the fact that you engineered the divine dragon's breath is wild, Momin. You cooked an absolute masterpiece. But now I gotta take you out. The dragon's breath is a one-of-a-kind drop, and it belongs strictly to me, Bahamut. Momin shrieked, totally losing it. The literal spawn of his worst enemy was standing right in his face. Centuries ago, the genius wizard. Momon had been chilling in the Grand Library, weaving experimental spells just for the flex. He wanted to figure out how to stabilize and stockpile dungeon energy endlessly, pushing the mana circle's absorption limit straight to the moon. If he could fuse all those mechanics into one system, what kind of god-tier power could he unlock? Driven by pure scientific obsession, he started running risky beta tests on his day one homie, Bahamut. The crazy bastard actually pulled it off. He entirely rebooted Bahamut's physical form with next-gen mana flow. And boom, the legendary mana heart was officially mint. Bahamut immediately started flexing his newly buffed stat, but Momin just rolled his eyes, telling him to stop being extra and put a shirt on. He was way too busy tracking the massive spikes in his homie's power levels. You feeling any different? The wizard asked. It feels unreal, Bahamut grinned. With this kind of juice, I could invent a totally broken combat art. Teaming up, they crafted an ultimate weapon, powered strictly by the mana heart. Bahamut dubbed their creation the Divine Dragon's Breath. Momin turned back to his notes, saying, "We've barely scratched the surface of what this thing can do, the deeper I dig." Suddenly, Bahamut whispered that he was sorry. Momin blinked, confused. Sorry for what? As a paralyzing hex crept up his arms, Momin choked out in panic. Bahamut, bro, what are you doing? His best friend looked down. Your part in this story is officially over. Momin screamed in pure agony and betrayal. We were brothers. How could you backstab his absolute best friend? The guy was a total mastermind. Without him, forging the mana heart or unlocking the divine dragon's breath would have been literally impossible. But it was time to pull the plug. He knew way too much, and all their god-tier creations were meant for him alone. How many centuries had faded since that ultimate backstab? Clinging to the absolute last drops of his magic, he managed to anchor his soul. By spamming the exact same spell, he permanently burned its power into his decaying corpse. Payback. The snake who robbed him of everything was about to get totally wrecked. That backstabbing traitor was going to pay the ultimate price. He'd been cooking up this revenge for a straight 1,000 years. Momin charged in, his glowing eyes blowing up in pure shock. He roared, "You absolute clown." Firing off the parallel chain spell, he screamed that he'd grind him into literal dust. A massive curse storm erupted, but Leon countered with the hidden dragon's breath art, completely shattering every single seal. Slashing his blade, he unleashed the Golden River Dragon Strike. Momin shrieked, "Bahamut, even from the grave, you're still haunting me." Leon snapped back. "Keep his name out of your filthy mouth, Lich." They both launched off the ground, clashing head-on. Momin shrieked, "He's totally blocking my magic circle." He immediately commanded his undead minions to drag him down. Leon roared, "You actually think your cheap tricks can hold me back? Honestly, catching you here makes this way easier." He triggered the third phase of the Golden Dragon summoning, unleashing the wicked dragon spirit. Momin screamed out of his mind, "The absolute nerve! You annoying little punk, just die already." He stacked Tier 4 dark magic weapon buffs, while Leon flexed the 7th form of the Golden Dragon art, merging it with the 3rd Dragon Blade stance. Momin ordered that pesky bastard to literally vanish. Reaching out, he blasted a Tier 5 Annihilation Wave. Leon calmly reached for the legendary Imperial Sword and gripped the hilt tightly. Their finishing moves collided, triggering a blinding, massive nuke of an explosion. Our boy just stared at the chaos, whispering, "Bro, this is insanely epic." He literally couldn't wrap his head around someone boxing an ancient lich on totally even footing. Honestly, he couldn't even tell who the real monster was anymore. Forging a physical sword out of pure energy, that kind of flex belonged strictly to dragons. Was this the insane power of the breath? This was honestly the perfect chance to scan the Crown Prince's actual stats, considering they might end up throwing hands someday. Obviously, that wasn't happening anytime soon. Right now, his #1 priority was tracking down his family. Time to quietly dip? Out of nowhere, a chilling voice dropped behind his neck. And just where do you think you're sneaking off to? Rodrigo clamped a heavy hand on his shoulder, smirking. The party is literally just getting started. Yan froze, thinking, Rodrigo Meyer. He'd completely wiped this guy from his memory. Rodrigo leaned in. Super weird, isn't it? First, a bunch of cadets pull a jailbreak. Now a freaking ancient lich drops in. And somehow, you're always chilling right in the dead center of the chaos. Cadet 974. Our boy slowly turned to face Captain Rodrigo. Shrugging off the heavy grip, he stammered, Sir, Captain, sir. Yan quickly added, Yes, Captain. Rodrigo let out a dry scoff, rolling his eyes. Is the modern education system actually this trash? Catching an attitude with a high-ranking officer? We aren't even doing combat drills. This is basic respect. How are they even raising you kids nowadays? Our guy just stared at him, mentally sighing. Great, another boomer. The head instructor tried so hard to sweep the breakout under the rug, but the word leaked out a while ago. Rodrigo pressed. So they actually made a run for it? Out of 900 cadets, only 4 managed to slip away. 3 got instantly clapped in the nearby woods, but while hunting down the last straggler, the entire 3rd pursuit squad was found wiped out. And the runaway was literally nowhere to be found. Rodrigo narrowed his eyes. And that missing kid was Cadet 974. That's you, isn't it? Our guy kept his poker face, staying totally deadpan. Rodrigo kept pressing, saying he heard the head instructor himself had to join the manhunt. So tell me, how exactly does a bottom-tier rookie survive a hit squad and the absolute beast of a head instructor? And now, you somehow walk out alive from a showdown with an ancient lich? Let me guess, you're just gonna claim it was pure luck. Yeah, I heavily doubt that. Our boy didn't miss a beat. It wasn't just luck, sir. It was god-tier luck. I must have been a literal saint in my past life. Rodrigo internally cringed, thinking, this kid talks like a sassy grandpa. Our boy quickly added that running away was completely impossible. One more second, and I would have been absolute lich chow, but then the crown prince crashed the party and literally saved my life. Rodrigo glared. All of this? Just luck? Do I look that stupid to you? Yan just blinked. But sir, I genuinely hit the absolute jackpot. Are you really gonna punish a guy just for having crazy good luck? Rodrigo's patience completely snapped. You shameless little punk, the absolute audacity. A bottom feeder, ranked 974, yet overflowing with pure ego. He must be the secret bastard child of some heavy-hitting noble. No way, that makes 0 sense. Completely ignoring the rant, our boy casually asked, Hey Captain, should— Rodrigo scoffed loudly. Me? Jump in to help him? Are you delusional? Stepping into that war zone would only drag the prince down. But honestly, there probably won't be room for anyone else, Yan smirked inwardly. That lich might have lost his life vessel, but he's far from dead. Wait, didn't he completely absorb that vessel? If he fires up his mana heart right now, he'll burn through whatever life energy is left. Gripping his blade, Leon lunged forward, roaring, This ends right now! He slashed at Momin, screaming, What kind of monster are you? Why the hell is he backing off? Momin snapped, barking at him to shut up before shrieking, My mana! It literally felt like his magic was being siphoned away into thin air. Desperate, the lich glared straight at our boy, the MC, who just flashed him a cheeky thumbs up. It's all because of this absolute menace, Momin raged. This arrogant brat was mocking him, thinking completely losing it. Momin started tearing at his own robes, howling that he was going to hijack this kid's body for himself. Is this really how it ends? Leon yelled, bracing himself. But Momin shrieked that he didn't care anymore. He was going to slaughter every single one of them. A terrifying portal ripped open right across his chest. Leon's eyes widened in sheer panic. No way. He's unleashing a domain expansion. Now, for those who don't know, a domain expansion is a god-tier state where a mage's deepest, darkest desires become actual reality. It's an overpowered technique locked strictly to the Emperor, and the 4 elite heads of the Empire's strong. That technique is insane, Leon shouted. Momin sneered, ordering the descendant of Bahamut to drop dead. But Leon wasn't backing down. He swore he'd drag this monster straight to hell with him. I won't let you pull this off, he roared. Mana heart, complete devastation. Eat this. He was risking everything, burning up every last drop. Momin stared at him, totally blindsided, as Leon bellowed, Rupture! He was putting a stop to this nightmare right here, right now. Channeling the ultimate 5 senses of the yellow dragon phenomenon, his blade shattered into pieces. Pathetic, Momin cackled. Your efforts are totally useless. My domain is already active. You think some basic strike is going to cancel it? But Leon just gripped his broken hilt, daring the lich to step up. Dragon sword, Unleashing the full, devastating might of the yellow dragon, he lunged at Momin. The undead sorcerer shrieked in absolute agony. But wait, it wasn't over. "I'm done playing," Leon coldly stated. Momin choked out, just like that, right in front of my own eyes. It had all crumbled to dust. He had been lurking in the shadows, scheming this master plan for 1,000 long years. 1,000 years of pure, boiling hatred, completely wrecked by some random teenager. Reaching out a trembling skeletal hand, he whispered, "How? If this was all for you, my sacrifice wasn't meaningless, but why did it have to end like this?" As Momin faded into nothingness, Leon gasped. "It's over." What a terrifying freak of nature. He had definitely triggered that domain expansion. If that spell had fully fired off, every single one of them would have been wiped off the map. Panting heavily, Leon muttered that he was still way too weak. Rodrigo immediately rushed over, pointing out that the prince was running on empty. "Your Highness, I can't believe you threw yourself onto the front lines," he scolded. "As the future king, you should never—" Leon instantly cut off his rambling. "Enough. How is the cadet? Is he still breathing? Did he take any hits?" The MC smoothly replied, "You saved my life, Your Highness. Seriously." Relieved, Leon ordered his captain to rush the cadet straight to the medics. "Consider it done," Rodrigo agreed, without missing a beat. Meanwhile, Jan was scheming in his head. His massive gamble in the Blade Mountain range had paid off big time. The loot? Way better than he ever imagined. Thanks to stealing that life vessel, he literally forged his own mana heart, and got a free front row seat to see exactly what the Crown Prince was packing. "Thanks for carrying me, Momin," he thought, absolutely hyped. But right after they walked away, a tiny torn rag left behind by Momin. Fast forward a bit, our MC was chilling in a massive plush room, swirling a drink he hadn't tasted in forever. He used to down this stuff constantly in his past life, and man, it felt so good to finally kick back and relax like this. All that life or death chaos in the mountains already felt like ancient history. Now, he was living the high life in the cadet dorms, which honestly looked more like a billionaire's. This is exactly how the filthy rich aristocrats lived. This luxury fortress was a completely different universe compared to the rotting mass grave he used to call home. His old spot? A suffocating 5-square-meter hellhole with nothing but a crap bucket, a wobbly table, rusty chains, and a pet. But this suite? 82 massive square meters packed with a king-size bed, a plush sofa, a steaming hot shower, and actual delicious food. Flexing a little, the MC realized he absolutely crushed that exam. Speaking of which, the final rankings had just dropped. The proctor stepped up, clearing his throat. "First of all, I want to applaud every single one of you. The first trial went totally off the rails thanks to that crisis, but because of the incredible bravery of His Highness. The Crown Prince stepped up, handled the threat, and secured the testing grounds. You should all be incredibly proud that you actually survived that massacre. All right, let's get into the rankings. Ranks 1 through 10 will be awarded the highest tier. Ranks 11 through 20 get average marks. Everyone else, bottom of the barrel." Kashaw glanced around, whispering, "Hey, notice how the head instructor is totally missing?" The official continued, explaining that their final scores would directly lock in their housing quality. And the ultimate prize? The elite top scorers would unlock VIP access straight into the legendary Imperial Armory. The crowd instantly lost their mind. "Wait, seriously? We get to step inside the Imperial Vault? That place is stacked with god-tier loot. We're talking ancient, forbidden spellbooks from the dawn of the Empire, and hundreds of next-generation, ultra-rare blades. Bro, rumor has it the Armory's library is literally the size of an entire military fortress," one guy gasped. "Only the top 10 elites earn VIP access to the third floor. Ranks 11 through 100 claim the second floor. The rest of you, stuck at the rock bottom." The proctor stepped up to drop the official rankings. Roman clenched his fists. Only 5th? Snagging the number 5 spot, the dude had absolutely slaughtered the biggest horde of rare mountain goblins. Cruel locked in at 4th. The guy had solo cleared an entire troll dungeon without break. He scoffed, claiming the academy was doing the losers a massive favor by locking them out of the absolute nightmare tier 4th and 5th floors. Claiming 3rd was Kasha Everrain. She totally wiped an entire orc settlement off the map without taking a single scratch. She flashed a cocky smirk. Honestly, wait, runner-up? Lorena Beowulf. She single-handedly obliterated a massive, ultra-rare golden ogre. The crowd started buzzing. "Wait, Lorena isn't number 1? Another cadet fired back. "Bro, are you kidding? Literally nobody outclasses Lorena." Lorena scowled, her chest tightening. This ranking is a total joke. To her, being a top-tier prodigy felt like fake hype. After all, she completely folded against a true, nightmare-level monster. She desperately needed to level up. Cruel strutted over, dripping with sarcasm. Wow, you look absolutely pathetic right now. Princess Lorena. She narrowed her eye. He leaned in, practically spitting his words. You strut around acting like some untouchable savior, yet you couldn't even hold on to the crown? Pathetic. Whispers erupted around them. Yo, rumor has it she's the only one who survived holding off that lich. That is actually insane. She's literally the ultimate flex of the high nobles. Kasha stepped in, glaring at him. Just ignore this loser, Lorena. Ever since coming back from the mountain, Cruel's god complex had mutated into pure toxicity. Lorena shot Kasha a warning look, snapping, back down. Cruel smirked. Oh, but I heard a much spicier rumor. Word on the street is, you didn't clash with the lich at all. You literally just begged that dusty skeleton to let you live. Lorena kept her cool, replying deadpan. Spot on. My stats weren't high enough to drop him. Thanks so much for obsessing over my gossip, though. Shouldn't you be stressing over your own mid-rankings? Cruel's face twisted in rage. What the hell did you just say? Then, a twisted grin crept onto his face. You know, look, maybe you're finally scheming to steal the throne from the late Duke Wolf. She spun on her heel, eyes blazing with pure fury. Cruel! He just laughed, digging the knife deeper. The Wolf bloodline. Your dead brother was supposed to inherit everything, right? But since he kicked the bucket, the seat has been wide open. You are absolutely drooling over that power, aren't you? Talk about perfect timing. Wait, hold up. What if you orchestrated the whole tragedy yourself, just to snatch the crown? If that's true, you are a total psycho. Lorena's aura turned icy black. Since we're playing guessing games, let me ask you something. Think carefully. Are you about to die right here? Right? It is a pretty simple question, isn't it? Cruel swatted the air, barking. All right, back off, Lorena. Take a look in the freaking mirror. You are just as toxic as me. His mana violently erupted, shaking the hall. I am so sick and— Go ahead, throw the first punch. I will gladly bury you. Out of absolute nowhere, a hand clamped brutally onto Cruel's ear, twisting it hard. A chill voice murmured, keep yapping, and I will rip this thing right off. Cruel shrieked like an absolute coward. Who the hell? Stop it. You are literally gonna rip it off. Let go of my freaking ear. Who are you? Cutting through the chaos, the proctor's voice boomed over the speakers. And now, claiming the ultimate first place, cadet number 974, Yan. The MC just stood there. Cruel shrieked through the pain. Yan, you absolute savage. You took first? The entire hall immediately exploded into a— Number 974? A literal bottom tier nobody snagged the crown? Are you actually joking? 974? Yan? His name started sparking wild rumors. Kasha stared, completely stunned. Wait, did you just dethrone everyone? Cruel thrashed around, screeching. How the hell did a trash tier— Let go of me right freaking now, or I swear. Yan tilted his head, his eyes completely dead. Or what? Yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? Yan muttered. Lorena stepped closer, her hostile aura instantly melting. It has been quite a while since we last crossed paths. The MC— She flushed slightly, quickly waving her hands. Ah no, please, no need for the formal titles. Got it, Yan replied flatly. She sighed, rubbing her temples. Unfortunately, we just bumped into each other during the survival trials. This officially concludes the ranking reveals. Yan finally dropped the guy's ear, looking back at Lorena. Well, I am just glad you made it out of there in one piece. Lorena flashed a grateful smile. Inside, her mind was absolutely racing. Yan. I always knew he was an absolute beast. But to make an arrogant punk like Cruel literally and his aura, it feels like a ticking time bomb, practically overflowing with terrifying raw mana. What the hell did he go through in those mountains? She desperately wanted to grill him for answers, but with all these eyes around, she could only voice one concern. She pointed straight at the whining noble. Just a heads up, Cruel has literally been trashing your name non-stop since he got back. Instantly, Cruel scrambled back, screeching. That is utter cap. Cut to later. Yan was chilling in the massive, ultra-luxurious suite he unlocked for hitting rank 1. He stretched, sighing. Man, just sitting around. He casually flipped through a legendary grimoire he had pulled from the Imperial Armory. Sensing a presence, he glanced at the heavy oak door. It's unlocked. Come on in. The handle clicked, and a guy peeked in, looking totally baffled. Bro, how did you even detect me? Did my footsteps give me away? Damien confidently stepped into the suite, a deadly spark flashing in his eyes. You haven't forgotten, right? You and I, we have still got some major unfinished business to settle. Breaking the heavy tension, Yan casually asked if the wine was hitting the spot. If he'd known the chief instructor was dropping by, he totally would have flexed his own bartending skills. Damien took a sip, deadpanning that it was barely drinkable. Yan smirked. Man, Even off the clock, you just radiate that boss-level instructor energy, don't you? Another lie, Damien scoffed. He couldn't fathom how the Crown Prince had roped him into this babysitting gig. Just days ago, the royal was sweating bullets over this kid. Prince Leon had literally ordered him to treat number 974 like absolute royalty. Staring at Yan now, Damien openly wondered, was this guy just another one of the prince's weird little obsessions? Obsession? Yan blinked, totally thrown off. Damien shrugged. What choice did he have? Pissing off the Crown Prince was basically a one-way ticket to the grave. Still, Damien's trigger finger was seriously itching to just end the boy. Intel just dropped on Simons County Sector 52, Damien stated coldly. A total ghost town, right? Totally expected, Yan exclaimed. Literally nobody has set foot in that wasteland for years. Yan pointed out that the sly captain, that absolute old fox, was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. He clearly sniffed out the tail on him and completely wiped his tracks clean. If you don't believe me, Yan started. No, Damien cut him off cold. I'm not calling you a liar. Honestly, whether you're spitting facts or not doesn't even matter right now. The harsh reality? You're completely useless to me. Without warning, Damien whipped out his dark spirit sword, slashing savagely at Yan and slicing the solid table clean in half. Dodging the lethal strike, Yan calmly stated there was zero reason to end him. Damien's eyes narrowed. Stunned, the kid actually deflected his blade because he was holding the ultimate missing puzzle piece. He slapped a dusty book onto the ruined table. Damien raised an eyebrow. A puzzle? What is this trash? A thesis on energy interruption? Yan smirked internally. He'd actually snagged this hidden gem right out of the Imperial Armory. Sure, they gave him VIP access to the third-floor weapons vault, but he skipped the shiny swords and hit the first floor instead, home to a top-secret library. This dusty archive housed every single research paper, hoarded by past emperors. While 99% of those books were just hardcore guides on slaughtering monsters, Yan had speed-read through the massive piles, muttering to himself, not this trash. Nope, not this either. Until he finally struck gold. He dug up a hyper-specific medical thesis covering energy interruption, authored by none other than Captain Rodrigo. This rare condition acts like a glitch in the body, blocking mana from circulating correctly. As victims age, their life force gets totally drained, usually resulting in a tragic game over before they even hit their 20th birthday. Damien flipped through the pages, deadpan. So what's the big deal? Yan's eyes lit up. Bro, isn't it super sus? Why would an elite special forces captain nerd out over some obscure terminal illness? The guy is built like a tank. He obviously doesn't have the disease. It clicked that Captain Rodrigo chose an insanely specific topic to obsess over. If he wasn't sick, what if his daughter was the one suffering from the blockage? Since she possessed zero internal energy, the puzzle pieces perfectly aligned with the illness's brutal symptoms. Desperate to cure his little girl, the captain threw himself into relentless, off-the-books research. Everyone assumed he kept his daughter completely hidden, just to protect his only weakness. But the reality was a whole different plot twist. To bankroll her insanely expensive medical treatments, the captain had to make a massive power play. Finding a top-tier healer is basically impossible on a standard salary. They'd misjudged the old fox's motives from day one. Damien, catching on. Wait, so the daughter isn't just leverage to use against him? Where are you going with this? Yan confidently fired back. Simply threatening the girl wouldn't put a leash on the captain. Instead, the chief instructor himself literally holds the captain's entire fate in his hands. Since there's zero actual cure for energy interruption, just keeping her condition stable requires an insane, endless supply of premium medical drugs. There is absolutely no way a regular military paycheck covers that kind of spending. Embezzling massive chunks of government funds, and the absolute perfect cover-up for a money laundering operation, commanding a top-secret special forces squad. Once they expose his dirty financial trail, taking down the old fox will be absolute child's play. Damien nodded slowly, acknowledging the brutal strategy. But right now, this is nothing but a wild conspiracy theory, Damien countered. True, it's pure speculation right now, Yan admitted. But if this theory hits the mark, we can literally bury the captain alive. Plus, it's a completely zero-risk play for us. And honestly, we have the perfect excuse to dig deep. Stealing government cash is highly illegal. Damien closed his eyes, a menacing smile forming. A flawless excuse. Not bad at all, he muttered, tossing the heavy book back to Yan. He casually dropped that he actually had an undercover mole planted right inside the Special Forces audit team. Setting the trap would be a total walk in the park. In the meantime, he ordered Yan to dig up every single detail on this weird terminal disease. Internally, Yan was hyping himself up. Let's go! He totally bought it. Everything he'd just spit out was straight facts. That shady captain actually did siphon off military just to afford his sick daughter's medical bills. That massive scandal blew up so hard in his past life, the details were practically burned into his brain. Damien paused. By the way, you really gave up a free pass to the third-floor armory just to grab this nerd stuff? Yan scoffed. Give up a weapon? What's the point of a shiny sword if it can't save my neck in the real world? Fair enough, Instructor Damien chuckled. Turning toward the exit, he tossed a glance over his shoulder. Keep it up, kid. I'll personally make sure you get a sick upgrade to make up for it. Boom. Basic training? Officially a wrap. Our boy Yan is confused, but Damien drops the bomb. Cadet 974. You're my personal disciple now. Yan hides a wicked smirk. The head honcho actually bought it? This is the ultimate cheat code to get under the instructor's skin. But outwardly, he plays hard to get. Hold up. Is Cadet 974 even worthy? I haven't earned this. Damien snaps back. The hell you aren't. You're a prodigy, kid. That ambush you pulled on me. Absolute cinema. Yan keeps up the act. Yeah, but you still bodied me in the end. A total noob like me is just gonna drag your god-tier. Damien totally loses it. Shut your mouth. You're gonna be my shiny new toy. My esteemed disciple. Just brace yourself and get ready. As Damien stalks off, Yan thinks, perfect. A few more minutes of his yapping and I would have snapped. He's officially infiltrated the inner circle. That weird symbol? It's Damien's dirty family secret, and Yan is inches away from exposing everything. Cut to Arena 3. This VIP war zone is strictly off limits to anyone below a top-tier instructor. Not even the richest Nepo babies can set foot inside. Suddenly, a massive automated countdown echoes through the massive hall. We see Yan absolutely sweating bullets, crushing his 200th one-arm push-up. Gasping for air, he finally calls a timeout. The dead silence is driving him insane. But beneath the surface, the grafted mana heart is aggressively mutating his physical core. Still, the glow-up is painfully slow. He's gonna have to grind like a maniac before his physical vessel can handle his monstrous inner aura. Scoring this elite VIP pass was a massive flex thanks to his new master. But the peanut gallery? They're totally divided over his insane privilege. Roman is practically frothing at the mouth with pure jealousy, while Kasha? She's thrilled, constantly stalking his every move with wide-eyed obsession. Damien probably thinks Yan grabbing a dusty book from the bottom tier of the treasury was some humble flex. Honestly, it was all bait. Yan has his eyes on a way bigger prize. He specifically hunted down this exact artifact, and to any random NPC, it looks like a boring history textbook. But Yan knows this crusty relic is about to break the universe in the future. Plot twist. The founding emperor penned this himself, and now that Yan has the ultimate mana heart installed, he's still completely locked out of unleashing the divine dragon's breath at full blast. That god-tier breathing technique was a collab project between Emperor Bahamut and Momon. To unlock its final form, he literally needs both of their energies combined. So, downloading the Emperor's secret intel is mandatory. Honestly, you kinda gotta feel bad for Momon. Bro got his life's work ripped off, then got violently unalived. Talk about a solid villain origin story for becoming a spiteful, undead monster. Yan cracks his knuckles. Alright, let's see what we've got. Give me some cheat codes, old man. His jaw literally drops. Are you kidding me? It's blank. What the hell? He furiously flips through it, finding nothing but empty, dusty pages. But the legend swore up and down. The founding emperor hid his ultimate secrets in here. The guy straight up murdered Momon just to monopolize the divine dragon's breath. Makes sense. A paranoid tyrant wouldn't just suddenly. A chilling spectral hand manifests right behind his neck. Yan whips around, adrenaline spiking, but there's absolutely nothing there. Heart pounding, he mutters. What the? The creepy vibe of being watched is suffocating. Glaring back at the mysterious tome, he asks, seriously, what is the trigger? Still nothing. Then, a wild idea sparks. He channels his aura, launching a devastating dark spirit strike straight into the pillar. Barely scratches. Damn, I tried slicing clean through, but no dice. Out of nowhere, an eerie, mocking laugh echoes through the silent arena. You absolute moron. Yan snaps his head toward the sound. The disembodied voice taunts. You'll never decode that book's riddle. Stepping out from the heavy shadows, the skeletal figure of Momon grins. Miss me, you stupid brat? Yan's blood runs cold. Momon? How the hell did you infiltrate this place? You survived getting obliterated? Momon lets out a bone-chilling cackle. I had an epiphany in the dark. Even the most pathetic little roaches become a massive headache if you don't squash them early. Especially vermin like you. Momon violently lunges forward, screeching that he's going to rip Yan to shreds, right here, right now. Yan dodges, screaming, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Momon roars that he'll butcher him at all costs. Yan yells back, Back off, Momin. But wait, his face. A horrifying, twisted woman's visage suddenly glitches over Momin. I'm hijacking your flesh for myself. The glitched Jan squares up, grinding his teeth in pure rage. The possessed abomination just keeps wailing about taking his body. Our boy narrows his eyes. Her terrifying illusion is totally glitching out. That cheap jump scare isn't going to break his focus. Under all those nasty effects, she's literally just a low-tier lich. Unleashing his aura, he screams at her to go back to, but the ghostly figure just zips right through his body, over and over. Yan freezes, totally mind-blown. His attacks aren't connecting. Is this a literal poltergeist? Or maybe some kind of cursed holographic memory embedded in the book? Following the total overhaul of the lich's life vessel, Momin's core was basically just a glitching projection of her own consciousness. She was completely harmless, literally just a phantom floating in the air. But honestly, she was getting on his last nerve, constantly buzzing around him and celebrating like she just hit the jackpot. Finally, Yan snapped. He deadpan told her to just cross over already. Why was she still haunting the living world? And seriously, what was up with her bizarre glow-up? She just burst out laughing, absolutely obsessed with her new vibe. For centuries, she had been trapped as a rotting, walking corpse. But right now, she was fully restored to her absolute prime, looking exactly like the legendary baddie. Feeding off Yan's mana heart had given her a literal taste of reality. She flashed a wicked smirk and asked if he seriously thought she would just quietly fade away. Hell no. Now that she was back, she was out for pure blood. She was going to slaughter every last one of them, especially that absolute snake, the descendant. Anyone who dared to cross her was as good as dead. Yan just stared blankly at her dramatic villain speech and casually asked, was she actually shrinking? She crossed her arms, scoffing that it was completely out of her hand. She had to heavily ration her magic just to survive. Yan roasted her right back, asking how she planned to get revenge when her face looked like a botched plastic surgery job. Momin snapped back that everyone bleeds the exact same red, and honestly, this was entirely his fault. She was only keeping her physical form because she was leeching off his mana heart, but his output was way too weak to sustain her full power. She threw an absolute tantrum, screaming at him. After chugging all those rare elixirs, why was his energy level absolute trash? A random stray mutt would have more magic than him. Yan mentally rolled his eyes at the sheer disrespect. Sure, this tiny phantom wasn't an immediate threat right now, but he could definitely feel a faint trickle of his own mana slowly draining into her. The terrifying part was that this open connection meant she could become a massive, deadly liability later on. He was literally dealing with one of history's most terrifying mages, and if she managed to fully latch onto his core and leech his magic like a parasite in the future, he would be completely screwed, totally powerless to stop her. Shifting his focus, he looked right through her and casually sighed, saying it was a real shame. It was nice knowing her, and she should probably take one last good look at the world before she completely faded into nothingness. Momin fiercely glared, telling him to drop the sarcasm and calling him a naive kid. His mana adaptation was garbage, so how exactly was he going to get rid of her? At the end of the day, he was just a fragile human. Yan kept a poker face and coldly replied that he simply had to cut the cord. Momin froze, utterly speechless. Yan didn't miss a beat, bluntly stating that she was nothing more than a parasite clinging to his mana heart. If he just choked off the supply, could she really keep this little hologram game going? He coldly ordered her to vanish, since her era was ancient history anyway. Pure panic mixed with rage flooded her face. She desperately realized she absolutely had to survive this. Fading out was not an option. Momin frantically screamed at him to wait, promising he would heavily regret wiping her out. In a split second of pure desperation, she magically snatched up the Book of Bahamut and aggressively waved it, asking, didn't he want the ultimate cheat code hiding inside it? The room fell dead silent, and without a word, Yan sliced his own palm, letting thick drops of blood splash straight onto the blank, ancient pages. He muttered that he had to soak it with blood, carrying a divine dragon's breath. But what was the exact next step? Momin hovered her hand over the pages, explaining that if he slowly pumped his mana into it, the blood would physically morph into hidden text. Yan watched intensely, light and darkness, two opposing forces violently crashing together. But as he read, he frowned. What kind of absolute gibberish was this? He glanced at, was she clueless about this puzzle too? She defensively snapped back that she had no idea what Bahamut was scribbling. The legendary founding emperor couldn't have just documented pure trash. Suddenly, a massive chill ran down Yan's spine, and his eyes snapped completely wide open. The bloody letters were literally peeling off the page and floating in midair. They started twisting, violently rearranging themselves into completely new words. He watched, absolutely, what the? A glowing sentence slammed straight into his chest, physically fusing together to forge an entirely new mana heart. He gasped. No way. They're bypassing the original core. They're literally building brand new ones. The intense moment was shattered when Momon called him Little One. Snapping back to reality, she raised an eyebrow, demanding to know why he just threw the relic away. He just stared blankly at the ground, desperately asking himself, was he just hallucinating? But no, the letters had completely reshaped, and the feeling of a brand new mana heart beating in his chest was no illusion. Bahamut, so this insanely overpowered hack was his ultimate secret. He absolutely had to master this power, even if the risk was downright suicidal. Shifting his intense gaze, he stepped toward Momon and ordered her to tag along, promising that down the line, he would find a permanent fix. Totally confused, she asked what the heck he was scheming. He smirked, promising to forge her a brand new physical body. She couldn't just leech off his mana forever, right? They were going to crack this magical code together. When Momon finally caught on to his massive bribe, her eyes lit up like fireworks. Wait, seriously? She cheered. The kid was surprisingly smooth, so what suddenly changed his mind? Yan instantly told her to chill out and not get caught. She had to know he wasn't running a charity, right? One sketchy move, and the deal was off. Putting on a totally innocent act, she obediently nodded. Of course, partner. But deep down in her twisted mind, she was laughing hysterically. Did this absolute idiot actually think she would play nice with a weakling? Sure, she was running on fumes right now. But the absolute second she got her full power back, Yan was going to be the first one she buried. She tracked his exit with a mischievous smirk. The second Yan spun around, he muttered, "That's sketchy as hell." "But to banish me right now?" she demanded, totally baffled as to why he was pulling this stunt. After all, they were literally sharing the exact same body now. Were we? Yan fired back. The same body? Newsflash, this is my body. Why the hell would it be yours? Hours bled away, giving way to a blazing sunset that painted the entire training grounds in strokes of fiery crimson. Dead leaves vaporized into dust as our boy threw a massive hook, unleashing a blinding beam of pure, radiant energy. His muscles bulged under the insane strain, but he didn't back down. He tore right through the glowing shrapnel, throwing punch after bone-crushing punch. Even as the entire arena erupted into a retina-burning flash, he kept moving. He danced through the blast radius, dodging and weaving like an absolute demon, throwing his hand up to block the glare. Gasping for air, he stared dead ahead. Through the settling dust, a silhouette stood completely still. It was the head instructor. Yan didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward like a missile, but instantly, a thick, suffocating wave of pitch-black mana oozed from his teacher. Yan's jaw clenched as he skidded to a halt. The older man was weaving that corrupted magic between his palms, drawing it high up into the sky. The shadows condensed into a terrifying, obsidian blade. He twirled the phantom weapon with lethal precision, locking his dead-eyed gaze onto our protagonist. Yan barely had a split second to cross his arms over his face and chest before the instructor unleashed a devastating slash right at him. The impact knocked the wind right out of him. For one agonizing heartbeat, time froze, until a massive, explosive shockwave swallowed the entire field. As the dust cleared, the instructor finally broke the eerie silence. "Unbelievable," he scoffed. "You were actually brawling with murderous intent. With that pathetic mana pool, I honestly thought you were going to kick the bucket." Shaking off the blast, Yan stomped right up to his mentor and snapped that he wasn't trying to murder him in a basic sparring match. Besides, he hadn't even shown him how to parry an insane move like that yet. "Isn't it your job to actually teach me?" Yan barked. The instructor smirked, telling him to rely on his raw survival instincts, block with his forearm, and use centripetal force to launch himself higher. Yan rolled his eyes, snapping back, "Yeah, no duh. I'm already mid-air." Internally, Yan was freaking out. This old man was completely unhinged, swinging a literal, lethal blade. Thank God he actually read that boring chapter on the founding of the Empire. If he hadn't remembered that specific counter move, there wouldn't even be a single tree stump left standing in this field. Floating nearby, the spirit Molman chimed in, saying this guy clearly knew how to wield the dark dragon's breath. Yan whipped around in shock. "Wait, a dark dragon?" Molman squinted at him, asking, "Who's this creepy old dude? He's definitely not a total weakling, unlike you." Yan's eye twitched. "Did you seriously just call me puny? Quit leeching my mana and get out of my head," he snapped. Completely unbothered, Molman noted that this guy was the top dog of the training facility. Yan asked again, "The head instructor?" Molman noted that she was familiar with his energy, and she'd just have to get used to it. After all, this idiot was tied to the current emperor, meaning he had a connection to the imperial founder. Molman gasped, totally shook. "Wait, what? A descendant of Bahamut? Oh, it is on sight. I'll make him pay for his ancestors' crimes with his own blood." Meanwhile, the instructor was completely confused as to why. His shoulder was suddenly throbbing. Molman was literally throwing ghost punches at him. Clueless, the teacher stretched, sighing about how nice it was to chill and bond with his student. "Was that too easy for you?" he teased. "You just survived the first stance of the Dark Breath Sword, known as the Cowardice Killer. Literally 0 cadets have lived to see the second form. Care to guess why? Because every single one of them got slaughtered by the first. It's so painfully boring, Cadet 974. Or should I say, Yan? I am dying to see how long you can actually hold out." Yan gritted his teeth. "Hold out?" Then, a cocky grin spread across his bruised face. "I have no clue how many stances you've got in your arsenal," Yan shot back. "But you better have a ton. If we're throwing down every single day, I'll need at least 365 of them." The instructor chuckled, loving the kid's absolute savage energy. "I like your guts, brat, but mastering just one stance takes decades." Unfazed, Yan fired back that he didn't need to sweat over how many tricks he could show him, because starting right now, he only needed to worry about the heavy consequences of these brutal lessons. Without missing a beat, their savage deathmatch resumed. The top-tier teacher was actually getting pushed back. Yan mercilessly shoved him away, then channeled a crackling, pitch-black aura into his palm, materializing his own shadowy blade. Wearing a wicked, bloodthirsty smirk, our boys stalked toward his prey. And just like that, this insane daily grind became their routine. 2 grueling years flashed by, completely flipping the script. Soon enough, the academy dropped a massive bombshell. The top 50 elite cadets would be hand-picked based on a brutal upcoming exam. The trial was a carbon copy of their last hellish test, but this time, the absolute loser at the bottom would get dragged into solitary training. As expected, Yan utterly humiliated Lorena once again. The girl was losing her absolute mind. The dude had literally ghosted all their regular classes lately, yet he was still securing that #1 spot. What the hell was his secret routine? Trembling with pure rage, she squeezed her fists tight, demanding to know where he'd vanished to. While she was out here grinding daily, slaughtering nightmare and slicing open their throats in cold, she is obsessed with crushing the upcoming trial, no matter the cost. She might be sitting in second place right now, but this time, she is definitely snatching that #1 spot. Suddenly, a nightmare-inducing Class A worm unleashed a deafening screech and hurled its massive body straight at her. But right as the beast lunged at Lorena, its vicious roar morphed into a pathetic shriek of pure agony. Moving with terrifying, effortless grace, she obliterated the monster with just one flick of her blade. Staring at the carnage, she warned Yan to brace himself, because the next time they crossed paths, she was coming for his title. Fast forward 2 years, the ultimate trial of the third arena officially kicked off. The whole point of this exam was going toe-to-toe with the assistant instructors. And your score here literally decided if you made the cut for the elite task force. But in the stands, the cadets were just groaning and whispering among themselves. "Ugh, when is this going to end? This is literally putting me to sleep. This whole hyped-up spectacle is just a giant waste of..." Lorena is a top-tier prodigy, sitting comfortably at rank #2. Honestly, most elite cadets could mop the floor with these assistant instructors blindfolded. Even though just a year prior, those same instructors were practically untouchable. But here's the catch. If you skip this sparring match, you can kiss your elite squad dreams goodbye. So, every single student was dragged here. That means Yan had to show up too, and Lorena was itching to personally test exactly how strong he had gotten. "Hurry up and get in the ring, Yan." But mid-thought, she froze. Her gaze snapped toward a commotion in the distance. Across the arena, a voice was screaming that the duel was over. The cadet had already been graded and needed to back off immediately. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy erupted right in the boy's face, as an enraged voice dared him to actually fight like his life depended on it. Did you seriously think screaming "stop" in a real war would magically pause the battle? The voice belonged to Cruel, the vicious elite cadet ranked 3rd in the academy. He barked that out in the real world. A fight only ends when somebody stops breathing. Was this twisted guy just playing with his food this entire time? Or did he genuinely believe that wearing an assistant's uniform gave him a free pass to trash a high-ranking noble? With a wicked grin, he violently swung his blade, as the actual instructor desperately shrieked for him to stand down. Watching from afar, Lorena felt sick to her stomach. This wasn't training, this was a sick game to him. The guy was a total psychopath. And right now, he was acting like an absolute unhinged maniac. The whole crowd was buzzing, whispering about how insanely out of line he was being. Roman leaned in, muttering that ever since the head instructor bailed on their training sessions, this maniac, Cruel, had been strutting around like he owned the entire academy. Casa chimed in, murmuring that she genuinely pitied the poor assistant instructor trapped in the ring with him. She tugged at Roman's sleeve, begging, Roman, you have to step in, do something. Her heart was breaking for the battered man. But Roman just scoffed. You feel sorry for him? Really? Do you have any idea how many low-tier students these same instructors have slaughtered? In here, it is survival of the fittest. Frustrated, Casa spun around to face Lorena. Look at him. Roman is totally chickening out, she accused. Lorena just smirked, thinking those two bickering idiots were absolutely made for each other. Roman's jaw dropped. Wait, me? Chickening out? Roman stammered. Look, at first, I knew the guy had major anger issues, but I didn't realize he was completely off his... He literally murdered an assistant recently, and his mind completely snapped 2 years ago. Seriously, why hasn't anyone put a leash on that rabid dog? Because that psycho comes from an insanely powerful bloodline, someone whispered. And honestly, Roman was actively dodging him too. Roman bristled again. Avoiding him? Who said I just don't want to deal with his trash. I'm not getting my hands dirty for nothing. Casa just rolled her eyes and deadpanned. Yeah, which literally means you're dodging him. Lorena just crossed her arms, completely unbothered. The sparring was about to wrap up anyway, and nobody with a working brain wanted to paint a target on their back by pissing off the... Right at that second, a sickening crack echoed as the instructor's blade shattered into 2 pieces, sending him crashing into the dirt. Cruel threw his head back and shrieked that the pathetic loser couldn't even defend without a toy to hide behind. And you dare call yourself a mentor? The battered assistant screamed in sheer terror. No, please. And in that split second, Lorena simply closed her eyes, and a wave of absolute zero flash froze as the chaotic brawl ground to a dead halt. The shivering instructor stared around in utter shock. Cruel slowly cracked his neck, glaring into the ice magic? Really? He growled. Honestly, Lorena hated drawing attention to herself, but watching this slaughterfest had become physically nauseating. Locking eyes with Lorena, he sneered, demanding to know if she was seriously stupid enough to disrespect his bloodline. After all, the terrifying wolf ice sword. Unfazed, Lorena coldly warned him to sheath his weapon and shut his mouth before he did something he'd regret. Cruel just burst into his cackling that he had been itching to butcher her before graduation. And oh man, the perfect excuse had finally dropped into his lap. Lorena sighed, dismissing him as a total clown, while Cruel's mind raced with sadistic glee. Well then, Lady Lorena, he purred darkly, welcome to the final exam of your pathetic life. A twisted, predatory grin stretched across his face, exposing his jagged... Lorena didn't blink. You only ever pick on weaklings, she mocked smoothly. How about you try fighting someone completely out of your league for once? He barked out another laugh, sneering that their precious lady always had such a painfully arrogant mouth on her. Watching him, Lorena calmly noted that his murderous aura was skyrocketing by the second. Gripping his hilt, he hissed that he was going to rip away her pride and watch her flawless face twist and Prepare to break, Lady Lorena. And with that, all hell broke loose. A massive shockwave and an explosive burst of blinding light violently swept across the arena, swallowing up the entire fighting ring. Weapons flashed as they violently clashed in a blur of motion. Lorena went straight for the throat, gritting her teeth against the impact. She roared over the chaos, yelling that if he was so utterly desperate to cross blades, he only had to ask. He spat back that he could crush a snobby stray like her with his bare hands. The two titans locked into a vicious, bone-crushing struggle, while Roman watched from the bleachers, utterly speechless. Casa tilted her head, watching the intense fight. Honestly, I thought this match was already wrapped up. Do you even get what's happening? She asked. Neither of them is back. Roman leaned in, carefully observing the clash. Lorena definitely has the upper hand here, he pointed out. Surviving 30 of Cruel's relentless strikes? Glad to hear you finally admit that, Casa shot back, her eyes narrowing. But keep watching. Something feels way off. There's this weird, unsettling aura constantly spiking around him. Let's not forget, the guy carries the Dwight family bloodline. He has literally never unleashed the Black Ops unit's forbidden arts. If he snaps and uses that dark technique now, absolute disaster. Plus, while Lorena treats this like a standard spar, Cruel is out here playing for keeps. Roman smirked, calling her out directly. Casa, what could you possibly... He rudely patted the top of her head like a pet. She swatted his hand away, glaring. Excuse me? She snapped. Just because he's been gatekeeping the number 3 spot for years doesn't mean he runs. Are you forgetting that the top 3 literally hold the title of the Heavenly 3? She challenged him. But honestly, Roman was way too distracted by his own side quests to care. Yeah, I know, he brushed her off smoothly. But let's talk about you. What exactly is keeping you so busy these days? Didn't you just build a private militia of 80 members? Hand-picking regular commoners and border town rich kids to do your dirty work? Honestly, your little squad gives off Casa flashed a cold, knowing smile. Interesting theory, but you've got your own sketchy extracurriculars going on, don't you, Roman? Drafting slaves and rogue cadets from neighboring cities to build your own private army? Let's see, 56 grunts in total, split perfectly into 7 squads of 8. Makes me wonder what kind of shady black ops they're pulling off right this second. Who knows? Maybe staging a massive prison break entirely behind the scenes. Roman leaned in dangerously close, invading her personal space. "You're getting way too obsessed with my business," he whispered. Casa just let out a low, mocking laugh. "Oh, please," she fired back. "Looks to me like you're the one obsessing over my every move." But before he could clap back, a blood-curdling shriek ripped. Roman scoffed, turning his attention back to the dirt. "Called it. Looks like the show's officially over." Down below, Lorena had her razor-sharp blade. "Thank goodness it's done," a voice muttered from the stands. But Lorena wasn't dropping her guard. "Are we finished here?" she demanded coldly. "Or are you begging for round? If you keep stubbornly relying on your raw power alone, you're just going to keep eating dirt. Check your massive ego, Cruel. Learn some actual humility before you embarrass yourself out here again. Got it?" Trembling on the ground, Cruel was absolutely. Just then, a sinister, slithering shadow materialized right beside. Cruel's eyes widened in absolute shock as the phantom voice kept taunting him. "Oh, you poor, pitiful boy, forever destined to lose. Everything that rightfully belongs to you gets snatched away. She constantly looks down on you from her little pedestal, and you just let her take it. Nothing is ever going to change for you, is it? If you had just crushed her and wiped her out completely, you wouldn't be in the dirt right now. Don't forget, all of this was supposed to be the grand estate, the title of the heir, your own father's approval. You could have had it all. God, you are so deeply pathetic, Cruel. Tear her down, destroy her right here, and everything falls perfectly into your lap. The mansion, the succession, your father's validation. It literally could have been yours." Cruel's mind completely shattered under the toxic whispers. "You're right," he muttered under his breath. "If I just get rid of her, everything goes back to me." In an instant, a twisted fury hijacked his mind, his eyes flashing a demonic, glowing crimson. A sick smirk crawled onto his face. "Are you seriously that confident you won?" he rasped. Lorena frowned. "What kind of nonsense are— I'm talking about you taking me out for good," he sneered. Out of nowhere, Cruel violently drove his bare hand right into his own throat. Lorena froze, completely thrown off by his unhinged self-sabotage. "I'd rather end it all than lose to you," he gagged out. Panicking, she immediately "Are you totally out of your mind? Stop this right now," she shrieked, rushing in. A sinister grin stretched across his bleeding face. In a split second, the malicious shadow exploded from his body, darting straight for Lorena's blind spot. She didn't even have a second to brace herself. Cruel lunged forward, violently tackling her to the ground. Crimson splattered across the dirt as he relentlessly battered her, screaming like an absolute maniac. "Just disappear already." Lethal shards of corrupted dark magic erupted in every direction as he pinned her down. He glared down at her helpless body with sheer, bloodthirst, but right before he could deal the final blow, a massive shadow blocked his path. "Who the hell are you?" Cruel roared. "Who dares to get in my way? Is that a damn wolf? Where did this monster even spawn from?" The giant, midnight black wolf locked its glowing eyes onto him. "I have returned." Cruel flinched, the deep resonance of that voice hitting a terrifyingly familiar nerve. Wait, could it actually be that exact same beast from before? The dust finally cleared, revealing Lorena completely safe, scooped up in someone's arms. Holding her securely to his chest after that incredibly clutch rescue, Yan slowly turned his head. His eyes locked onto Cruel, radiating pure, Roman, Casa, and Cruel were completely paralyzed by the sheer flex of his entrance. The massive black wolf began stalking toward Cruel, while Lorena remained slumped. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered. Blinking through the blur, she stared up at Yan's jawline and gasped, It's really you." Cruel let out a psychotic laugh. "Man, the universe is practically handing me a 2-for-1 deal today. I'm going to bury you right next to her." Yan didn't even flinch. He gave Cruel a dead-eyed stare, gently set Lorena down on the stone tiles, and softly told her, "Just catch your breath for a second." Cruel burst into a mock. "Have you been out in the woods training this oversized mutt for the circus these past 2 years? Yan slowly cracked his knuckles. 2 whole years have gone by, Yan replied coldly. Out of nowhere, the spirit Momin popped into thin air, floating over Yan's shoulder. "Ooh, do we have some fresh prey to play with?" she chimed curiously. "Because this guy's foul energy is serious." Yan's eyes narrowed. He was fully aware of the demonic aura reeking off his opponent. "You can sense that corrupted vibe too, right?" Momin. It was do or die time to fix this mess, or he would go full demon mode before anyone could blink. Right on cue, he let out an unhinged cackle and launched his assault. He pressed him again, demanding to know what kind of sketchy deal he made with the original owner of this body. Yan just smirked and hit back. Was he actually sweating over his own future? He was absolutely going to regret this. But right as the tension peaked, a voice sliced through the air. "Wrap up the trash talk. He had been off the grid for 2 whole years. And these rookies had gotten way too bold. Suddenly, an insane, suffocating aura flooded the room. The absolute unit standing there, the head instructor. He was here to drop one last announcement, ordering everyone to shut it down and grab a seat immediately. The whole squad was completely shook to see him back. The head instructor barked at them to hustle up. Unless, of course, they wanted to get packed up and permanently deleted on their literal last day. Once the dust settled, he broke the news. They put in the grind, but out of 1,000 raw cadets, only 200 actually survived the cut. Honestly, a pretty solid survival rate. He revealed that their final rankings would be split down the middle, 50% raw strength and agility, and 50% pure mana control. Since their rookie days were officially over, they were ditching their basic identification numbers. From now on, they would be rocking a completely different flex. They were officially being crowned as Imperial Knights, because snagging that title is an absolutely legendary flex. And no, we are not talking about some basic dudes riding around on horses. The power scaling here is divided into 10 distinct tiers. We are talking about elite warriors who have completely conquered lethal mana dungeons. Heavy hitters capable of summoning an exclusive, named absolute units who can infuse massive amounts of raw energy into monsters who can cast insane physical buffs directly onto their own bodies. Masters who amplify their sword techniques using internal energy. And top-tier legends who can literally forge a weapon. And wrapping up the speech, it was time to drop the official rankings, kicking things off with the number 1 spot. Yan secured the absolute top spot, locking in his official rank as the results echoed through the crowd. Flash forward a bit, and the crew touched down at the elite dorms, a VIP setup strictly for the special squad's top-tier cadets. Collapsing onto a mattress, Yan groaned that he'd been craving a normal bed for 2 whole years. Meanwhile, Momin was totally lost, asking, "Wait, what do all these levels even mean?" she pressed. Yan fired back, asking if she seriously had never heard of the Imperial Knights ranking system. Turns out, 1,000 years ago, this whole setup wasn't even a thing. To break it down, knights stacked in the same tier operate a lot like magic circles. The average knight caps out at rank 7 or 8. It sounds kind of mid, but honestly, it's plenty of firepower to solo most monsters out there. Then you have the Elite 4, flexing at rank 6. Not a single cadet could even scratch them, and honestly, hitting rank 6 at their age had the rest of the academy seething with jealousy. Out of nowhere, Lorena slid up behind Yan, murmuring that he'd completely morphed over the last 2 years. It had definitely been a minute since they last crossed paths. She eyed his noticeably longer hair, while Yan just tossed her name back, noting she'd actually grown up a bit herself. The air between them went totally dead for a second, before she finally cracked. But before she could even finish her sentence, our boy shut it down. He told her to drop it, smoothly flipping the script to ask if she was finally feeling better. Offering her some healing salve, he was caught off guard when Lorena snapped back. "Why are you doing things nobody asked for?" she demanded. "Did you seriously think I'd actually lose?" Yan blinked, totally thrown off by her vibe. Glaring daggers, Lorena warned him not to get a big head just because he managed to hit rank 5. "It's literally just a number," she scoffed. "A rank 5 Imperial Knight? Sure, most warriors would kill for that kind of insane energy mastery. But it wasn't like the Empire had a shortage of rank 5 heavyweights lying around. Still, the Crown Prince was the absolute only one to hit that god tier at just 17. "And by the way, that haircut looks terrible on you," she barked, storming off like a hurricane. Yan just smirked, knowing she was being totally petty. She knew she was acting out of line, but the reality was, her own brother had also just hit rank 5. And thanks to the prince stealing the spotlight, her brother missed out on being the youngest prodigy in that tier. What a brutal letdown. She was just too salty to admit Yan had totally eclipsed her big bro. Talk about childish. Floating nearby, Momin chimed in, claiming rank 5. "But why are you playing dumb and capping your power?" she prodded. "You could totally push it way higher." Yan just gave a sly smile, explaining it was way smarter to keep his true stats under wraps. He only needed to flex just enough to bait a certain pesky moth into the light. Flashing a knowing grin, he kept walking. Meanwhile, cut to the faculty side, where a lackey was creeping up on the head instructor. The boss chuckled darkly, mentioning he got word that Yan had been absolutely terrorizing the other recruits. He confessed he totally didn't see that coming, especially that Black Wolf move. There was no way the academy taught him that kind of Things were getting spicy. Did that kid actually pull off the Dark Dragon sword technique? He mused. His subordinate flinched. "Sir, with all due respect," he stammered, "I think you're getting way too obsessed with this kid." Letting a cadet pop off with a forbidden skill was a massive red flag, and totally broke the center's rules. The boss slowly turned his icy gaze to the senior instructor, asking. The chief's voice dropped. "Looks like you've forgotten your place." How long has it been since I handed you that senior badge? Since when do I pay you to have an opinion? Jack swallowed his pride and apologized, prompting the boss to coldly order him to go scrub the training grounds. Walking away, Jack's mind was racing. It was officially confirmed. The chief instructor had lost his mind, and his calls couldn't be trusted anymore. His crew gave him the silent nod. It was time to eliminate the boss before things went totally sideways. Later that night, cut back to our boy finally crashing onto his massive bed. He passed out instantly, but out of nowhere, his eyes snapped open. The vibes were completely off. Momin was straddling him, whispering that his meat suit was officially under her control. For 2 solid years, she'd been silently leeching off his aura, slowly leveling up in the shadows. Did he honestly think she'd just roll over and quit? As if. She was ready to give him a brutal reality check, priming the dreaded, mind-breaking seal. She wasn't rushing this. She was going to drain his sanity, piece by agonizing piece. Smirking, she tightened her psychic grip on his limbs. But her victory lap got cut short when his eyes flared open, his voice dripping with venom as he growled at her to back off. Sweating but playing it cool, she forced a laugh. "Oh, you're awake? Relax. I was literally just doing a quick diagnostic check on my magic output." Yan wasn't having it. "Hilarious," he deadpanned, "because I swear I told you, if you ever pulled a stunt like this again, I'd grind your soul into ash." She shrieked, blaming him for dragging his feet on surrendering his vessel to her. Then, scrambling to change the subject, she frantically asked if he was supposed to be at the training yard. Ignoring her tantrum, Yan hopped out of bed, his senses tingling as he wondered who the hell was creeping up to his door at this ungodly hour. Pulling the door open, he found Jack standing there, stiff as a board. The guy claimed the head instructor demanded Yan's presence and offered to be his personal escort. Fast forward, the two were trekking through an abandoned shopping alley inside the special squad's turf. It was dead quiet, with Jack leading the way through the shadows. Yan was immediately suspicious, demanding to know why the boss wanted a private chat in the middle of the night. The exams were literally ancient history at this point. Plus, this location was sketchy as hell. Was this actually an official summons, or was he walking right into a trap? Before Yan could even finish his thought, a wide-eyed Jack suddenly lunged with a burst of dark magic. Whipping a wicked dagger from his coat, the guy screamed that he was just thinking. Jack slashed the air, where our boy used to be. Yan gloated that he wasn't just book-smart, but absolutely cracked at thinking on his feet. Blinking into existence right behind Jack, Yan caught him lacking. Jack froze, absolute terror gripping him as a blinding flash engulfed the space. The villain rushed his target, unleashing a brutal Form 7 Dark Spirit Art in crazy close-quarters combat. Jack scoffed. "So, you finally caught on?" Yan fired back. "Bro, how could I miss it after surviving pure hell? You'd think a guy like you would actually be good at sneaking around." Jack branded him a snitch. Suddenly, Yan clocked the insanely intense aura bleeding from the enemy's blade. A sickening crimson glow. He questioned where weapons like that even came from. You're supposed to be the top dog instructor, right? The big boss who literally knows every single thing going down. Are high-ranking officials seriously allowed to pull off shady stunts like this? How are you going to handle the fallout? Jack completely snapped, calling him an absolute freak and blasting his mask just for hitting rank 5. "It never fails," Jack spat. "You get completely carried on the exam, and suddenly you're acting like you own the place. Let's see how long that god complex lasts." Right on cue, a whole squad of goons ambushed Yan from the shadows. Taken totally off guard, Yan spun around, admitting he wasn't sure he could solo an entire squad. Fast forward, our boy got overpowered and completely hogtied. Momin panicked, screaming about what they were pulling. Yan told her to chill out, then locked eyes with his captor, demanding, "Yo, senior instructor, what is the actual point of this? At least drop the lore." One of the lackeys urged the captain to just finish him off. Fast so they could bounce. Jack sneered. "Oh, so you really need the backstory?" Yan didn't hesitate. "Yeah. So I can figure out where I messed up." Jack glared down at him, his silence deafening before asking, "Do you even remember the bloodbath from 2 years ago?" Yan was totally clueless. Jack reminded him about the day he broke out with the other trainees. A massive hit squad of instructors hunted them down, and Yan had slaughtered every single one. "My little sister was in that squad," Jack revealed. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked for our boy. Even though he couldn't recall her face at all, Jack's baby sister had been leading the 3rd Strike Team. Jack's memory was permanently scarred, obsessed with how she was thrown away for a cockroach. Like Yan, she had convulsed in pure agony, her expression twisted in horrific suffering. Jack was haunted by that dark day, vowing to completely erase Yan and get justice for his little sister. "Rotten hell!" Jack screamed, unsheathing a lethal dagger. Yan ordered him to back off. Jack shrieked that blood demanded blood, violently lunging for the kill. Out of nowhere, our guy manifested the Black Wolf spirit, and the spectral beast tanked the brutal hit. The aura shifted into the legendary Black Dragon blade, instantly making Jack sweat. Jack's eyes went wide as the Shadow Wolf towered over him. Yan deadpanned that the sister did her job, but they clashed desperately, and he came out on top. Why would I feel sorry for her? Yan scoffed. Plus, I highly doubt you guys rolled up here just to settle some petty family beef. Jack stammered. What the hell are you yapping about? Yan smirked, wondering if he should just call them rebels. That massive Armenian insurrection that absolutely rocked the empire, and the whole continent ended up flopping hard. But a tiny squad of surviving outlaws managed to recruit a crazy huge army, branding themselves the Revolutionary Army. The Order of the Red Revolution got its edgy name from their signature weapon, the Red Revolution. The insane part? They literally fed the blades their own blood to give the steel that nightmarish red glow. Any war zone touched by the Red Revolutionary Detachment was guaranteed to be a total bloodbath. The cult leader even hacked together an artificial ability, letting the grunts deal massively boosted damage. But there was one massive debuff. The skill literally boiled their veins. To avoid getting totally cooked from the inside out, the knights straight up turned to vampirism. Yan dropped the bomb that the defectors were already cooking up a massive coup. He actually planned on tracking the boss down, but Jack crashing the party totally saved him the grind. Who's pulling your strings? Yan demanded. Is the chief instructor calling the shots? Or is the whole boot camp infested with traitors? Jack was totally shook. He cursed Yan out, utterly mind-blown by how the kid uncovered their darkest secrets. But since Yan exposed their treason, Jack could mercilessly slaughter him without a single ounce of guilt. Jack's rage completely boiled over, barking at his squad to ignite the Red Revolution. Yan just smirked, already knowing they'd pull that move. Blinding magical auras flared up, and the entire gang rushed Yan, screaming for his head. Unbothered, Yan mocked that 3 scrubs popping their blood arts against a rank 5 powerhouse was just sad, and they were about to taste real power. Summon the Black Wolf, right now. With that chant, suffocating dark energy exploded outward, and Yan unleashed the infamous Dark Dragon Blade. Jack's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. No freaking way, he shrieked. That's the chief instructor's signature ultimate. How could a kid be this insanely overpowered? The abyssal energy devoured the room, and Yan stood there radiating pure boss energy. He swung his greatsword, instantly cleaving through multiple enemies, and wiping the floor with them in one brutal, cinematic slap. A blinding beam of light ripped right through the clouds. Jack, totally deserted, stammered, "Yo, what the hell was that?" One single swing of the blade. How in the world did he pull that off? Wiping out the entire squad? The dude wasn't human, he was a total beast. Yan stalked toward him, while Jack, trembling like a leaf, panicked and begged to know what he was. Was he some imperial mole? How did he completely read their playbook? Or did the head instructor actually sell them out? Yan coldly cut him off. I'm the one pulling the strings here. Chill out. Play nice, and you keep your life. He whipped out a medallion. Focus up. You recognize this carving? Jack took one look at the crest and completely lost his mind, shrieking in pure terror. Why the heck was that here? Jackpot, Yan muttered, suddenly grabbing Jack by the collar and hoisting him up. He barked. Spit it out. What does this stand for? A noble house? Some underground syndicate? How does the head instructor tie into this? Who else is rocking this badge? Jack was totally clueless, utterly bewildered by the interrogation. As Yan kept pushing, his patience snapped, and he yelled, "Yo, what is happening to your face?" The moment Jack tried to name the symbol, his cheeks grotesquely ballooned outward. And a split second later, pop, he dropped completely lifeless in a dark red puddle. Yan just stared down at the messy aftermath, muttering, "Did he seriously just take himself out?" Momin chimed in, revealing that a cursed gag order had been secretly stamped on him. Honestly, the poor guy probably had zero clue it was even there. Yan was absolutely shook by this hidden curse. Momin broke it down. It was a hex triggered by dropping a specific word, or making a specific move. It instantly sucked the life force straight from their core, making their entire body detonate. She admitted she wasn't entirely sure what exact spell it was, leaving it as a vague clue. He told her to quit playing games. Still, even with a shaky lead, he finally had a puzzle piece. This crest was the ultimate link connecting the head instructor, the uprising, and even his own parents. The whole vibe felt insanely off. He figured he needed to brief the head instructor on this mess. Momin double-checked. Wait, you're confronting him right now? He's probably plotting to wipe out his crew and then come for you. But didn't the instructor deploy these goons in the first place? Yeah, totally. But Yan doubted the boss actually ordered a hit on him. He probably sent them out here just to get folded. Am I right, Chief? Boom. The head instructor materialized right over his shoulder, flashing a wicked grin. Obviously not. Who, in their right mind, would feed their own crew to the wolves? He claimed Jack had been stepping out of line recently, and desperately needed a harsh reality check. Since Yan officially graduated, he was clear to bounce. Tomorrow, the real grind begins. Catch some Z's while you can. With your current stats, this next gig is going to be a nightmare. And just like that, he vanished into thin air. Sunlight cracked over the horizon as a massive locomotive came roaring through the deep woods. This was the Cross-Continent Express rolling straight into the Wolf family's frosty northern turf. The cars were absolutely stacked with luggage, but practically a ghost town when it came to passengers. The conductor shuffled down the aisle to verify passes, and with a polite cough, asked to check their boarding passes. Yan immediately stepped up, saying he had the whole squad covered. The conductor stamped the papers and wished them a smooth ride. The brutal trials were finally in the rearview mirror, and now they were just kicking back, enjoying a totally chill, luxurious train trip. Except, yeah, right, that was a massive lie. He was pushing north on official business. Post-exams, every single cadet who hadn't flatlined was officially branded as an elite operator for the special squad. Zero downtime, zero celebrations. They were instantly tossed into the fire for their debut mission. The troops were scattered to the winds, east, west, north, and south, blanketing the entire map. Each squad caught a unique, insanely dangerous objective. The undead east, literally touching the graveyard realm. Casa and a hardcore unit of 80 recruits were dumped there. The bizarre west, packed with twisted weather and crawling with freakish mobs, was handed to Roman and a 50-man strike team. The stormy south, constantly ripped apart by hurricanes and ruthless pirates, got 60 top-tier brawlers. Meanwhile, the icy northern frontier bordering their homeland, an absolute savage territory. That fell to Yan, the undisputed number one, along with 3 absolute randoms. Literally no one else wanted this route. Probably because it was cold enough to turn a freaking dragon into a popsicle. Yan was honestly relieved. Less dead weight meant better survival odds. But his actual lineup was highly questionable. Lorena, Cruel, and Cheryl were chilling right across from him. The universe had literally grouped the top 3 biggest walking disasters into a single train car. Cruel smirked and asked, "Are you stalking me, princess? Is this your weird little way of getting payback?" Lorena totally ghosted him, eyes glued to the snowy window. He scoffed, calling her an idiot, asking if she was seriously going to leave him on red in real life. Cheryl squeaked out a plea for him to watch his mouth. Honestly, Lorena's posse was probably thinking the exact same thing. He snapped back, "The heck did you just say? Who even are you, her personal maid?" Cheryl dropped her gaze and mumbled that she wasn't a servant. Her name was Cheryl, and she'd been Lorena's bestie ever since the gauntlet. The second Lorena saved her life, she swore she'd ride or die with her, no matter the destination. She'd been sticking by her side this entire time. Nobody had ever stepped up to defend her, so he desperately needed to keep his toxic mouth shut. At least, that was the vibe Lorena was giving off. Carol completely lost his cool, demanding she spill the truth. He got right in her face, practically begging for a death wish. Yan sighed, deeply wishing they could just ride in peace. Let's be real, Carol didn't give a single flying flip about Lorena anyway. This dude dragged himself all the way up north for one petty reason. He was hyper-fixated on Yan, totally dead set on taking him out. Their vibes clashed from day one. Yan just pushed all of his wrong buttons, and since they were officially out of the Academy's safe zone, it was basically open season to throw hands. Yan cracked his knuckles, casually asking how many hits it would take to teach him a lesson. He demanded a quick answer, repeating the threat with absolute ice in his veins. Carol froze in his tracks, but the second he mumbled a pathetic no, Yan absolutely wrecked him, delivering a brutal combo straight to his face. Meanwhile, Lorena just zoned out, her eyes glued to the passing scenery, like she couldn't care less. Returning to her hometown this early definitely wasn't on her bingo card. Dark memories flooded her mind, echoing those harsh voices that constantly shut her out and invalidated her truth. Just dropping that forbidden name again meant instant exile to the wastelands. This was the toxic homeland she had ditched without looking back. But ever since she bailed, her brother had gone completely off the grid, and going back empty-handed just wasn't an option anymore. Yan side-eyed Lorena, totally puzzled by her dead silent mood. She was practically radiating bad vibes about this whole homecoming trip. But a massive plot twist was about to drop. Brace yourself, Lorena, because this reality check is going to hit like a freight train. The intercom crackled, announcing they were pulling up to Avalon any minute now. Right then, our main guy caught snippets of a whispered chat happening right behind his seat. A lackey nervously asked his boss if he was seriously going through with the Avalon was literally right there, so skipping this stop felt super sketchy. Was something serious getting under the old man's skin? The sidekick argued they couldn't just ghost the prince. It would completely crush him. But the boss just brushed it off with a dry, sarcastic, "You're welcome." The royal heir was done with his training arc, leaving the old man with zero reasons to stick around. So why the sudden invite? It suddenly clicked for Yan. This was exactly why he picked the northern route. Sure, he looked like a cranky old man with a serious attitude problem, but this was the legendary Elder Uyghur. We're talking about the ultimate mentor to both the emperor and the crown prince, the undisputed biggest brain in the entire empire, and Yan was here to intercept him. Despite starting out as a total nobody from the streets, with zero magic and zero combat skills, he racked up god-tier respect just by dropping pure wisdom and hardcore philosophical truths. His brain was so massive that the emperor actually leveled up this commoner by handing him the shiny title of Count. In Yan's past life, Uyghur walked a totally righteous path, flawlessly playing the role his high status demanded. Yan remembered that tragic future scene, Uyghur crying out, "Your Majesty, if the ruler turns a blind eye to our suffering, how is this empire any different from a literal hell?" He begged the king to wake up and face reality. Those so-called rebels were actually a revolutionary army fighting for survival. Did the crown not realize it had completely abandoned its own citizens? What happened to the goated, logical leader of the past? He got totally blinded by a petty power trip, forgetting what true, radiant leadership actually looked like. The poor elder literally cried tears of blood for 3 straight days and nights, putting his life on the line to beg the corrupt ruler for mercy. But the emperor repaid that loyalty with the ultimate penalty. Fortunately, that dark timeline was still way off, meaning Yan had plenty. Snapping back to reality, a conductor started kissing up, apologizing for the messy crowd. They ruthlessly cleared out the peasants to offer Uyghur a VIP luxury cabin. Would he like a free upgrade? Uyghur gave a chill nod, saying thanks, while Yan quietly tracked their every move as they walked down the aisle. As they passed, Yan's sharp eyes caught a micro-movement, a highly classified hand gesture meant to pass a secret message to an accomplice. The train plunged into pitch-black darkness inside a tunnel. An isolated old man in a looming fatal trap? Yan smirked like an absolute menace. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Uyghur was ride or die for the empire itself, not the toxic emperor. He was the kind of legend who would gladly lay down his life for the innocent citizens. But the sage was poking his nose where it didn't belong, making him the ultimate high-value target for the Revolutionary Army's extraction squad. That low-key hand gesture? That was an underground code exclusively used by the rebellion's Black Ops team. Right on cue, the train screeched to a halt mid-tunnel, with the intercom barking at everyone to stay glued to their seats. The rebels were seconds away from sparking absolute chaos in the dark. Yan was ready to crash their party, play the hero for the sage, and lock in a powerful alliance. Our boy instantly switched to leader mode, warning his crew to keep their guard up. Carol and Lorena whipped their heads around, staring at him like he was crazy. Without moving his lips, his voice echoed directly inside their minds. He told them to chill out and listen up. Hostile forces had just hijacked the entire train. Exactly 1 hour after breaching the tunnel, a strike team was going to make a hardcore play to snatch a high-profile VIP on board. The ops were already hiding in plain sight, cosplaying as conductors, and he was literally in the middle of dropping the ultimate survival strategy, but Carol just flashed a cocky smirk, arguing that they hadn't even gotten an official quest yet. Why on earth should he take orders from a scrub like Yan? Mid-sentence, Yan just snapped and flat-out decked him right in. Silence instantly swallowed the room. Yan broke the ice, asking if anyone needed a play-by-play. "Hold up," Lorena interrupted, rubbing her temples to process the massive info dump. "How the hell do you even know all this?" He kept it cool. "Top secret mission from the head honcho. That is exactly why I headed straight for the freezing north." "Got it," she nodded, her eyes narrowing. "Spill the rest. Who exactly are we up against?" He admitted he did not have a total head count, but he knew exactly who was pulling the strings. The Revolutionary Army. They were the masterminds behind snatching the VIP. Outside, heavy snow started burying the tracks, while inside, the shady train crew whispered among themselves. "Are the civilians totally out cold?" one muttered, clutching a canister of knockout gas. Their plan was simple: dump the unconscious passengers straight into the cargo hold. But wait, were there actual special forces operatives hiding on board? And seriously, why were mere ticket punchers packing heat? Right on cue, Lorena stepped out from the shadows, making the thugs jump out of their skin. "Who the heck is this chick?" they yelled. Before they could blink, she slashed across a goon's chest with her glowing blade, leaving the rest absolute. The injured thug howled in agony, clutching his frozen wound. An ice blade, that could only mean one thing. She belonged to the legendary wolf bloodline. Lorena smirked, realizing Yan's crazy intel was dead on. One of the thugs whistled, clearly impressed. He figured they would run into some elite soldiers, but stumbling upon the prized pup of the wolf clan, total jackpot. He fake pouted, mocking the kid for stepping into a slaughterhouse. Snagging her meant a massive promotion, or better yet, a fat ransom check. She glared daggers at them, confirming they were definitely Revolutionary Army scum. Did these freaks even realize the pure hell they had unleashed on her family? She literally abandoned her privileged life to join the Black Ops for one reason: hunting down the monsters who made her brother vanish into thin air. So yeah, she was absolutely thrilled these bozos walked right into her trap. The lead thug whipped out a magic-infused broadsword, chuckling like a total maniac. "Oh, so little Miss Princess knows about our history," he taunted. While she was kicking back in absolute luxury, they were out there scraping by on moldy scraps. Who did she think rigged this whole busted system? But Lorena didn't care. The wolves swore an oath to shield the Empire and the frozen North, and she wasn't about to let these rebels win. These terrorists were a massive threat to the Northern Realm, born from pure chaos. Boom! Her explosive strike sent glass shattering across the entire train car. Back in the adjoining carriage, another fake conductor was totally clueless about the absolute bloodbath happening. "Why the hell did the radio just go dead?" he muttered, tapping his earpiece. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stepped up to the rogue conductor, smirking. "Perfect. I was desperately looking for a punch, and these goons fit the bill perfectly." As the train tore through the blizzard, he absolutely dismantled a whole squad of bad guys in seconds. He casually flexed, bragging about how he swiped his lethal blade straight from the Emperor's personal stash. Didn't it look insanely gorgeous? He inhaled deeply, grinning, as the metallic scent of fresh blood hit his lungs. He warned Yan to brace himself. He was up next. Meanwhile, Momon's radar pinged. She sensed heavy magical. She scolded Yan, telling him to stop dragging her out for every minor inconvenience. Yan just smirked, firing back that she had to earn her paycheck somehow. "So, are we crashing this party, or what?" They had a kidnapped sage to rescue. The game plan? Ruel would clear out the caboose, and Yan was going straight ninja, sneaking up via the icy roof. Wow, sneaky much? Momon snickered. Honestly, Lorena was way more of a savage than Momon originally gave her credit for. Good thing Yan didn't zero her out earlier, right? That girl was a literal ticking time bomb. But seriously, is this wrinkly old dude actually worth all this hype? Is he really that crucial to your master plan? Yan didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Moving forward, they were going to clash with these Revolutionary Army fanatics constantly, and nobody held more VIP cheat codes than this ancient sage. Having his massive brain on their team would make wiping out the rebellion a total walk in the park. Alright, enough talking, let's move. Momon sighed, realizing she was surrounded by absolute chess masters playing 4D chess. It blew her mind, but it was time to face the music. Cut to the VIP car. The old man was hogtied, looking completely pathetic as his captors. "Are you seriously the guy who tutored the Emperor?" Sitting right across from him was Hela, the absolute baddie, commanding the Revolutionary Army's 7th Corps. Oh, and she just happened to be the third disciple of the legendary Holy Sword Erectus. Hela leaned in, smirking. "So, you're the Grand Royal Tutor? If you're supposedly you must be fluent in a ton of dead languages and forgotten dialects, right?" A terrified geezer stammered out a yes, prompting a cruel laugh from her. "Oh, perfect. Does that mean you can bark like a mutt? Dogs have their own language too, you know." "Come on, give us a bark. What are you waiting for?" The poor old guy was totally mind-blown, utterly confused by the absolute disrespect, until he genuinely just started barking like a stray puppy. Hela lost her mind laughing, while her massive goon, Igor, hyped her up. He is basically peeking through the skylight. Yan scanned their auras, confirming there were only 2 heavy hitters inside the room. That covered this specific cabin, but what about the rest of the train? Before Yan and Momon could strategize, Hela clapped her hands. "All right, Pops, time to show off your fluent cat language." The legendary sage literally started me. Momon deadpanned, whispering, "Are we sure this clown is actually going to be useful?" Yan just flashed a knowing grin. Yep, the old man has literally always been this much of a weirdo. What absolutely terrifies him the most? This dude will toss his ego into the dirt without blinking if it gives the Empire an edge. He's the ultimate pragmatist. She couldn't stop laughing at how insane it was, hyping him up as the absolute GOAT right after she casually slaughtered every single Imperial scientist. Why? Just because their giant egos annoyed her. He kept his cool, smoothly replying that he was just thrilled she and Hela groaned about never escaping the grind, but admitted rolling with him was a total vibe. Vagor, the old man, bowed his head and respectfully called her his mistress. Smirking, she declared it was officially hunting season for those rats. Her blade slashed through the air, but before it could draw blood, Yan violently clashed his own weapon against hers. A blinding white flash violently engulfed the space. Stepping into the biting chill outside, Hella shivered and muttered, "Freezing out here. Guess that explains the massive rat infestation. They must love nesting in this crusty old train." Suddenly, a sharp metallic hum pierced the air. She whipped around, coming face to face with cold steel. It was our boy. He stepped right up into the danger zone. "You holding up all right, Sage?" He had crashed the party for a rescue mission. Vagor gasped out. "Did you seriously ghost your way in while they were distracted? Kid, you're actually insane for this." Yan locked eyes and nodded, confirming the stealth play. Hella mocked him like a clueless toddler. "So, what farm animal do you speak, little guy? Pig? I bet you squeal real nice when you run. Come on, hit me with an oink." Yan tilted his head, visibly confused. "Huh?" Then he fired back with the most sarcastic, "My bad. Seeing you sprawled out like that, I just assumed you were the pig here." She snarled, calling him a psycho. Meanwhile, Momin chimed in, dropping intel on this girl's power scale. She's at least a rank 5 threat, but her blade is oozing some heavy, twisted energy. Yan grit his teeth. A blinding white blade. That's the exact same aura signature as Erectus. That legend built his entire rep off his disciples, and this girl was clearly one of his prodigies. He warned Momin they needed to wrap this up, fast. Right on cue, a chilling voice ordered them to freeze and drop the steel, or the old man's head would be taking a permanent vacation from his neck. Out stepped Varus, the fourth Aura Sword disciple. Vagor's eyes widened as the realization hit. This punk was using high-tier stealth magic. Yan shot a sideways glare at Momin. "Yo, didn't you literally just say there were only 2 of them?" She awkwardly broke eye contact. She mumbled that her radar definitely only picked up 2 life forces, completely mixing up the assassin with the sage. Momin threw her hands up, totally defensive. "How is this my fault if the old guy isn't even giving off energy?" Suddenly, Hella slammed a dagger right into the floorboards at his feet, stalking closer to Yan. She bathed in the absolute terror on his face. Yan taunted her. "Wait, didn't you want to hear me squeal?" Hella smirked, whispering that the time for games was totally over, and now, instead of a piggy squeal, the only sound she wanted was the sickening crunch of his skull. Her muscles coiled like a spring, and she launched herself at Yan with absolutely feral speed. Her backup squad tightened their grips, ready to jump in. But boom, Lorena crashed the scene. Activating her vision of the wolf, she shattered the carriage windows into a million sparkling pieces. A bone-chilling frost instantly devoured the room. The train conductors were flash-frozen, locked helplessly inside thick blocks of ice. She exhaled a frosty breath, whispering, "Winter is coming." But mid-flex, a violent cough ripped through her, spraying dark crimson blood over the snow. She pushed way too hard. The backlash caused severe frostbite, tearing apart her ice powers were completely offline for the foreseeable future. A massive, heavily muscled dude stepped from the shadows, scoffing that she was making way too much racket. Way too chaotic and messy for an elite hidden wolf. The intel that Psycho fed them was complete garbage. Lorena squinted, her brain scrambling to figure out who this behemoth was. He was literally melting her frost away with a suffocating wave of dark energy. Wait, if he just walked out of Cruel's car, that means he's the ultimate target. Before she could even process the panic, his deep voice cut through the air. "Are you seriously claiming to be a daughter of the legendary wolf bloodline?" She whipped around, pure terror gripping her chest, and screamed, "You absolute creep! How do you know that?" Meanwhile, all the way at the caboose, Cruel was drowning in a massive puddle of his own blood. His mind was spiraling. How the hell was anyone supposed to take down a monster like this? This dude was on a totally different wavelength compared to any boss he had ever faced. Gasping for air, his thoughts drifted to Lorena. Was this absolute unit actually stronger than the head instructor? Back in the chaotic car, Lorena stammered. "Did he really just block my ultimate attack bare-handed?" The guy gave a super condescending apology. "Such a bummer. If we hadn't crossed paths right here, you might have actually lived to see tomorrow." A split second later, fresh crimson violently splattered against the frosted glass. Back in the main car, Yan was sweating bullets, backed into a seriously tight corner. Hella hissed that she couldn't wait to hear his boss cry out in agony. She launched forward for the kill, but Yan just flashed a cocky grin. Right on beat. Cheryl dropped her cover, shouting that she wasn't just dead weight, she only hid because they told her to. Yeah, she might just be a rank 8 scrub. But she aced the brutal exams and earned her spot as an Imperial Knight. She clutched her weapon, frantically hoping Lady Lorena was surviving her solo fight. Her entire job was to keep the nobles safe. But the tragic reality? Lorena had just been absolutely demolished, a gruesome pool of blood spilling from her skull. Her broken body lay completely paralyzed on the floorboards. The massive train kept violently tearing down. The giant who wrecked her shook his head. Tragic. If she hadn't acted so arrogant, he totally would have let her walk. Fighting the agonizing pain, Lorena shakily raised her blade. He scoffed. Are you seriously begging for a death wish right now? Are you actually dumb enough to think you stand a chance against my stats? What are you even gonna do to me? Coughing, she glared up at him. Yeah, you're right. I am the absolute worst when it comes to the wolf bloodline. My sword skills are trash. I let my raging emotions control my fights. And I can barely even lock into my vision properly. But even with zero talent, I am going out like a true wolf. I know I can't win this, but I'm throwing hands until my very last breath. The behemoth silently looked down at her broken form. He then dropped a harsh truth. Every clash is a dance with the Reaper, and she just made a fatal misstep. He's the Obsidian Tiger, going by the name Amor. This absolute unit of a warrior unleashed a mountain tiger strike right at her. He smirked, fully ready to flex his actual, terrifying power. A hot minute later, Barris was spiraling in pure shock. No way, this just couldn't be happening. Losing wasn't in their script. They had the numbers, stripped the rivals' weapons, and even bagged a captive. How did it all flip? Hela was absolutely wrecked, collapsed in a dark, crimson puddle. How did this turn to dust? They wailed. Yan casually strolled up, his voice absolute ice. Simple. You guys are just Uyghur choked out. Is the nightmare finally over? Yan gave a solid nod. Yeah, you can finally breathe now, Sage. But dipping out right now wasn't exactly the smartest move. The defeated crew kept begging to know how he totally brushed off their heavy strikes. Yan scoffed at the question. It was light work. His mind flashed right back to the moment he utterly outclassed his own mentor, wielding the legendary lightsaber Erectus. That mythical blade had already shattered once before, and if these guys were just mere rookies, they were basically dealing with Erectus in the flesh. Honestly, even if the actual heavens crashed down on him, he'd never catch an L from this crew. Yan leaned in, his tone dropping. Don't you want to keep breathing? Varys stuttered. What? Yan smoothly fired back that if he dropped the exact right answers, he'd let him walk and dangled a mysterious pendant right in his face. What exactly clicks in your brain when you stare at this mark? Instantly, the guy froze completely solid, his eyes wide. It was the emblem of the absolute origin. Yan raised a skeptical brow. The emblem of the origin? Suddenly, terrifying, pulsing veins. It instantly clicked for Yan. This was a heavily cursed secret. Even the top-tier disciples of Erectus were permanently silenced from leaking this deep lore. The stakes were that massive. A split second later, the guy just dropped completely offline. Yan sighed. Getting another syllable out of these pawns was Still, a win is a win. He bagged a brand new breadcrumb, the origin mark. Cracking this exact mystery just became his absolute top priority. Plus, with the legendary sage fully secured, their only mission left was to bail from this moving metal trap. But out of nowhere, things went completely sideways. A massive shockwave rocked the very back of the express. Yan's mind raced fast. What on earth could have even popped off back there? He shot a look at Hela's battered form, and realized she was somehow still ticking. With a wicked, raspy grin, she hissed that the engine room had just gone totally up in smoke. The brakes were completely fried now. A fully overcharged magic core was forcefully driving this beast. Its final dead-end destination? Avalon Station. This entire runaway locomotive was going to plow right into the main terminal. The incoming blast was guaranteed to— Total bummer I'll miss the final fireworks, she spat out, before hacking wildly, her entire face rapidly draining to a sickly, icy blue. This insane plot twist never went down in his previous timeline. Yan was completely baffled. Momin panicked hard. Was that a blast? We gotta bounce right now. We need to survive this total nightmare. How do you even hit the brakes on a speeding mountain of pure iron? Driven by a raging magic gem, the final boom was gonna wipe out a whole city block. Yan threw up a hand, telling her to completely chill, even though his own mind was racing at this totally wild curveball. He knew a certain powerhouse who could easily handle this mess. Right on cue, an elite rank 7 paladin sprinted directly out onto the blazing rails. It was Kyle. As wild flames swallowed the nearby cars, Kyle roared out that the Emperor personally ordered the sage's instant extraction. But just turning a blind eye to a runaway metal beast wasn't exactly his style. It was going to be a heavy lift. The Imperial Guard is basically the most elite, cracked guild out there, shielding 4 down and the whole absolute capital. Word on the street is they only recruit top-tier heavy hitters from rank 3 and way up. Every single warrior packs the raw punch of a literal hurricane. He just couldn't stand by and watch. He shouted out, "Sir Uyghur, please forgive my extreme bluntness." Kyle unleashed the absolute ultimate strike of the royal blade. A split second later, a blinding magical aura erupted straight from his core, launching a devastating laser that ripped right through the steel cabins. The entire train shrieked in grinding agony as it aggressively. Yan completely braced himself, instantly realizing this flex was total overkill. A massive flash of pure, blinding, radiant energy completely swallowed the entire scene. Stepping up, Kyle loudly spat out that he just couldn't fathom how those toxic rogues could actually pull off such a villainous stunt. Meanwhile, the entire train was a derailed, completely flipped-over mess. Vigor shot him a crazy look. "Bro, what are you even yapping about? You literally just did all." Kyle smoothly brushed it completely off. True, but the main prize was keeping the sage totally out of the dirt. Not a single scratch on you, right? Vigor sighed heavy. It was an absolute miracle. He wasn't turned into a total pancake, along with those ruined carriages. Kyle chuckled hard, flashing a charming grin. "Ah, you totally misread my He placed zero doubt trust in Lady Beowulf actually being on board. He fully bet all his chips on her tanking the damage and keeping the VIPs. Like a true genius, she flawlessly calculated exactly how to alter the tracks. He deliberately crashed the engine just to safely dodge a direct hit. Miraculously, only a tiny handful of cabins got toasted, leaving both the captured target and the wise sage without a single scratch on them. It was absolute textbook elite behavior from the Academy's undisputed valedictorian. But Lorena wildly waved her hands in panic. "Wait, no, She absolutely didn't touch those rails at all." Cruel suddenly swaggered over, casually dropping that derailing a train is just a basic warm-up for a special ops operative. It's literally just basic map awareness, honestly. Which directly meant the elite squad had some seriously hidden monsters completely beyond just Lady Beowulf. Cruel let out a highly cocky laugh, smoothly bragging that, no cap, he's basically breathing right down the neck of the #1 spot. Cheryl's jaw dropped in sheer. "What's eating you, Lorena?" Sir Kyle asked. "That guy who jumped the sage, was that Amor, the Black Tiger?" "He's an elite-tier assassin. They call him the Black Tiger because his signature dark aura literally takes the shape of a. The rebels bought his blade. This dude had already hit level 3 a whole decade ago. If that was true, whoever threw down with him was totally out of their league. He had completely vanished, yet she still felt his suffocating aura closing in. Right after the train got completely wrecked, Amor had whispered, "Catch you later, daughter of Beowulf." She dropped the bombshell that the Black Tiger had actually flipped to the rebel side, making it absolutely insane that she had managed to stare down the legend himself and walk away "No," she breathed. Right then, Vigor glanced over, catching Momin hovering over Cyan. "Are you hurt?" Momin asked, his voice laced with. Cyan groaned that his entire body felt like shattered glass. He was completely lost on his next move, grumbling at her to back off and stop being so clingy. She clapped right back, snapping that they shared this body, so he'd better start treating it with a little respect. Cyan just rolled his eyes, telling her to cut the crazy talk. But internally, he knew they were in deep trouble. Events were spiraling way out of control, totally rewriting the timeline of his past life. The Black Tiger's ambush, Kyle throwing down, and the massive train wreckage. Literally zero of this went down his first time around. So why the sudden butterfly effect? Originally, nobody even stepped up to head north. But the second he changed his path, the entire script flipped. Did the Black Tiger popping up north trigger this massive domino effect? There was no telling how warped the future would get. He had to tread incredibly lightly from here on out. Vigor strolled up, casually dropping that he'd been hunting for him. He suggested they chat for a second, hinting that Cyan. The guilt was eating Vigor alive, knowing the collateral damage his mere presence had sparked. "Your hand. Did you bust it up stopping that crash? That's on me too." Cyan shrugged it off, admitting it was a seriously rough night. Mainly thanks to the sage dragging them into. Was Vigor seriously being this direct? It was wild how he just laid all his cards on the table. Since Vigor owed him big time, he offered a reward. He tossed over a small trinket. Cyan caught it, instantly realizing it was Vigor's personal insignia, a VIP pass, proving he was backed by Vigor himself, an insanely huge flex. Smirking, Cyan asked if taking this meant they were officially even for that humiliating, barking like a dog incident. Vigor chuckled, calling him brutally honest. He turned to leave, tossing back that if fate allowed, their paths would cross again. Cyan let out a long breath, muttering that the guy didn't even drop a good luck after everything he'd put on the line. Momin peeked at the tag, asking if that little piece of metal was actually a big deal. "Depends on how we play this card," he muttered. Gazing at the horizon, he announced. They were pushing forward to their next stop, the heart of the Black Frost. Fast forward a bit, and a burly blacksmith was staring dead at his busted weapon. This blade. "I can patch it up for 500 gil. The price tag made Cyan wince internally, prompting the smith to bark. "What? Bro, how did you even wreck a piece of pure ink iron? This badly?" Cyan played it cool, saying he just took it for a heavy joyride. This was the pitch-black ink iron blade his head instructor had gifted him. The guy probably knew a standard weapon would snap under the Dark Dragon's sword art, but honestly, even ink iron crumbled under that insane pressure. The smith grunted, asking if he needed any other gear. "I'm good, thanks," our boy declined. The blacksmith immediately roared at him to come back soon, promising 5-star service next time. The huge dude randomly pulled him into a bear hug, leaving Cyan absolutely bewildered. The guy had the ultimate resting murder face, yet their current spot was Villian, a city chilling right on the edge of the wolf territory. Thanks to the trash weather, they opted to use the city's teleportation gates. But based on the painfully slow mana recharge rate of the magic circle, those gates were locked down tight until noon tomorrow. Still, a tiny hub like Villian seriously shouldn't take that long to juice up its mana grid. Plus, the crew desperately needed to catch their breath. For the first time since hitting the reset button on life, our guy was actually rubbing shoulders with everyday commoners. I mean, the second he originally respawned, he was thrown straight into a rookie boot camp. Out of nowhere, Momin whispered that this whole vibe felt ridiculously off. "What are you whispering about now?" he sighed. She crossed her arms. "That Royal Knight dude. Seriously, how did he miss the insane yellow dragon aura pouring out of you?" Cyan frowned. "What are you talking about?" Momin straight up called him an idiot. Did he seriously have zero clue about his own stats? The mana heart acts as a vault for 6 ultimate forces: black, red, blue, green, and the golden energy of the earth itself. And the yellow dragon? It's the absolute master of that golden element. You'd think wielding that would be an insane flex, right? But even without the mana heart acting as a battery, it's just one piece. Momon literally shrieked at him for being so dense, ranting that if mastering it was that easy, any random guy could build an empire. True dragon energy? That tier of power has to be summoned. Dragon's breath? A literal mana heart? How is this guy acting so incredibly chill about something so legendary? Is his brain completely empty? Taking a beat, he just confidently shoots back, obviously. Until now, Roman had only ever picked up that suffocating dragon aura from 2 massive heavyweights, the head instructor and the crown prince. That totally made sense, since both of them shared the bloodline of the almighty Bahamut. But how did this royal knight fit into that elite circle? He absolutely needed to dig deeper into this guy's past. A little later, his phone suddenly buzzes. Speak of the devil, it's Lorena and Cheryl, catching him right in the middle of town. The girls are absolutely loaded down with designer shopping bags. Cheryl literally squeals, hyped about running into him, while Lorena immediately grills him. "Heading back to your room already?" she presses. He casually brushes it off, explaining he just dropped off his gear at the forge for some hardcore repairs. "Gotta stay locked in for the upcoming raid." Cheryl smirks, pointing out they were also supposed to be gearing up for the exact same mission. Jan raises an eyebrow. "Right. So why does your raid prep look exactly like a massive shopping spree?" Cheryl just giggles, letting Lorena take the heat. Lorena gets super defensive, claiming they only grab the absolute essentials, mostly snacks. Jan deadpans, "Are you guys planning to devour all of that?" Flashing a playful grin, Cheryl demands he come shopping with them. "You're seriously gonna freeze out in wolf territory wearing that?" He tries to brush them off, insisting he can handle his own wardrobe. But Cheryl hits him with a thinly veiled threat, forcing his hand. He sighs heavily. Some things literally never change. The girls double down on the pressure. "Come on, it's total VIP treatment. We'll even style your whole aesthetic," they tease. And right at that moment, hiding in the shadows just around the block, Krul is practically burning holes into the back of Yan's head. As our boy awkwardly gets dragged into a super high-end women's boutique, Yan just slips on some basic tactical gloves and calls it a day. "Heavy gear just tanks my mobility," he grunts, throwing on a thick, rugged winter parka. He finishes off the fit with thermal gloves and heavy-duty snow boots. Yan mentally snaps back. "Look who's talking." Cheryl pops up out of nowhere, completely shocked. "Wait, you're just taking all of that." "Since you're done, how about you judge Lorena's new fit?" she teases. Yan blinks, totally caught off guard. Suddenly, Cheryl aggressively yanks the fitting room curtains. "Welcome to the main event," she announces. Imagine rocking this absolute masterpiece in the capital. Lorena immediately cringes. It hugs her curves way too tightly. It's a classic black and white combo, an absolute killer silhouette. But then, the next outfit is literally just light armor. She completely loses it. Why on earth would I wear a literal metal bikini in the freezing tundra? Finally, her patience absolutely snaps. She completely spirals, convinced she looks awful in literally everything. Cheryl steps in to hype her up. "Girl, stop capping. Every single one of those fits was..." Lorena hesitantly peeks over at Yan. Is that true?" He nods without missing a beat. "Yeah, you just aren't used to dressing up like this," he shrugs, "so it feels weird to you." She quickly regains her composure. "Right, obviously." Catching her breath, she looks away, cheeks flushed, and asks which one he actually liked the most. Yan doesn't even hesitate. Honestly, whatever you're wearing right now. The dresses were great and all, he explains, but your usual gear? It perfectly highlights your crazy swordsmanship and raw power. Her jaw drops. She opens her mouth to demand what the heck that's supposed to mean, but she totally freezes. Spins on her heel like a tornado, and stammers out that she's heading back to the inn. Cheryl blanks, frantically asking Yan what kind of bomb he just dropped. Yan just stands there, utterly clueless. Cheryl groans, sprinting after her panicked friend. Even Roman, chilling in his mind, has zero idea what just went down. Bro, what just happened? Yan mutters to himself. Did I accidentally insult her? What did I even do? Catching up, Cheryl grabs Lorena's arm, frantically apologizing for dragging her into this mess. But Lorena furiously shakes her head. Actually, thanks for forcing me to try all that on today. Cheryl pats her back gently. Look, just ignore those clueless idiots. Guys literally know nothing. He has zero fashion sense anyway. Lorena, like I'd ever let some guy's random stupid opinion get under my skin. It means absolutely nothing to me. But even as she spits out the words, her face is glowing absolute cherry red. Meanwhile, back at the boutique, Yan awkwardly shouts out to them. Hey, I'll catch you guys at the city gates at exactly 12 p.m. tomorrow. Do not oversleep. Lorena flinches at his booming voice. Why is he screaming something so embarrassing where everyone can hear? She panics, fleeing faster. Yan slowly lowers his hand. She totally just ghosted him. Maybe the wind blocked my voice? He copes. Roman immediately shuts it down. Dude, she definitely heard you. Ignoring you is way less awkward than acknowledging that. Yan mutters, well, the gear is secured, so let's bounce. But as he pivots around to talk to Roman, the Phantom Knight has completely vanished into thin air. Wait, where the heck did he run off to now? Cut to a bustling tavern downtown, where a bartender happily slides a massive mug across the counter. Welcome to the Shining Moon, a totally chaotic dive bar slapped right next to the city's main transit hub. It's a massive melting pot of rough mercenaries and exhausted locals, serving up dirt-cheap god-tier grub. Hiding in the corner, Cruel angrily crushes his cup. This guy is a walking cheat code, completely stressing out over how to actually take Yan down. Chugging his lukewarm ale, he mentally spirals. I can't even get within striking distance when the guy is literally unconscious. He's an absolute freak of nature, and my gut is screaming at me to back off. That kid hasn't even flexed a fraction of his true power yet. Why play dumb? Why hide those insane stats? He stews in his own paranoid thoughts, completely isolated, until a sudden, deafening scream from the streets outside rips him back to reality. The guys were screaming their lungs out, arguing over who was footing the bill next. One dude called out the massive lie, yelling that he had already made that exact same promise 10 different times. Yet here they were, still freeloading off his tab. The bickering instantly escalated into a full-blown brawl, with fists flying everywhere. The absolute chaos sent Cruel over the edge. The whole tavern was a massive headache, with bystanders screaming about the deafening racket, calling them completely classless trash. Peasants genuinely have zero home training. They should not even dare to breathe too loudly while dining in his presence. If they kept up this obnoxious circus, he was more than ready to physically educate them on the massive gap between common trash and high society. The peasant honestly had no clue what kind of reality check he was about to get. Cruel snapped his head around, eyes blazing, scanning for whoever dared to run their mouth. Yan casually strolled up, hitting him with a massive smirk, and challenged him to demonstrate exactly how elite nobles gorged them. Cruel was utterly baffled by the sheer audacity. These absolute degenerates lacked even a shred of basic decency, screaming like wild animals. Yan leaned in, suggesting it might be way smarter if he just backed off. Cruel scoffed, demanding to know what exactly he had lost out on. The harsh reality was, he was stuck in this dump precisely because of that precious social hierarchy. Our boy Yan dropped a heavy truth bomb. If he stopped using his bloodline as a crutch, his actual power would skyrocket. Cruel froze, completely thrown off guard. Get stronger? What on earth was this guy even yapping about? Out of nowhere, a massive, beefed-up dude stomped over, clamping a heavy hand onto his shoulder. Bro chuckled, pointing out that Cruel clearly was right. Cruel spun around, absolute fury flashing. The absolute unit of a man smirked, claiming he had eavesdropped on their little chat. Did he seriously want to level up his strength? Want the ultimate secret sauce? Enter Billy, the hulking boss of the Thunderhorn mercenaries. Cruel shot him a death glare, ordering the meathead to get his filthy paws off him immediately. Billy totally ignored the threat, preaching that real men forge their power through hardcore lifting. If the pretty boy joined their squad, they would hook him up with endless protein powder. He would literally have free reign to do whatever. Cruel totally snapped, grinding his teeth in pure rage before launching an attack, screaming at the musclehead to choke on his own protein. The giant shrieked in absolute agony as Cruel brutally shredded him with a blast of magic, mocking him that those were not real muscles, just inflated, pathetic balloons. Billy crashed hard into the crowd, leaving the entire tavern dead silent as they processed that this kid had just one-shot their massive. The crew completely lost their minds, screaming about how he had the guts to publicly humiliate their leader. Cruel just scoffed, asking what was the point of all that useless bulk anyway. The stench of the room was awful, but this was thrilling. He was fully ready to wipe the floor with every single one of them. But then, plot twist. Someone started hyping him up. They were screaming that he was an absolute legend, a lean beast with insane natural power, literally born to master the muscle arts. They begged him. Cruel just stood there, totally mind-blown and glitching out over the sudden vibe shift. The mercenaries burst into wild laughter, hyped that for the very first time ever, someone had flat-out folded their boss with a single hit. He was elite blood, after all, and his insanely overpowered aura was blindingly obvious. Plus, the dude was majestic as heck. Cruel kept staring at the cheering crowd, like his brain was short-circuiting, entirely confused by the hardcore fanboying. But honestly, the massive ego boost hit perfectly, and a smug smirk crept onto his face. And the whole tavern was buzzing, gassing up the noble's legendary drinking tolerance. They started screaming for the bartender to drown them in booze. It was about to be a wild, chugging contest. They started hyping up his arm wrestling game, begging for a match. Cruel, obviously, he carries the elite genes of a high-tier bloodline. The entire squad roared in unison. All hail the... Fast forward a bit, and one of the bros loudly pointed out that the cups were bone dry, demanding a massive restock of liquor right this second. Brother Cruel's mug was completely drained. Our boy was absolutely blasted, his face bright red, rocking a huge, goofy grin. He started slurring and yelling back, calling them totally uncultured barbarians with zero manners. But hey, tonight, he was going to flex his massive wealth and show them how the top 1% parties. What an absolute banger of a day. The whole crew threw their cups up, dedicating the next round to... He just kept soaking in the massive love, smiling like a total fool. Cut to later that night, Yan was literally dragging a totally wasted Cruel down the dark alleyways. He desperately slapped the guy's face, trying to reboot his drunken brain. Yan aggressively warned him that if he dared to throw up right there, he would personally end his life. Cruel babbled, trying to defend his totally non-existent sobriety, completely failing to string a sentence together. Sluggishly, he started whining. Yan was absolutely shook. Like, 5 minutes ago, this snob treated the guy like literal, and now they were practically blood brothers? Cruel mumbled that Billy was just a super sweet, hard-working soul. Those absolute meatheads had actually cheered for him as he was being dragged out. It is just so weird that they showered him with so much love, considering they literally crossed paths for the first time today. Like, is that not totally insane? They were so genuinely warm to him, acting like day one homies. Out of nowhere, the guy absolutely broke down, sobbing hysterically and asking why his own blood, his actual flesh and blood, had never, ever shown him an ounce of that kindness. Yan just stared at the pathetic mess of a noble, completely speechless. Cruel kept crying, wishing his family would just tell him he was a good person, that they actually believed in him for once. From the shadows, Maman glared at Yan, demanding to know exactly what kind of substance he spiked the drink with. Yan played dumb, asking, "Wait, did I slip something into it?" She coldly shut him down, confirming she had directly watched him sneak some back at the tavern. Yan's smirk totally vanished, realizing she had caught on. He mentioned mixing in some rare powder to purge that toxic demonic energy. Just glancing at the guy's steady breathing, you could tell it was doing the trick. She pressed him, demanding to know how he afforded such high-tier stuff. Where was he hiding all that cash? Was he actually catching feelings for the guy? Why the sudden urge to play nurse? Yan just shot a glance back and scoffed. Do I look like I actually care? Truth is, it just dragged up old memories. Watching someone get brainwashed into doing dirty work just ate away at him, so he stepped in. Even with the clock ticking, the whole situation left him fighting off waves of nausea. The woman just shrugged it off, totally unfazed, since she knew she was completely untouchable. Fast forward to Duke Wolf's sprawling estate, a grand fortress buried under brutal, freezing snow. Inside the icy halls, a massive portal pulsed with glowing energy. A crowd of heavily armored knights poured through, loudly declaring their arrival at the palace. Stepping out of the light was our main crew, Yan, Lorena, Cheryl, and Cruel. Cheryl's jaw dropped as she scoped the place out. So this is what the legendary stronghold looks like. But Lorena just scowled, her eyes locked dead on the freezing marble. Cruel immediately started shivering, wrapping his arms around himself. "Is your hometown always this stupidly freezing?" he grumbled. Their whole reason for braving this icebox? Teaming up with the elite wolf knights to crush a massive barbarian threat. Out here in the frozen wasteland, bloody turf wars erupt constantly. Because of the endless bloodshed, the wolf knights are bleeding out their own ranks. But here is the massive catch. Would these insanely proud northern warriors actually swallow their ego and take backup? Before anyone could guess, Lorena threw up a hand. "Hold up," she warned. Yan shot her a puzzled look as she took a deep breath. "Things are going to look a little messed up in there. Just brace yourselves." The local guards were already whispering, sizing up the crew. Was this seriously the elite backup squad headquarters sent them? Suddenly, an intimidating butler stepped up, flashing a terrifyingly polite smile, and smoothly suggested they turn around and march right back through the... "Dear uninvited guests," Hans mocked. "The North demanded backup, not a bunch of tourists. I never said we were hosting a slumber party." Fun fact though, this wasn't just some guy in a suit. This was Count Hans, the legendary former commander of the Wolf Knights, who traded his sword for a serving tray. Even if he looked completely past his prime right now. To command that kind of elite unit back in the day, he had... Seeing a hardcore veteran like him dusting shelves and pouring tea was honestly wild. Lorena stepped up, breaking the tension. "Long time no see," she muttered. Hans just locked eyes with her, absolutely silent. Flexing her authority, she reminded him she was here officially for the Special Ops unit. So, he better check his tone and show a little respect. That snapped his calm facade right in half. "You ran away without a word," he barked. He couldn't believe her nerve, ghosting them for years and coming back with all this She had secretly enlisted in the Special Forces, totally leaving her own people in the dust. Did she seriously pick that flashy lifestyle over her true family? "Do you have any idea the hell we went through worrying about you?" he yelled. Yan just stood in the back, whispering. Okay, did not see this family drama coming. But then, Hans completely lost his mind. "How could that miserable old captain let my precious girl get hurt?" he shrieked. Lorena facepalmed, groaning. "And this right here is exactly why I refuse to come back." Tears literally streamed down Hans's face as he sobbed over her harsh words. They had spent every waking moment counting down to this reunion. Her homecoming was literally the only thing keeping them sane out in this frozen wasteland. He begged her to stop acting so emotionally cold. Finally, her ice melted a bit. "Okay, my bad. I was out of line," she sighed. She stared at his snow-white hair. "You've aged so much. Are you taking care of yourself?" The sheer shock that she actually cared broke him. He wailed, "My lady!" drowning in happy tears. Lorena quickly hushed him, rubbing her arms. "Okay, keep it down. It is way too cold in this hallway." She pushed past him, heading for the warmth of the dining hall. She casually mentioned that the head chef finally had a reason to bust out his true cooking skills. And she dragged her squad along for the feast. Wiping his eyes, Hans happily chirped that the Duke would be wrapping up his hunting trip shortly. They could all share a massive family dinner. But the second those words dropped, Lorena froze. Her voice turned to absolute ice. "Hans, do not bring that man up. I swear, if you say my father's name one more time, we are done," she hissed. "I am wrapping up this pathetic mission and leaving before he even sets foot." Hans stumbled back, desperately trying to clear up the massive misunderstanding, but she was already ghosting down the corridor. Cut to a bit later. The crew was slumped around a giant dining table, slowly losing their minds. Was this some kind of sick joke? They really had to sit here, starving, until Lorena arrived? Staring down a massive feast they weren't allowed to touch, they questioned if this was just some twisted northern custom. Cruel whined that they were being disciplined like stray mutts, and loudly questioned why Lorena was pacing around so nervously. Cheryl instantly snapped at him to shut up, warning him that the staff would treat them worse than literal garbage if he kept whining. But Cruel just rolled his eyes. "Bro, am I lying though?" he barked. "Who exactly am I insulting?" Right on cue, a dead-eyed maid glided over to their table. She coldly advised them to fix their disgusting manners, stating bluntly that they were acting far lower than stray dogs. Cruel whipped his head around. "Do you have any idea who you're talking to? I am the heir of Count Dwight," he roared. The maid just tilted her head, completely unbothered. "Count who?" she mocked. After all, he shot her a suspicious glare, demanding to know how a basic maid possessed such insane insider knowledge. Cheryl told him to take a breather since Yan hadn't shown up either. Frustrated, he pressed again. "Seriously, where the heck is he?" Turns out, the guy had a side quest. He claimed there was a hyper-rare item he could only snag in this exact location. Cut to our boy, the protagonist, slipping into the Wolf Duchy's massive armory, a room absolutely stacked with lethal hardware. His mind flashed back to his past life, remembering how the Emperor had obsessively scoured the entire continent, hunting for one specific blade, the legendary dragon lore drop. Centuries ago, the ultimate dragon slayer ripped apart the beast's corpse and forged two god-tier weapons from its remains. After Bahamut caught a body, he claimed one of those mythical blades. From then on, the emperor went absolutely feral, trying to track down the second sword, a relic even the founding emperor completely missed. He dropped fat stacks of cash on elite Black Ops squads, tearing the continent apart, but came up totally empty-handed. He was basically on the verge of rage quitting, until the blade finally surfaced. Yan stood there, low-key mind-blown that he was looking at the exact weapon that ghosted the founding emperor. A relic that completely vanished from history. He never in a million years expected it to be gathering dust in some random northern weapons stash. This was Astalon, the dragon sword, the twin brother to the emperor's blade, Nilon, the very weapon that had impaled him in his past life. A sinister smirk crept across his face. Oh yeah. This is the one, a weapon even the emperor couldn't destroy. He reached out to snatch it, but bam! A violent shockwave of pure magic blasted him back. He blinked, totally caught off guard. A deep, echoing voice filled his mind. The sword itself was talking. A blinding pillar of light erupted straight into the heavens. As the artifact coldly declared, he was completely unworthy. The protagonist gritted his teeth and forced his hands around the hilt. But the raw energy shredded his gauntlet to pieces. "You useless piece of junk," he snapped at the cursed weapon, absolutely positive he heard it trash-talking him when he grabbed it. The sword kept repeating he wasn't worthy, prompting Momin to chime in. "Well, isn't this spicy?" Jan whipped around. "Do you know what its deal is?" She shrugged, mocking him. "I didn't think an ego weapon would stoop so low. It's almost like the relic is swiping left on its owner." "Swiping left?" he repeated. She explained, "Sometimes god-tier weapons have their own divine consciousness. Meaning the sword picks who gets to wield it." She flashed a smug grin. "Long story short, you're just not in its league, buddy." Yan was absolutely gagged. "Excuse me? I'll rip this thing out right now. You think I'm not top tier?" This oversized butter knife dies today. Unleashing a massive surge of dark magic, he death-gripped the hilt, while the blade relentlessly spammed that he was an imposter. The armory exploded in blinding light as Yan clenched his jaw, furious, screaming over the chaos that he was the main character and perfectly qualified. "Stop fighting me and just submit." Sometime later, the war banners unfurled above the Wolf Palace. A massive squad of elite knights rallied around Lorena, who gripped her blade, while someone questioned if this was really the weapon she wanted, pleading with her to reconsider. Meanwhile, a commander barked at the troops to listen up. "Today we crush the barbarian horde. Business as usual," he roared. "But listen up, we cannot afford a single slip-up today, because joining us is Lady Lorena." Hans, the butler, was internally panicking about the danger, but the knights totally hyped her up, roaring in excitement. "Our Lady," they chanted. Sweating bullets, Hans begged her to maybe chill and wait for the Duke to return, but she coldly snapped back that she was completely done having this conversation. "Do you take me for some helpless NPC who can't handle her own duties? Keep testing me, and you're fired." "Look, Hans, we literally just need to farm 10 barbarian banners, right? That's child's play compared to soloing an ancient lich." Hans practically begged her not to underestimate the raid. "Those banners hold the literal souls of their ancestors," he warned. "They will absolutely catch a body to protect them." Defeated, Hans turned to the squad, commanding them to listen up. "You will act as meat shields for the lady if you have to. Am I clear?" Cheryl gave a thumbs up, telling him they had it covered. But Cruel just smirked, pointing out they were mercenaries, not her personal simps, so he wasn't about to play bodyguard. Cheryl instantly started beefing with him, before turning to thank Hans for the drip, since without the winter gear, they would have literally turned into ice cubes. Lorena softened. "Wait, you gave them these?" Always the overachiever, Hans. The butler practically glowed from the compliment. He then noticed her tactical gear. She proudly stated it was her very first operation, rolling with the special forces. Glancing around the courtyard, she frowned. "Hold up, where's our missing link?" Right on cue, our protagonist dragged himself in, throwing out a half-baked had totally derailed his schedule. The squad grilled him. He skipped lunch entirely. And seriously, what on earth happened to his face? Cruel burst out laughing, roasting him without mercy. "Bro, did you lose a fight with a brick? Who absolutely dragged you?" A millisecond later, Cruel's nose was brutally smashed. Yan just glared dead ahead, his mood entirely plunged into the abyss. Momon scoffed. "Are you seriously acting like the good guy right now? Look how filthy and unhinged you are." He growled at her to shut up, but she just fired back with another question. Why won't he just drop the sword? Clingy guys are a massive red flag, but he just brushed it off, smirking that he had all the time in the world. His brother Neelan flat out rejected the idea, forcing him to keep his mouth shut. But this twisted game was far from over. Lorena panicked, worried he might get the wrong idea, and insisted he let her explain. Blinking in confusion, he asked her to repeat herself. Since this was her absolute first deployment with the elite special ops, she was flexing her brand new tactical uniform. Sure, it prioritized mobility over staying warm, but hey, nothing a heavy winter trench coat couldn't fix. Desperate to clear the air, she started rambling. Ian was totally lost, but gave her a thumbs up anyway, saying the fit looked absolutely killer on her. Her face burned beet red as she squeaked in pure embarrassment. Unfazed, Ian just switched into commander mode, ordering the knights to gear up and roll out. She spun around, completely flustered, leaving Ian staring blankly at her back. Trying to recover, she shrieked for the troops to blast open the gates, and the march began. The knights were practically vibrating with hype. After all, the flawless Lady Lorena was riding out with them today. While the men cheered their lungs out, Cruel just scoffed. "What a bunch of country bumpkins," he muttered. Losing their Ian rolled his eyes, thinking, what else could you possibly expect from these spoiled capital city aristocrats? Purely because the legendary Wolf family acted as their meat shield. But plot twist, the scattered tribes had finally united. Driven by absolute warlords, they forged a terrifyingly savage kingdom. One that was about to shatter the Empire's peace and put everyone on notice. And at the top of this food chain, the absolute strongest monster alive, the barbarian king, the Liga. His forces wielded a devastating might that made even the Kablan Empire shake in its boots. As one of the 5 legendary calamities threatening the realm, the Liga had rightfully claimed the title of Earth's ultimate powerhouse. Thanks to his god-tier physique, there wasn't a single deadly martial art he couldn't execute flawlessly. But the truly nightmare-inducing part? He could perfectly scan and read an opponent's power level with just one cold glance. He was the absolute boogeyman for the Imperial Knights. Back in Ian's past, literally nothing could put a scratch on that monster. Right now, intel on his location was completely dead. And with his elite commanders off the radar too, Ian could only pray they wouldn't accidentally trigger a boss fight with him. Hours later, a massive armored battalion rallied deep in the frozen woods, way up in the icy northwest of the Wolf territory. The 3rd squad was fully locked and loaded for combat. Snapping from the cold, Cruel barked, "Are we there yet?" They were practically drowning as they dragged their boots through knee-deep blizzards. He whined about having to ditch their horses, but someone quickly shut him up. Riding a mount through this absolute whiteout was practically a death sentence. Ian kept muttering that it was like staring into a blinding void of white. The snow blindness made it nearly impossible to hold their tactical formations. Breaking the tension, Lorena asked, "So, what's your take on this wasteland now? Probably think it's just some dead, frozen hellscape, huh?" With winter dragging on for over 200 days a year, the Wolf territory was just an endless sea of ice. Survival here was brutal, and the harsh land belonged to no one. But wait, she smiled softly. There are absolute legends. I have massive respect for them. Doesn't this icy wasteland have its own fierce kind of beauty? Catching her vibe, Ian smoothly replied that her empathy made her an absolute top-tier role model for the other nobles. Cheryl smirked, agreeing that this was classic Lorena energy. Overhearing them, the knights started aggressively fanboying, screaming that their guiding light and Lady Lorena was an absolute queen. Cheryl nodded along as the squad roared that this frozen nightmare of a landscape actually looked stunning, all because her radiant presence was blessing them. Flustered, Lorena yelled at them to shut their traps. Instantly, the squad snapped back into combat readiness, and a scout from the 3rd tapped her shoulder. "Lady Lorena, do you see that?" Piercing through the whiteout was an ominous blood-red flare, the exact distress signal their vanguard drops when barbarians breach the perimeter. If they kept moving forward, a bloodbath was guaranteed. Cruel flashed a psycho grin. Finally, some actual entertainment. A veteran knight glared at the cocky noble, warning him not to get and that he better brace his stomach for reality. Subo, their battle-hardened squad leader, stepped up, warning the rich kid that he was about to witness pure, unfiltered carnage. Cruel just burst out laughing. "Carnage? Are you seriously trying to scare me right now? Do you have any idea what my squad has slaughtered? We've wiped out everything from mutated goblins to rabid griffins. Heck, we even packed up an ancient lich." Compared to a boss raid like that, swatting some unarmored barbarians is literal child's play. Subo raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "All right then, lead the way, tough guy." These elite ops had steamrolled through countless dungeon raids without ever taking a major scratch. Because of their egos were completely massive, thinking no monster could ever outmatch them. But the absolute horror waiting for them was on a completely different, mind-shattering scale, and it was all going down in a pathetic, run-down village that barely even qualified as an outpost. It was an absolute slaughterfest out there. Locals were practically on their knees, begging them to at least spare the little ones. Now, they just lay there, totally frozen in pools of crimson. Cheryl was completely clueless about what was going down. Weren't armored heroes supposed to be the good guys, shielding the defenseless? Didn't they literally swear their blades to their noble lord? Right now, they looked like straight-up monsters. Honestly, it was getting super hard to tell who the real savages were in this mess. Kroll gently told Cheryl to shut her eyes. "Don't look," he whispered, knowing she didn't need to witness this living nightmare. Meanwhile, Yan was deep in thought. The sheer amount of gore around him, it didn't even faze him. That was a huge flex. It meant he finally had his inner demonic aura. The whole squad was utterly shell-shocked. But let's be real, global conflicts are always this brutal. You don't win turf wars by just chilling inside your own borders. The carnage literally does not stop until one side is completely wiped off the map. So they ended everyone, grown-ups, kids, it didn't even matter. Lorena was absolutely convinced that Territory Lord Wolf knew exactly what was going on. But catching rumors and actually watching the horror unfold right in front of your eyes? Two totally different vibes. This heavy guilt was a cross Lorena would be forced to carry from now on. Could she even handle that kind of weight? Yan kept his mouth shut, shifting his gaze toward a fallen girl desperately clutching an infant in her lifeless arms. Cheryl quietly mumbled that maybe those soldiers were the real villains here. She wanted to rush in and rescue the survivors. Kroll shot that idea down instantly, warning her that stepping up would only trigger. One of the heavy hitters sneered, claiming the kid was actually lucky. To him, ending the newborn right now meant saving it from growing up into a filthy beast. Without hesitating, he raised his heavy blade to strike the tiny kid. Out of nowhere, Cheryl shrieked, "Hold up! Don't do it!" The unhinged soldier didn't care at all. He was dead set on finishing the job. The rest of the crew just traded panicked, wide-eyed looks. Just as the blade dropped, Lorena lunged in. Metal clashed loudly as she blocked his strike with her own sword. The man blinked, totally confused. "Lady Lorena, I said that is enough. You've already taken out everyone holding a weapon. We grab our supplies, and we head back right now. Nobody touches this baby." She had drawn her line in the sand. Yan silently respected her bold move, but the armored grunts weren't having it, instantly sparking a heated, whispering debate. Did their commander seriously just order them to spare an enemy? She had to be trolling, right? A dark, intense bloodlust started bubbling up within the ranks. But Lorena's gaze was locked in stone. Growing up in the wolf's domain, she had been swinging a blade since she was a toddler. She knew exactly how brutal clashing with these wild tribes could get. And she was 100% ready to shoulder the fallout of her choice. Something caught her eye, though. The fallen mother was wearing barely anything to block the freezing northern blizzard, yet she had swaddled her tiny baby in the thickest, most luxurious. Seeing that pure, selfless sacrifice flipped a switch deep inside Lorena's heart. The frustrated veteran growled, demanding to know what the heck she was thinking. She doubled down, firmly stating the kid was off limits and that she was taking full responsibility. Her men were completely baffled. Why was their noble leader sticking her neck out for a wailing newborn? The furious captain pushed back, arguing that letting even a single one of those outsiders live could eventually wreck their entire kingdom. And he straight up barked that even with her insane status as the Lord's daughter, she absolutely didn't have the clearance to make that call. She snapped back, yelling that executing an infant just because of he is literally a newborn who hasn't done a single thing wrong. How dare a low-ranking grunt question my direct orders, she roared. The grumpy fighter fired back, demanding she kick out their random tag-alongs. Was she seriously going to let total strangers interfere with the Wolf Knights on their own home turf? That's when Cheryl stepped up, loudly declaring they were total frauds. "I didn't realize your sacred duty involved deleting helpless." Kroll chimed in with a smirk, casually mentioning that letting a kid get wiped out right in front of him. "Seriously, how am I supposed to catch any sleep after witnessing that?" he joked. The lead warrior glared daggers at Lorena. "Watch your mouth and drop the cute act, my lady." By shielding this tiny outsider right in front of her entire squad, she was basically committing treason. Did she even grasp the sheer scale of the fallout? Yan watched. These hardcore veterans, guarding the wolf's lands, were never going to back down. When people are drowning in trauma, logic and basic morals completely fly out the window. Way too much blood had already soaked the earth for them to just let go of their toxic hatred. How could anyone even bring up the word mercy in front of soldiers who had... Out of absolutely nowhere, Yan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Hold on. What is... The whole squad felt the eerie vibe too, exchanging frantic glances. Suddenly, a massive shadow blotted out the sky. The warlord, the alpha of the tribe, had just touched down. It was officially go time, and they needed to brace for absolute chaos. The monstrous boss flexed his massive fist and slammed it down, completely shattering the earth beneath their boots into a million pieces. The whole battlefield erupted into blinding flashes of glowing light and scorching flames. Everyone was stunned by his godly power level. But Lorena? She just locked in, her eyes burning with pure... A screaming tornado of fire and debris swallowed the entire zone. And then, in a split second, dead silence. One panicked survivor coughed through the dust, totally mind-blown by the ambush. How did they even sneak up on us? What the hell were our lookouts even doing? The towering chieftain hoisted a struggling warrior into the air by his helmet. Was it you? He growled. Did you slaughter my kin? Seeing his massacred family and fallen brothers, Hebrew mercilessly snapped the soldier's neck. His voice dripping with lethal venom, he promised to wipe out every single one of them. And he swore he'd make it incredibly agonizing and slow. With a sickening thud, "Stand down!" Lorena shrieked, instantly launching herself at his exposed back. Her blade swung down, and a split second later, the entire screen was swallowed by a blinding She locked eyes with the beast, swinging her blade right at his skull, but the steel just shattered into pieces against his bare forehead. The chaos raged on, but his speed was totally insane. Before she could even blink, his massive hand was already locked onto her. Just then, her squad jumped in, screaming for her to fall back. One of the knights yelled out a quick apology for taking over. He admitted they were officially out of options. The crew went full throttle, smashing their weapons straight into the brute's massive frame, but their gear just completely pulverized on impact. The knights frantically apologized for snapping at her just moments before. They begged her to save herself, but right as she opened her eyes in pure horror, the knight was instantly obliterated. With one savage swing from the chieftain, blood sprayed everywhere. Habru roared, demanding she join her fallen comrade in death. He lunged at her, but out of nowhere, our boy Yan unleashed the Black Wolf spell. Seconds later, crimson gushed from Habru's flesh. The giant stared in pure shock, completely stunned that he was actually bleeding. Yan hit back with a savage smirk, saying it sucked it was only a tiny scratch, but promised to literally slice him in half real soon. Gripping his weapon, Yan stepped up to the plate, making Habru flex in defense. So, get this. Jumun is the wild tattoo magic. These savages literally hacked the system, using ink to channel their mana instead of a traditional energy core. The markings pump raw, magical power straight into their skin and muscles, turning them into walking tanks. Mix that absolute cheat code with some insane martial arts, and you've got walking weapons of mass destruction. Yan casually admitted this guy was way beefier than he originally thought. Habru totally lost it, screeching for Yan to drop dead, but the squad wasn't having it. They roared back, rushing the beast from the flank. But their blades ended up clashing with each other. Cruel barked at Cheryl, yelling that this was exactly why he told her to stay out of it. Habru had absolutely zero clue who these kids were, calling them straight up pathetic before launching a brutal counterattack. The crew was sent flying back. Cruel panicked, realizing his blade didn't even leave a dent. He was freaking out, wondering if this monster was even human. Lorena clapped back, pointing out that the beast's ambush totally caught the royal guards slipping, and now it was on them to put him down. Cheryl sprinted up to Lady Lorena, confirming she had successfully evacuated the kid to a safe zone. Cruel totally coped, claiming he would have sliced the chieftain up by now if she hadn't gotten in his way. Lorena gave him mad side-eye, asking him to repeat that trash. He doubled down, insisting she totally body-blocked his ultimate strike. Lorena instantly snapped back, dragging him for actually being the one messing up her He brought up how he utterly destroyed her in their last sparring session. Lorena was like, "Are you seriously bringing up practice right now?" Yan had absolutely enough, and screamed at them to shut the hell up. Bickering like little kids right in front of the boss monster was going to get them all killed. They both glared at him, asking what his problem was. They challenged Yan, asking if he seriously thought he could solo this freak. He smirked, saying he never claimed that, but honestly, she was absolutely spitting facts. Lorena was totally lost, stammering, "Wait, what?" She panicked, realizing they couldn't just rush him blindly. If the warlord launched right on cue, Habru flexed his insane mana, unleashing a devastating shockwave that blasted the entire squad at once. He roared that since they slaughtered his people, he was going to wipe them completely off the map. He went full aggro, warning them to just lay down and die. But the gang totally ignored him and charged headfirst into the fray. Hanging back, Yan quickly realized this sloppy formation was headed. If Lorena and Cruel actually had some solid combat experience, it would be chill. But since they both just wanted to show off, their attacks were a chaotic. Cheryl totally hyped herself up, yelling that she was joining the front line. Yan ordered her to hold her ground, insisting adding more cooks to the kitchen would just make things worse. But suddenly, he completely stopped in his tracks. Cheryl hollered at Lady Lorena, insisting she had her back, begging to just let her freestyle her support. Lorena instantly gave the green light. The moment Cheryl stepped into the rotation, the entire vibe flipped. Even Habru felt the shift, and looked totally baffled by the sudden teamwork. Her strikes weren't exactly flashy, and her blade work was honestly super basic. But those tiny, precise strikes perfectly filled the gaps between the two show-off knights, smoothing out their chaotic energy. It wasn't just okay, it was straight up top tier. Yan was absolutely mind-blown by her hidden talent. He never once heard Cheryl's name back in his previous life. What the heck changed? The crew hyped each other up, agreeing it was time to pop off and unleash everything they had, all while bickering mid-fight with the monster. A few seconds later, Habroo was actually taking damage, bleeding from multiple slashes. The giant was shook, but desperately kept trying to parry their relentless combo. His invincible armor was literally cracking apart. Out of nowhere, Yan teleported right into his blind spot, activating the 15th form of the Dark Spirit. Dark Spirit, victory or defeat. He slammed into Habroo with insane force, roaring that playtime was over. The chieftain was completely lost, his brain short-circuiting as he tried to process the hit. Yan flipped the script, triggering the reverse rotation of his 15th form, perfectly executing the legendary Defeat of the Heavens technique. He completely dismantled the boss, leaving the brute screeching in pure agony and horror. A massive gash ripped right across his chest. Habroo wailed at the top of his lungs before finally hitting the dirt. As the beast dropped to his knees, the guys were stunned, asking if he really went down, but warning everyone not to drop their guard just yet. He told them to stay alert, but then he totally froze, stammering, "Wait, what the hell?" Lorena crept up beside him, dropping the terrifying truth. They could still feel the monster, but this wasn't over. He shot them one last blood-curdling glare before blasting straight into the sky. And just like that, poof, the dude literally dipped. Unbelievable. So much for Warrior's honor, right? Lorena gritted her teeth over losing their target, but hey, at least nobody caught a body today. Time to report back to base. But as the squad caught their breath, reality hit. Wait, where's Yan? He was standing right here a second ago. Did he seriously chase after that guy all by himself? Meanwhile, miles away, a battered Habroo dragged his feet. The searing physical pain? A total joke compared to the absolute hell his people had endured. He swore on his life he'd survive and make them pay in blood. Suddenly, a voice echoed out of nowhere, calling out his ruthless survival skills. Habroo froze. Stepping out of the shadows, Yan actually praised the guy's tactical retreat. "Smart move running away," Yan smirked. "A few more seconds, and you'd be..." Haters might call it cowardly, but only an idiot throws their life away. Surviving is the ultimate flex. Jaw on the floor, Habroo demanded to know how this kid tracked him down. Yan just held up a hand. "Chill, I'm not here to end you." Habroo blinked, totally thrown off. "Wait, what?" "Just spill some tea, answer a couple of questions, and you walk free," Yan bargained. He leaned in, dropping a heavy name, Valiga. Did Habroo know anything? A location, maybe? The moment that name slipped out, Habroo snapped, screaming at Yan to shut his mouth. Yan's eyes narrowed into a dark scowl. Pure rage took over. Raising a massive, shaking fist, the warlord roared, forbidding him from ever speaking that name. The sheer pressure of his anger literally started cracking the boulders around them. Yan didn't flinch. "So, you've chosen death, Habroo." The barbarian lunged forward, howling about a dark wolf on the prowl. Even dodging the attack, Yan reminded the brute he hadn't planned on killing him, but this disrespect was pushing it. Bobbing and weaving through the wild haymakers, Yan yelled that these sloppy punches wouldn't even leave a scratch. But make no mistake, anyone plotting against Valiga was catching a one-way ticket to the after. They had made a pact to forge a flawless utopia together. With their forces combined, this broken reality actually stood a chance. Feeling the killing intent radiate from his enemy, Yan didn't hesitate. He started chanting a bizarre, heavy incantation. Habroo stared, totally lost. The ground violently ruptured as Yan commanded giant, jagged monoliths to shoot up from the earth. Realizing it was raw earth magic, Habroo found himself boxed inside a deadly stone arena. "Seriously? Dirt?" Habroo scoffed, thinking this was a pathetic ultimate move. Lunging forward, he grabbed Yan's shoulder, roaring for him to drop dead. As he wound up a lethal swing, demanding Yan show his real power. Bam! Momin manifested right beside Yan. The familiar spirit instantly popped a massive lightning barrier. Habroo froze, completely paralyzed by the shockwave. Suddenly, the entire battlefield erupted into a blaze. Panic set in as Habroo realized he was actually done for. His physical form began crumbling into glowing ash. Floating above, Momin crossed her arms. "See that, Yan? You'd totally be toast without me." She always nagged him that magic without creativity is basically useless. But with her on the squad, their spells became absolute overkill. Basically, he was still just her rookie apprentice. Yan told her to zip it, but Momin just giggled, hyped about finally getting some real action. As his body faded away, Habroo sent a silent, heartbreaking apology to his fallen chief. That sacred promise they made at dusk, he couldn't keep. He closed his eyes, praying that a peaceful era would eventually dawn. Meanwhile, Momin sighed, admitting that taking down this tank of a barbarian was no joke. If you'd actually mastered my lessons, we would have one-shotted him, she scolded. But nope, you haven't even absorbed half of my teachings. Yan ignored her banter, respectfully acknowledging the fallen chief's insane strength. Barely holding on, Habru wheezed out one last question. Why did his people have to be slaughtered like animals? They weren't evil. They were just fighting tooth and nail to survive in this brutal wasteland. Were they really denied the basic right to just exist? Yan looked down, his voice steady. The Wolf clan is fighting for the exact same reason. We're doing whatever it takes to Habru coughed up blood. Are you mocking me? Right after wiping us out? Yan looked him dead in the eye. I'm dead serious. Recognizing the raw respect in Yan's gaze, Habru knew this kid was the real deal. Desperate, the dying warrior begged for one final favor. He had seen the soldiers snatch up a toddler from their camp. He's the very last of our bloodline. Please, spare the boy. Yan softened, revealing he was already planning on it, telling the giant to rest. The kid was scooped up by a genuinely solid dude, and there was zero chance he'd ever wear slave chains. With trembling hands, Habru reached into his tattered armor. He pulled out an ancient artifact. This is the essence of my life, he rasped. Let it be the seal of our vow. It was the legendary bone necklace, the absolute mark of the tribal chief, claiming it literally meant taking on the mantle of leadership. Honestly, Yan owed absolutely nothing to a dying enemy. But looking at the man's shattered pride, Yan accepted the burden. He couldn't just walk away. Habru let out a final breath, holding on to the fragile hope that a beautiful world— May your next life be in a much kinder place, Yan whispered into the wind. Fast forward a bit, back at the heart of the Wolf Duchy. The commander-in-chief was practically roaring, hyping up the entire platoon for their insane performance on the battlefield. Obliterating 2 enemy outposts, huge W. And taking down the unstoppable Habru, historic. This glory isn't just mine. It belongs to every single badass who bled in the mud today. So grab your mugs and drink up. Yilian, the fierce knight commander, yelled over the rowdy crowd. He swore that anyone caught dead sober tonight was getting power slammed into the dirt. The entire mess hall erupted, screaming, "For the glory of the wolf!" Drinks were hoisted into the air. Cruel was right in the mix, knocking back ale with a massive grin. Yan was there too, but he was zoned out. His eyes were locked on Lorena, who was isolating herself in the shadows behind the ale casks. Noticing the heavy vibe, William walked up to her softly. "Hey, you holding—" She called out his name, and William breathed a massive sigh of relief, seeing her safe. Plus, he was totally hyped that she actually crushed the tribal boss. She quickly brushed off the credit, admitting it wasn't her kill. But William, ever the loyal watchdog, swore he would rip down the rest of the tribal banners. She shook her head, telling him to stand down. Searching her eyes, William quietly asked if her hesitation was because of Baz. It was obvious she was still struggling to stomach the brutal reality of this wasteland. He urged her not to shed tears. After all, they were the iron-blooded knights, the fierce protectors of the Wolf Duchy. Clueless outsiders always picture knights as these flawless, glittering nobles. But the dark reality? They are frontline beasts, gritty warriors bred to spill blood in the mud, fighting and dying violently on the battlefield. Baz should be resting easy right now, knowing he went out shielding his young lady from enemy blades. Honestly, the only problem? He was just way too overpowered to actually kick the bucket. He practically burned with jealousy over Baz's heroic exit. Visibly shaken, he pressed on, making it crystal clear he'd look the other way regarding the kid she dragged in, simply because she wanted it. Lady Lorena's face lit up. Wait, seriously? He shot back with a harsh condition. In exchange, she absolutely could not get attached. You get that he's nothing more than a beast, right? He glared at her, his eyes practically burning holes through her. She gasped, arguing that calling them that was totally out of line, but he wasn't having it. To him, they were identical to wild animals. Honestly, the barbarians were way more of a threat. Rotting from the inside out was 1,000,000 times scarier than some random enemy at the gates. If they let this slide, the entire estate would be walking on thin ice down the line. She snapped back, insisting he couldn't. She swore she'd shoulder all the blame, telling him to back off and stop stressing. Their territory was built tough. There was no way they were fragile enough to crumble over a single kid. That triggered a dark memory for him, the horrific fallout when he once tried to play the hero. His jaw locked tight with unspoken anxiety. He warned her people could drop dead in a heartbeat, even if the enemy never breached their walls. Was she really ready to swallow the crushing guilt of destroying entire families? That was his final warning. She seriously needed to rethink her whole vibe. He spun around and stormed off, while she yelled at his back. He had always been such a softie, so why was he acting so toxic toward a defenseless barbarian kid? He completely ignored her, leaving her puffing out her cheeks in sheer frustration. Right on cue, Hans rolled up and asked, "Was William just—" He swore he heard someone popping off from down the hall. She sighed, explaining that the night was totally raging, all because of the barbarian kid they had smuggled in. Hans scowled, visibly ticked off. The nerve of that guy blowing up at her. He was completely blind to reality behind all that clunky armor. Taking a deep breath to chill out, Hans begged her to cut the guy some slack. William wasn't just talking trash for no reason. Flashback to like 30 years ago. It was finally time to deal with the barbarians for good. A rookie knight who rolled out with a squad stumbled into a scorched, ash-covered village, locking eyes with a feral kid. The boy was freezing, shivering with zero clothes, and totally defenseless. The knight couldn't help but scoop the kid up, even though everyone else told him to dump the baggage. Sure, he was hesitant at first, but they ended up hauling the kid back to the manor anyway. Since the knight was always out grinding on missions, his new wife stepped up to babysit. She poured her whole heart into raising him for an entire year, totally convinced that her love could fix him. But then, absolute nightmare fuel hit. The kid violently snapped, ended her life in cold blood, and vanished into thin air. The knight found his girl's lifeless body way too late. He collapsed, clutching her, sobbing and begging for forgiveness. If only he had stayed home, right? After that brutal reality check, he leveled up to Knight Commander and went absolutely ruthless, striking down even the youngest of the barbarians without a second thought. It suddenly clicked for Lorena. That tragic rookie was William. From that cursed day forward, his blood literally boiled at the sight of them. She dropped her gaze, whispering that she had zero clue he carried that kind of trauma. Hans nodded, admitting he was in the same boat. Way too many knights had watched their families and best friends get wiped out by those beasts. The realization hit her like a truck. Her little rescue mission was reopening their deepest scars. Hans softly told her not to beat herself up over it. Meanwhile, our main guy was crouching behind some barrels, soaking up all the tea. He realized the commander was dead set in his ways, but backing down wasn't an option. He still had a massive promise to keep to Kabur. But Hans wasn't finished dropping bombs. The barbarians were actually teaming up right now, rallying behind an absolute powerhouse named Vilai. The plot twist? That was the exact same kid William tried to save. Jan's jaw dropped. How the heck was his name popping up here? Any solid intel on Vilai was exactly what he had been grinding so hard to uncover. The guy had ties to Beowulf's turf all along. It looked like Beowulf had been gatekeeping this massive secret. But now the cat was completely out of the bag. Talk about a crazy stroke of luck. This intel was going to be a total game changer for tracking Vilai down later. Hans chimed in, saying he totally got that she meant well and had a pure heart. He wasn't calling her out, but pulling this off was going to be insanely rough. He threw out an idea. Just turn a blind eye to the kid for him. He'd handle all the dirty work behind the scenes. She flared up instantly, shutting that idea down hard. No way was that happening. She swore she'd hold a grudge against him forever if he tried it. He raised an eyebrow, asking if she magically had a better game plan. She totally froze, completely out of ideas. And that's when our boy stepped out of the shadows. He smirked, laying down the facts. There was totally a fix, but they were both overthinking the heck out of it. A simple fix? She blurted out, completely baffled. Was this guy seriously treating their massive crisis like a walk in the park? He just nodded, casually telling everyone to chill out. But Hans wasn't having it, snapping that being the lady's best friend didn't give him a VIP pass to meddle in the duchy's private business. Unfazed, our guy just flashed a cocky smirk, promising to drop a ridiculously easy workaround right into their laps. Why not just talk Duke Beowulf into giving the green light, he pitched. The Duke was the absolute apex predator of the entire North. If the big boss signs off, who's going to have a death wish and object? Hans practically exploded, calling the idea pure garbage and vowing to block it. Besides, who'd be insane enough to even ask? Lorena chewed on the thought for a beat. Before stepping up and dropping the mic, she would do it. She'd face her father head on and swallow whatever verdict he handed down. Cut to William, pacing through the frosty streets, haunted by his last chat with Lorena. He was beating himself up for acting like such a jerk. Was he totally canceled in her eyes now? Still, he couldn't just stand by and watch her get wrecked. Suddenly, a massive bell, leaving him totally thrown off since it was dead of night. Then, catching the moonlight, the iconic banner of the Frost Knights crested the fortress walls. They were back. His jaw practically hit the floor as his brain spun. Was the Duke's raw, monstrous strength really the reason they speed ran the entire campaign? Just then, a shadowy figure strolled up, clocking William's pale face. "You good, kid? You look spooked." It was John, the badass captain of the Frost Knights. Relief washed over William instantly. He immediately demanded to know if the entire squad was home. Did that mean the Duke had touched down too? John shook his head, explaining the boss claimed he had some loose ends to tie up. So he shipped the vanguard back early. William's stomach dropped. The Duke was flying solo out in the treacherous northern sea. He prayed the guy wouldn't get himself killed, but Jian just laughed off the panic. To a beast like the Duke, the deadly northern sea was basically a kiddie pool. If anything, they should be praying for the demonic monsters stuck out there with him. Changing the subject, John casually dropped that he'd heard Lady Lorena had dragged some savage barbarian kid back to the estate. Word on the street was it sparked massive drama. William brushed it off, swearing the kid was chill, and defensively asked why John cared anyway. Honestly, his real fear was the backlash hitting their lady. Everyone knew she was a massive softie. Give her a half-dead stray dog, and she'll literally camp out next to it for 24 hours. William silently questioned if the rest of the world viewed him as just another pathetic rescue project. Joan cut through the silence, pivoting to the elite Black Ops squad that escorted her back. Were they actually legit enough to protect her? William admitted the crew had crazy talent, but they were still total rookies at heart. Except for one wild card, Jan. That dude was a totally different breed. With him acting as a human shield, the lady was basically untouchable. John gave a slow nod, reading between the lines. Was he just getting paranoid in his old age? Even with the young miss safely back behind their walls, a nasty gut feeling was eating him alive. William frowned, demanding to know, and the veteran muttered that it felt like a catastrophic hurricane was about to swallow them whole. Fast forward a bit, and we catch up with Jan's squad crashing in the castle's luxury wing. Momin was chugging down a fancy beverage, absolutely hyped that the minibar was free, while zoning out in deep thought. The whole crew had been at each other's throats over the kid for days, but the vibe had finally chilled out. Our MC broke the silence, dropping the news that the barbarian raid was going on ice for a few days. They'd already snatched up 3 rival flags, and nobody had a clue when they'd push to bag the rest. But zero momentum wasn't going to stop her grind. She immediately dragged Yan into a hardcore training session. Conjuring up a storm of glowing magic circles, she ordered him to glue his eyes to her hands. When was this meathead going to stop wildly swinging his sword and actually learn some spell casting? She complained that showing off just drained every drop of mana she'd been hoarding in secret. He gave her a respectful nod, totally playing along. But plot twist, he completely played her, having the absolute audacity to siphon all the Lich's mana. Meanwhile, cut to the nearby train. Steel slammed against wood as the veteran knight barked at the kid to slip to the right, screaming at him to stop flinching and aggressively counter. Krull parried a brutal strike and fired off a counterattack, chuckling as he complained that the old man was going way too hard. "Put your back into that lunge," William roared. The young fighter cursed under his breath, whining about the totally rigged setup. He was wielding a splintery wooden stick against a razor-sharp steel blade. How was he supposed to survive against those broken stats? It was straight-up cheating. William just threw his head back and laughed a booming laugh, impressed by the kid's absolute hunger for victory. Our MC, meanwhile, was kicking back watching the duel. Momin looked over, wondering what sparked this sudden training arc. Looking totally unamused, he muttered that his recent deathmatch with Kabar was a brutal reality check. He was still loaded with weak spots. If the magic girl hadn't saved his neck, he'd be 6 feet under right now. She just giggled, playfully calling out his blatant flattery and telling him to quit kissing up, before dropping a massive lore bomb. He had finally scored a clue about Astralon. Every single time he gripped the weapon, it violently fought back. Yet the Northern Knights didn't feel a damn thing. To them, it was just a stupidly heavy chunk of metal. His theory? It all connected back to Beowulf's signature, overpowered skill, the Snow Spirit technique. The exact same buff that cranked the dungeon's mana levels through the roof. Basically, the Snow Spirit operated exactly like a human mana heart. So his current obsession was hacking the system to learn that exact move. Looking totally lost, Momin scratched his head. Okay, cool, but what does any of that have to do with Krull fight? He confessed he was totally drained from acting as a human punching bag, begging for someone else to tank the damage. Momin flat out reminded him that she's literally a lich. Yet even she felt his behavior was way too unhinged. Was he secretly harboring some dark childhood trauma? She swore she'd hook him up with a solid therapist. Jian strolled up, offering a warm greeting. It was their first time actually crossing paths, right? The guy dropped his name, prompting our boy to raise an eyebrow. So, this dude was the big boss of the Knights? He fired back his own introduction. The captain apologized for the delayed welcome. Our hero brushed it off like it was nothing. Then, Jian brought up the rumors. He heard the kid totally crushed Kabar. An insane flex for someone his age, but he just played it cool, claiming it was pure dumb luck. He gave all the credit to Lorena and the squad's flawless teamwork, saying he just snagged the final blow. The captain burst out laughing. But then, his tone shifted. He had a burning question. Why the hell was he dropping the young lady's first name so casually? Wasn't that way too intimate? Were they secretly a thing? What exactly did he pull with her? He demanded answers right then and there. Yan just stared, mentally noting that every single dude in this place was completely unhinged. Must be the freezing weather frying their brains. He quickly clarified that the captain had it all twisted. They barely even spoke 2 words to each other. Hearing this, the man chilled out and mumbled an apology, only to instantly switch up and glare at him again. Wait, why weren't they talking? Did their precious miss seriously despise him? And what was his deal? Why didn't he vibe with her? Did he do something shady? Offend her? Break her heart? The main character just stood there, absolutely speechless. Deep down, John finally grasped why William hyped this kid up so much. The boy was pushing level 5, and it was dead obvious he hadn't even peaked yet. His potential was literally off the charts. The captain tossed him a wooden blade, challenging him to a quick sparring session. He bragged that even the rookies here could mop the floor with him. Right on cue, a knight named Mir confidently stepped up to the plate. A cocky smirk crept onto our hero's face. This was the perfect chance to show off. He shrugged, casually dropping that he didn't care either way. But if they wanted to pull out real steel, he was totally down. Mir's jaw dropped, and the rest of the squad exchanged stunned looks. Their captain chuckled, clearly amused by the raw audacity of Gen Z, before his eyes darkened. He barked at Mir to drop the training wheels. He ordered his man to go all out. Mir nodded, launching himself at Yan, while shouting that the kid should have grabbed a real weapon. Our boy locked in. The moment the knight swung, a dull thud echoed. The chunk of wood rocketed toward the ceiling, spinning wildly before crashing to the floor. Jian watched, absolutely paralyzed by shock. Yan rested the tip of his blade cleanly against Mir's throat. The entire room went dead silent. He had just one-shotted an elite frost knight. The main character tilted his head, asking if his opponent was all good. But to the defeated knight, that deadpan gaze looked straight up terrifying. Cut to the rugged northern forest of stone spikes. The lord interrogated an old man, asking if their target was still stranded in the northern sea. The elder nodded. The rogue werewolf hadn't crawled back to the duchy yet. The lord chewed on this intel, then commanded him to rally the tribal chieftains immediately. Back at the camp, Kale hit the dirt, totally outclassed by William. But the veteran just praised the kid, amazed at how he leveled up mid-fight. His raw talent was actually scary. Kale scoffed, asking if that was a joke. He hadn't even landed a single scratch. William smirked, claiming it was a near miss, only off by the thickness of 600 sheets of paper. Kale yelled that was a massive freaking gap. The veteran cracked up, admitting he was messing around. He promised Kale that even if he dipped right now, he was destined to become an absolute beast. Kale nodded his thanks. Suddenly, William caught the sound of loud gasps behind him and whipped around. He instantly spotted the chaos. The Frost Knights had rolled into the training grounds. What was going on? Striding closer, he laid eyes on Yan standing victorious over the fallen knight. The surrounding knights started howling, roasting their buddy for bringing absolute shame to the squad. Our hero internally panicked, assuming he'd totally shattered the guy's ego. But plot twist, he actually won them over. Mir dusted himself off and genuinely thanked him for the match. He owned his defeat, admitting the kid was insanely cracked for his age. His squad mates mercilessly clowned on him, calling him a washed-up boomer. They teased that he was just trying to act tough. The relentless roasting definitely made Mir's eye twitch. Yan just observed the banter, blown away by their chill attitude. For most knights, a bruised ego and lost honor were fatal wounds. Usually, these meatheads throw tantrums or demand rematches. In a brutal wasteland where death is always breathing down their necks, it was wild that failure didn't shatter his pride. But that was exactly their secret weapon. Leaving their egos at the door was why everyone feared them as the legendary Northern Wall. Another dude casually stepped into the ring, claiming next. He flashed a warm smile, introducing himself as Logan, Knight number 99 of the Frost Squad. Yan locked into his stance, mentally noting that he still had zero clue how to channel Northern mana. Honestly, that just made the challenge more fun. Their blades collided with a sharp crack. Mid-lock, Logan offered a smooth apology for Mir's sloppy warm-up. He admitted his buddy was way too cocky, promising to blast him with 100% power right out the gate. But it didn't matter. The main character read his blade's path like an open book. Logan unleashed the brutal ice and snow sword technique, raining down a flurry of lightning-fast slashes. Questioning if his moves were too predictable, Yan's answer was blurring past him at breakneck speed. Logan held his breath, waiting for that perfect opening, and boom, there it was, his opponent's cloak whipping right behind his back. He whipped around, launching a strike, and totally thought he nailed him. But wait, the real attack slammed in from his blind spot. Our MC drove a brutal elbow straight into his ribs, leaving the guy gasping. Hacking up blood, he collapsed. chuckling through the pain as he admitted total. Feeling the sheer force of their clashing blades, he finally grasped just how insanely cracked our guy really was, and actually thanked him for the match. The rest of the knights instantly started bickering over who got next dibs, literally whining about people cutting the line. Jean just chilled on the sidelines, taking it all in. William rolled up to him, asking what he made of the kid. Jean nodded, admitting the hype was 100% real. William pointed out that Cruel, the buddy he showed up with, was solid, but this guy, he was in a whole different league. To think that snake of a head instructor forged him into this monster. He honestly thought the old man was just playing cheap politics. But the payoff was insane. Was the old guy seriously that obsessed with hoarding top-tier talent? Jean totally agreed. Sending him to their duchy would be a massive win, though keeping a guy like that away from their precious lady was top priority. There is no way he wouldn't try to charm her, so they had to stay on high alert. William nodded in agreement. Like, how dare he even talk to her with zero respect? Meanwhile, Yan bagged yet another win, and they were wrapping things up. Out of nowhere, an ambush dropped. A deafening war horn shattered the peace, screaming emergency and throwing the knights into instant panic mode. Han's booming voice cut through the chaos, rallying the troops and ordering every single knight to grab their weapons immediately. Catching the head butler decked out in full battle armor, he marched straight up to William and Jean, dropping the heavy news. Their territory was under full-scale siege. At that exact moment, the fortress gates shattered into splinters. The barbarian horde flooded in, with Vilai spearheading the charge. Hans confirmed Vilai was the one leading the raid. Our MC's face darkened. This timeline made zero sense. He was not supposed to strike yet. Did the timeline seriously glitch out again? Shaking off the shock, the squad scrambled toward the battlements. Watching the flames rise, Hans grimly noted the horde had already smashed past the third perimeter. They were steamrolling ahead. William demanded a status report, and a scout confirmed the 3rd Night Battalion was busting their guts, trying to reinforce the barrier. Holding that line was a lost cause. Their only play was to evacuate the civilians and fall back to the second wall. But the enemy forces were basically an endless ocean. Rough estimates, 30,000 bloodthirsty warriors rushing them. William snapped, demanding how an entire freaking army slipped by unnoticed. Where the hell were their scouts? The dark reality? They had probably all been wiped out. It seemed the enemy figured out exactly who was guarding the area, and seized the perfect opening to strike. Spitting a curse, William started barking out Jean and his Frost Knights were assigned to shepherd the locals to safety behind the inner keep. Meanwhile, William and his crew were charging straight for the second perimeter to clash head-on with the invaders. He totally got why they were stressed, but holding the fort was non-negotiable right now. Yan swore under his breath, his mind racing. The butterfly effect was real, and it was messing with the one event he dreaded most. What tiny detail from his past life triggered this massive ripple? What exactly shifted since he stepped foot in Beowulf's domain? Beowulf had been the ultimate wall, keeping Vilay in check, stopping any invasion cold. Wait, could Vilay actually overpower him? What triggered this mess when he, Lorena, and the crew headed up north? Suddenly, it all clicked. Meanwhile, roared to their boss that the third wall was completely dusted and they were pushing deeper. Vilay smirked, ordering his guys not to rush, but to deploy the fastest, most lethal troops to absolutely shred the next barricade. That is when our MC's blood ran cold. Vilay's real target was not the fort, it was Lorena. He was gunning to take her hostage. Fast forward a bit, over at the western gate of the second wall, the White Knights' 3rd Squad anchored there. They were pouring their absolute souls into the fight, desperately trying to block the horde from breaching the stronghold. Their vice captain screamed over the chaos, ordering them that even if they were inches from the grave, they better grit their teeth and swing. They had to survive until the Duke made his comeback. But seconds later, the captain was struck down. Spotting the opening, Vilay roared to his brothers to unleash all their fury. The hour for brutal payback had finally arrived. Today, they weren't just grieving, they were honoring the memory of their fallen brothers, through prayers woven in blood. Once the sun set on this day, they would claim the entire north as undisputed kings. Meanwhile, Lorena was throwing down in the trenches right beside Cheryl. Scanning the chaos for incoming threats, Lorena checked on her friend. Cheryl nodded, panting, pointing out that the barbarian horde was pouring into their sector. The wave of enemies was absolutely endless. If they kept this up, they'd be completely overrun. Lorena barked an order, telling Cheryl to drop out of the front and hustle the kids to safety. Cheryl's eyes widened with panic. Lorena flashed a tight smile. "Trust me, dipping out of here will be way easier if I don't have to watch your back. Now move." Cheryl hesitated, then sprinted off to execute the order, shouting a promise to bounce right back. Lorena just had to survive until the cavalry arrived. Now, it was just her against the world. Her mind raced, trying to piece together how these savages had bypassed their defenses so fast, when suddenly, a guttural, chilling laugh echoed right behind her neck. "Gotcha, little bird," a massive barbarian roared. He hoisted a heavy battle axe high above his skull, but suddenly completely locked up, dead in his tracks. Lorena blinked, utterly confused. "What are you waiting for?" she muttered. Instead of swinging, the giant choked out a wet, agonizing gasp and crumpled into the dirt like a sack of bricks. Standing right behind the collapsing corpse was Yan. "Man, you are not easy to track." "Why were you even looking?" she snapped. Before she could process anything, Yan snatched her wrist and dragged her into a dead sprint. "Hey, what is your deal?" she yelled, totally. "Where the hell are you dragging me?" "No time to chat, we gotta move," he barked back. "We need to get you behind the castle walls, right now. You're the main prize they're hunting." Her brows furrowed. Why would they care about me? Yan didn't miss a beat. Because the Great Chief put a massive target on your back. You're the Duke's ultimate weak spot. That psycho wants to use you as prime bait to drag the Duke into the open. We can keep his goons busy for a bit. But if the Chief steps onto the battlefield himself, he'll wipe the floor with us in a split second. If you get snatched up out here, it's literally game over for all of us. You have to bail, even if every single one of us gets wiped out. Lorena shoved back. "Are you insane? I am not just leaving everyone to die." As they bolted past the Grand Watchtower, a terrifying grinding crack echoed from above. Yan snapped his head up and saw the entire peak of the stone structure plummeting straight down. He violently shoved the girl away. "Run!" he roared, right before a deafening explosion of stone and dust swallowed them whole. The collapsing debris violently tore them apart. Coughing through the smoke, Lorena forced herself awake. A brutal surge of pain shot up her leg. The landing had seriously messed it up. Staring at the absolute wreckage, sheer disbelief hit her. Who the hell packs enough firepower to snap a tower in half? "Yan!" Dead silence. "Yan! Talk to me, damn it!" she shrieked, panic creeping into her chest. The dreadful realization started settling in. She thought he was buried alive, until a deep, menacing voice sliced through the silence. "Well now, was my grand entrance a little too aggressive for you?" Her blood instantly ran cold. She knew exactly who this monster was. The Great Chief, Vilai. The towering brute smirked. "Ah, so saves me the trouble of doing the whole boring introduction routine." Just locking eyes with him sent pure, unadulterated terror down her spine. For the first time in her life, someone other than her father made her feel this utterly helpless. With a busted leg, playing a war of attrition was a death sentence. She had literally zero chance of winning a drawn-out fight. It was now or never. One strike to end it all. But just as she funneled every ounce of her mana into a single point, he vanished and materialized inches from her face. "You really think one little tap is going to put me down?" he whispered. A cold sweat broke out across her forehead. He was so ridiculously fast. She hadn't sensed a single footstep. The gap in their power levels was absolutely staggering. He leaned in. "Keep your mouth shut. Play nice. And I won't break you. You're way too valuable to damage." She bit her lip, shooting a desperate glare to the side. Vilai caught it and let out a dark chuckle, mocking the reckless energy of youth. In a flash, he spun around, launching a devastating backhand straight at, roaring that the pathetic little wolf couldn't hide his scent. "Yan!" Lorena screamed in absolute horror. Vilai just grinned like a maniac, bragging that he smelled the rat, setting up an ambush from the very beginning. But that cocky smirk vanished in a heartbeat, as the body his fists connected with literally shattered into glowing magical dust. Yan was already chilling 10 feet behind him, holding the girl. "Seriously? You couldn't tell the difference?" "Relying on your eyes is an amateur move, big guy. That was just a cheap illusion." Lorena gasped, totally mind-blown. "How did you even pull that off?" Yan totally ignored her, locking eyes with the chief. "We weren't supposed to cross paths this early," Yan stated coldly. "Put me down," Lorena demanded. When he didn't budge, she smacked him right across the cheek, instantly switching back to boss mode. Vilai scoffed, a dark vein popping on his forehead. "You pull off one lucky parlor trick, and suddenly you think you're untouchable? I'm going to rip you limb from limb." Yan just flashed a cocky grin. "You really think you have that kind of time? Because while you're throwing a tantrum here, your real prize is slipping right through your fingers." Vilai growled. "Stop spitting garbage. The bait I need is standing right in front of me." Yan shook his head. "Nah, man, I'm talking about your ultimate obsession, Astalon. That's what you're really itching for, right? The legendary dragon sword. The ultimate cheat code. They say whoever wields that blade is practically a god on the battlefield. With that kind of firepower, crushing the Empire goes from a pipe dream to a reality check. So, let's make a deal. I'll drop the coordinates for the sword right now. But the catch? He's taking her with him. He's got unfinished business to settle. With a heavy thud, he finally dropped the girl to the ground. The lie hit him with an ultimatum. Let them walk, and he'll spill the exact location of the legendary Astalon. Hearing this, Lorena whispered in pure shock. Wait, is the dragon sword actually real? It's locked inside the armory, he whispered back. Her eyes widened. Are you seriously handing it over? A wicked smirk crept across his face. Nah, I'm tossing him a total decoy. But a gnawing thought chewed at his mind. The lie had grown up roaming the Beowulf Duchy. There was a massive chance the guy already knew about the dragon blade. Plus, those freaky eyes of his could see right through any cheap trick. Even if Vilai was clueless about Astalon's true power, there was no way he'd just ignore it. So, he dangled the perfect, juicy bait. The only question was, would he bite? So that's what you pathetic fools call it? Vilai roared, absolute fury burning in his voice. It was an ancient relic, handed down through his tribe's bloodline for generations. Seeing the bait swallowed whole, Yan silently celebrated his massive win. He cranked up the pressure, warning him that the clock was ticking. The royal knights were moments away from hauling the weapon to a secure vault. And worse, Duke Beowulf was literally on his way back. It was a forced ultimatum. Secure the sword or kidnap the girl. The lie's face darkened, spitting out that he absolutely despised being forced. But you know what? He growled. I'll take option C. I'm going to slaughter you, drag her away, and claim the blade for myself. Before the words even left his mouth, he vanished, teleporting right between them in a literal fraction of a second. Their jaws dropped at his insane speed, as Vilai hissed a deadly threat. Boom! A monstrous wave of battle aura exploded from his body, violently launching them in opposite directions. Lorena! Our boy screamed out, but the savage barbarian instantly materialized right in his face, barking out, "You cocky little punk! Who the hell gave you the right to bargain with me?" He slammed his massive boot over the kid's chest, swearing he'd torture him until he was crying and begging to reveal the sword's hiding spot. Wham! A devastating strike crashed down. Yet, inexplicably, a cocky smirk flashed across Yan's face. Then, a crushing gravitational force nuked the entire... Miraculously, MC survived the bloodbath. Sliding to a halt on a shattered slab of stone, he gasped, "Holy crap, barely dodged that one." He had successfully tanked. "Did you seriously doubt my reflexes?" he mocked. Vilai aggressively snapped at him to shut his mouth. He only paused his assault for one specific reason. His eyes locked onto the glowing trinket. "Where the hell did you scavenge that?" the beast demanded. When Yan calmly admitted he got it straight from Kabur himself, Yan explained that the fallen warrior entrusted it to him, begging him to carry out his dying wish. The lie's hardened expression softened just a fraction as he asked, How did he spend his dying thoughts were entirely focused on the tribe, Yan replied softly. He fought to his last breath. He was a truly savage warrior. Soaking in those heavy words, the barbarian finally relented. He demanded the sword's location one last time, promising to let the boy walk away completely untouched. It wasn't mercy. It was a deep, tribal sign of respect for the one carrying the weight of Kabur's final will. "Wait, you're asking me to just ditch my teammate?" Yan challenged. Vilai shot back, cold and dead serious. "Refuse, and it's game over." Yan knew deep down that was the whole reason he leaked the sword's coordinates in the first place. Plus, the kid wasn't even a local of the Beowulf Duchy. Throwing his life away in some meaningless, suicidal clash? Yeah, hard pass. MC clicked his tongue, incredibly salty about the entire... His hands were completely tied. Cut to Lorena, who was slumped against a shattered wall, desperately trying to catch her breath. Suddenly, a massive, imposing shadow... "Sorry to keep you waiting, princess," Vilai mocked, reaching his scarred hand out toward her. He chuckled darkly, absolutely hyped to see the Duke's priceless... He couldn't wait to witness the absolute despair melting down the father's face when he found his precious daughter, broken and captured. But wait! Yan's voice echoed through the ruins out of nowhere. "You total idiot! You rely way too much on those special eyes of yours. That's exactly why you keep getting played like a fiddle." Poof! Right in front of the barbarian's face, the hyper-realistic illusion shattered into pixels. Yan's voice chimed in, telling him to chill out. "The intel about the sword is 100% legit, but you better sprint, big guy." Realizing he'd been completely bamboozled, the lie violently ground his teeth and screamed unhinged Meanwhile, Yan was already booking it out of there with Lorena in tow. He bragged that he totally gave the beast the correct coordinates, buying them enough time to put some serious distance between them. Now, the enraged giant would definitely chase the shiny loot instead of them. Momin busted out laughing, hyping up the insane tier of the illusion spell. Her magic skills were straight up top tier, which was a total contrast to his cheap little toy. Yan admitted the stunt was wildly impressive. Momin then threw him a curious glance, asking if he snagged Kabur's bracelet and obviously, he shot back. He always knew overpowering a freak like Vilai head-on was a 0% play, so the bracelet now, he urgently needed to wake Lorena up so they could secure the real sword together. Momin was stunned. Wait, you haven't dropped this crazy quest? Hell no, I haven't. Did she seriously believe he'd just hit the eject button after grinding through so much hell for this exact loot? Blown away, she asked, so, you're actually planning to take that monster down? But how on earth are you going to pull that off? She demanded. He casually revealed that the legendary blade was locked behind a brutal magical firewall. Not even an absolute tank like Vilai could just snatch it up easily. Just as our guy predicted, the barbarian had stormed straight into the armory. Kicking the heavy doors right off their hinges, the lie stomped inside, paranoia creeping in. Was it really stat? But his doubts instantly vanished. A massive, suffocating wave of magical energy was pulsing straight from the dead center of the vault. The kid actually told the truth. As he heavily stepped toward the pedestal, a sinister thought crossed his mind. Equipped with the ruler's divine blade, he could finally go toe-to-toe. He envisioned slicing the noble into pieces with this very weapon. Greedily, he reached out to claim his prize, but suddenly, violently crackling spark. Then, accompanied by a blinding pillar of light, an ancient, booming voice shook the entire room. You are unworthy. The legendary weapon was literally repelling him with an invisible force. Instead of backing down, a twisted, psycho grin stretched across his face. Oh, so this inanimate object thinks it has an He snatched the blade, snarling at the ancient weapon to quit its pathetic whining. Submit and be mine, he growled. As the electric sparks fizzled out, a twisted grin crept onto his face. Finally done throwing your little tantrum? Ripping it from the stone, he crowned himself the rightful owner of the ruler's blade. But before he could even flex, Hans exploded through the armory doors, roaring that it was never gonna happen. Drop dead, Hans spat. The barbarian whipped around, eyes blazing. You dare crash my party right at the climax? Blades violently collided, sparking a deadly dance. Cut to our MC, who just smuggled Lorena deep into the castle grounds. He desperately needed a bunker near the tower, somewhere completely off the grid from mana tracking. Lay low here until the dust settles, he urged. But she instantly fired back. No way, I'm stepping onto that battlefield. With that busted leg? Yeah, right, he scoffed. You literally just took a massive swan dive off a tower. It's a scratch, she snapped. I'm not cowering in the shadows while my people are out there getting slaughtered. You expect me to just grab popcorn and watch my territory? He chuckled. Always pegged you as an ice queen, but touch your family, and all that logic flies right out the window. Did she seriously think limping into a war zone was a big brain move? She absolutely refused to bench herself, but to actually take Vilai down, she had to step up. Tell me the plan. What exactly do I do? She demanded. Silence hung heavy in the air. I'll do literally anything to crush him, she blurted out, patience totally gone. He trapped her against the wall, slamming one hand next to her head. His expression went dead serious. Then give me the absolute most precious thing you've got buried deep inside you. With that hidden power, they could absolutely body Vilai. Her brain completely short-circuited, taking his words way out of context. Her cheeks ignited into a massive blush. Momin instantly smacked the back of Jan's head. Bro, phrasing, what is wrong with you? Realizing how wildly out of pocket that sounded, he coughed awkwardly. Whoa, chill, not like that. I need the snow soul steps. Teach me the footwork. Her jaw dropped, shock melting into pure outrage. He held up a hand. Look, we're on a ticking clock, no time for a TED talk. This is our one and only shot to wreck the lie. I can't carry this fight without it. Are you completely unhinged? She shrieked. The Snow Soul Steps are the ultra-guarded legacy of the Bayou Wolf bloodline. I can't just leak it to some random outsider. Not even you. It's a blood oath we've strictly held down for literally centuries. Meanwhile, back outside, the towering spire, housing the armory's upper floor, violently crumbled into an avalanche of dust. Hans lunged at the barbarian, sword drawn. So while your meat shields are dying out there, you're playing petty thief? The brute roared back. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? Hans gritted his teeth. I'm just here to exterminate a filthy rat stinking up my house. He unleashed the 12th form of the Snow Soul, White Flower. Slashing through the air, a terrifying swarm of razor-sharp white petals blasted toward his target, shredding absolutely everything in their path. The lie gasped, eyes wide. Wait, is every single petal coated in an enhanced sword aura? Who knew this dump was hiding an absolute monster with Duke-level power? Still, it wasn't nearly enough to put him in the ground. Erupting in a violent crimson aura, he triggered the devastating rainstorm strike. He furiously parried the deadly blizzard of petals, Hans blinked in sheer shock at the flawless defense. Seizing the opening, the savage closed the gap, barking at the old man to move or die. Hans pushed his body to the absolute limit, but his aging muscles betrayed him. If only he had— Fast forward. Our MC finally rolled up to the ultimate. Stepping into the glow of the blade, he smirked. Talk about perfect timing. Having Hans run interference was a clutch move. But the old man's health bar was ticking down fast. Momin buzzed around, panicking that the second the sword sparked, the lie's radar would instantly go off. Yeah, I know, he muttered, eyes locked on the weapon. Which is exactly why before that happens, I'm gonna put an end to all this. He gripped the hilt, and a massive surge of raw magic swallowed him whole, staring into the blinding neon glow. His mind flashed back to his tense showdown with Lorena. It's the ultimate law of my house, unbroken for hundreds of years, she had cried. He just stared her down. So some dusty old rulebook means more to you than the lives of your own people. Her eyes snapped up, shaking. And he hit her with the ultimatum. Clock's ticking, decide. Hug your precious rule, and watch your squad turn into collateral damage. To save them, you gotta break it, period. She froze. Intrusive thoughts flooded in about the last traitor who shattered the oath, and the brutal execution that followed. His name was literally scrubbed from history. But looking at Yan's fierce eyes, she finally folded. You're right. I have to do this. Grabbing his hand, she pressed it firmly against her chest. I'm passing the torch, entrusting you with absolutely everything that I have. He blinked, totally flustered, but she cut through the panic. Focus on the mana core. Can you feel the pulse? A wild energy throbbed right beneath his palm. Shut up, listen closely, and absorb my flow, she whispered. Absolute zero, the perfection of dead silence trapped deep within the ice. Master this feeling, and you'll find true zen even inside an apocalyptic blizzard. His soul was about to fully awaken. An icy pillar of pure mana blasted straight up from the spire into the clouds, lifting Yan entirely off the ground. Nostalgia hit him hard. He could feel that familiar, electric surge coursing through his veins. His eyes snapped open. Gripping the hilt tightly, he smirked, declaring he had finally claimed the legendary dragon blade, Astalon. The weapon practically hummed in response. Frost rapidly crawled up the metal, locking into place as the blade revealed its true, jaw-dropping form. Down below, Hans was fighting for his life. Stumbling backward, he clenched his jaw in pure frustration, cursing the absolute beast in front of him. How the hell did this guy perfectly read every single one of his moves? Did he have an infinite cheat code for stamina and mana? This was the terrifying reality of facing the great leader. Vilai, the towering barbarian, stalked closer. He scoffed, openly shocked the old man hadn't dropped dead yet from burning through his own life force. But playtime was officially over for the washed-up knight. Vilai readied the killing blow, until a massive spike in spiritual pressure stopped him cold. Catching sight of the blinding light erupting from the tower, he roared in disbelief. Did that little rat actually get his hands on the ruler's sword? He had only let the kid live out of respect for Kabur. And this is how he gets played? Seeing Vilai never look away in a fight, he barked. But Vilai casually caught the razor-sharp steel bare-handed, sneering that their little scuffle was already history. With a sickening crunch, he shattered the blade. Vilai lashed out with explosive rage, screaming that if the old fool hadn't stalled him, none of this mess would have happened. He was a split second away from erasing Hans off the map, but out of nowhere, his fist completely locked up, inches from the old man's nose. Heavy, glacial shackles had bound his wrists. Hans gasped, absolutely stunned. Magic was supposed— Who the heck pulled this off? Footsteps echoed through the courtyard as Yan calmly approached. Vilai's eyes locked onto him, realizing the kid actually did it. How dare you put your filthy hands on the ruler's sword? The barbarian thundered. But Yan just ignored him, totally awestruck by the sheer, unadulterated power. The energy was insane. His theory was dead on. The snow soul acted like a supercharger for ice elemental skills. And now, combined with Astalon, his magical output was off the charts. Vilai narrowed his eyes, utterly baffled by the kid's aura. He demanded to know how on earth Yan managed to tame the legendary weapon. Furthermore, his god's eye saw 3 distinct mana cores glowing inside the boy. Just what kind of— Yan clicked his tongue. Of course the guy spotted it instantly. That god's eye ability was going to be a massive headache. Vilai's lips curled into a predatory grin. So that insane power flows from the ruler's sword? He chuckled darkly. Absolutely perfect. That blade belongs in my hands. Shattering the ice restraints like glass, Vilai raised his arm, charging up a terrifying amount of energy. If the sword chose Yan, he'd just have to rip it from his dead fingers. A pitch-black orb materialized in the giant's palm, radiating pure destruction. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, ready to obliterate the kid with his dark sun. Yan just breathed out, raising his icy blade. The battlefield went completely silent, dropping him into an eerie state of zen. With absolute precision, he executed the most basic move of the Frost Knights. Just a single, diagonal slash. Seconds later, the massive castle walls behind them slid apart, cleanly sliced in two, while a massive, bloody gash ripped right across the barbarian's chest. The black orb flickered and died, but a second later, the lie reignited it, roaring that a paper cut like that wasn't going to put him down. Yan's eyes snapped wide open, genuine terror locking him in place. Before he could dodge, a blinding flash of light triggered an earth-shattering explosion right in his face. A tidal wave of kinetic force slammed into Yan, ragdolling him straight into the barricade. As the dust settled, Vilai pressed a hand to his bleeding chest. So this was the true hype of the ruler's sword. To think it actually pierced his ironclad muscles and cut right through his defensive aura. Yet, even with that ultimate weapon, the kid still couldn't rival his monstrous brute strength. Coughing violently, Yan muttered that he barely managed to tank that deadly strike. Vilai nodded with sick admiration, finally piecing the puzzle together. The sword's slashes bypassed mana entirely. This weapon was literally made for him, since his god's eye tracked every single mana current. But Yan forced a smirk, telling the brute he was completely missing the point. Astalon didn't just bypass mana, it permanently froze the flow of it. If the meathead couldn't grasp that fundamental difference, he'd never be worthy of wielding it. "Stop yapping," Vilai growled. He'd figure out the instruction manual after he looted the corpse. "Hand it over, kid." But suddenly, an eerie numbness crept up his leg. Glancing down, he realized thick, jagged ice had completely encased his limb. For the very first time in his life, this northern-born powerhouse actually shivered. A suffocating, grim Reaper-level aura materialized right behind him. The absolute boss of the North, Duke Beowulf, had officially arrived. Glaring down from his voice dropped to a lethal whisper. How dare this filthy stray dog trespass onto his turf? What gave him the audacity? The sheer temperature drop literally froze the moisture in the air, forming a crystal-clear staircase for the Duke to slowly descend. Vilai's eyes widened at the ridiculous flex. The Duke stepped right into his personal space, repeating his question with zero hesitation. "I asked." He advised the giant to pick his next words very, very carefully, because they were going to be his last. A crazy smile split Vilai's face as he whispered. The savage smirked. Surely the Duke knew his name, right? He was the absolute alpha who forged 20 tribes into one. But the Duke just coldly shut him down. Why the hell would a highborn care about some bottom-tier raider? He straight up called him a delusional clown, utterly disgusted by his massive ego. Honestly though, the brute had the power to back it up. The Duke had never felt such an insane flex of mana. How did this guy sneak up on him without triggering a single alarm? Wait, was the ruler's sword messing with his senses? So this was that little rat's grand master plan all along. Ripping his foot totally free from the frozen ground, the barbarian launched him. He demanded a full-on duel, but the Duke just scoffed, telling him he was literal dirt beneath his boots, completely unworthy of even breathing his title. Suddenly, a massive magic circle sparked beneath them, and Vilai sneered, declaring the clock had run out. He was about to get smoked, yet, the literal second the Duke took a step, that runic circle exploded outward by several meters. This was territory expansion, and the blinding icy aura sent pure panic through the barbarian. It was the ultimate, god-tier form of the snow soul. Eternal frost. The freezing wave swallowed the entire fortress grounds, turning the savage horde into solid ice sculptures. Catching this insane spectacle, the defending knights on the walls absolutely lost their minds with hype. Their Duke was finally back, and that cocky tribal boss, yeah, he got deep frozen right along with his crew. The Duke turned back to Hans, checking if he was still breathing. Hans nodded, totally starstruck, admitting it had been ages since he witnessed that legendary combat style. The Duke had seriously only gotten more overpowered. Hans stared at the warlord now trapped in a giant popsicle, and asked if this was the true peak of eternal frost. The Duke just sighed, joking about his old age, before asking how the hell a mere savage managed to draw his knight's blood. Hans confessed the guy had nearly sent him to the afterlife. Let me break it down. Territory expansion is the absolute peak of the Snow Soul's eternal frost. While trapped inside this ultimate 0-degree zone, every single enemy gets flash frozen, but the Duke's squad doesn't even feel a chill. It's the signature move of the Beowulf Duchy's supreme boss, Bacchus Beowulf, the absolute unit, holding down the entire northern front line. Bacchus glared at Hans, demanding to know how a veteran let himself get totally bodied like that. Hans bowed his head in absolute shame, but Bacchus waved it off, saying the only thing that actually mattered was keeping Lorena and their citizens out of body bags. Hans quickly hyped up Yan's clutch carry, turning around to call the kid over to finally meet the big boss. But bro had already ghosted. Bacchus chuckled, asking if the kid had a hidden skill in pulling vanishing acts. Hans vigorously defended him, insisting Yan wasn't a coward. The Duke was just about to bounce, when Vilai suddenly snapped awake. His right arm, left outside the frozen block, instantly sparked up another dark energy bomb. He blasted out of his icy prison, grabbing the Duke's full attention, and barked that the old man had completely dropped his guard. Bacchus raised an eyebrow, admitting it was a neat trick, but definitely not enough to put him in the dirt. The savage grinned, fully agreeing he couldn't beat the Duke. But what about the weaklings? He violently hurled the black sun straight at the shelter tower, where all the helpless civilians were hiding out. The tribal boss smirked, betting he could easily dip out, while the Duke was distracted playing hero. But his massive brain play totally flopped. Our boy Yan suddenly warped right into the sphere's path, slicing the death ball cleanly in half. He roasted the guy, calling him a completely annoying tryhard right to the bitter end. The barbarian screeched in pure rage, telling the brat to get out of his damn way, as the severed half of the dark star glowed blind white and detonated. The shockwave totally drained Yan's last drop of HP, sending him crashing to the dirt. He was so ridiculously burned out. Between taming his crazy new blade, balancing a totally unfamiliar mana flow, and hardcore babysitting Lorena, even during the brawl against that absolute raid boss, his stamina and magic were deep in the red. He blew his entire energy bar to the absolute limit. It was finally time to crash. Time for the high levels to tag in. He let his eyelids drop, but suddenly, Lorena's desperate voice pierced the silence. He peeked up, seeing her frantically reaching out, crying for him to stay awake. A faint smirk crossed his lips. Looked like catching some sleep was totally off the table right now. But honestly, he was low-key fine with that. Soon after, the insane rumors of the massive tribal siege went absolutely viral across the entire empire. Damien just smirked, hearing about Yan's crazy MVP carry, while Leon suddenly locked onto the kid with intense. And just like that, the gears of the era are finally shifting, slowly but surely paving the way for